Book 18, Chapter 17, Abyssal Fruit. Book 18, High God, Chapter 17, Abyssal Fruit. Linley and Bibi both couldn't help but feel stunned. If I truly were to fly through, I probably would have died. Linley felt seized by terror. He hadn't been in dragon form, and had been planning to dragon form upon entering the Abyssal Mountain. But who would have imagined that the safe cracks between the chains of lightning would be so dangerous as well? If he wasn't in dragon form, he definitely wouldn't be able to take it. Still, since Bibi was flying in front of him, once Bibi drew near and was struck by the sparks of lightning, Linley would have been able to react in time. Linley turned to look towards the green-robed youth, saying gratefully, "Thank you, truly." "Right. If I may ask, why are you in the Abyssal Mountain region?" Linley couldn't be blamed for feeling puzzled, because this green-robed youth was just a god. The danger level of the netherworld was no less than that of the infernal realm. For gods to roam about in the outside world was as good as courting death. "I live right over there." The green-robed youth pointed with a laugh to a nearby location. Linley followed the pointing finger, only to see that a few thousand meters away, there were a number of constructed courtyards, in front of which was a 3-story building. The 3-story building had some words in front of it, Abyssal Inn. Someone opened an inn here? Linley was rather astonished. "Abyssal Inn?" Bibi said, puzzled. "Who opened this inn of yours?" "Someone is capable of opening an inn here in the wilderness, how formidable." In such a desolate area, opening an inn was the equivalent of giving bandits a place to be robbed. Only a supremely powerful being would dare to open an inn in such a desolate area. The green-robed youth said proudly, "Our inn belongs to Greenleaf Castle." "Who would dare cause trouble here?" "What's Greenleaf Castle?" Bibi asked, and Linley looked at the green-robed youth in puzzlement as well. The youth was startled, and looked towards Linley and Bibi as though he was looking at a pair of strange creatures. "Can it be that you haven't even heard of Greenleaf Castle? You are both high gods. You've spent so many years in the netherworld, can it be that you've never interacted in the outside world?" The green-robed youth didn't dare believe that these two had never heard of Greenleaf Castle. "We came from the infernal realm," Linley said. "Oh, so that's the case. I didn't expect you two came from the infernal realm," the green-robed youth said, now understanding. "Let me tell you, then," the green-robed youth said with a laugh. "Our inn is owned by Greenleaf Castle. Greenleaf Castle, in our netherworld, is extremely famous. Our Greenleaf Castle has a total of 3 castle lords, and these 3 castle lords are all powerful sovereigns' emissaries." Linley and Bibi, hearing this, couldn't help but feel startled. The 3 castle lords were all sovereigns' emissaries? No wonder Greenleaf Castle was so mighty. "Where is your Greenleaf Castle located?" Linley asked. He had read that book, which had some rough geographical information regarding the netherworld, and which included descriptions of some of the more famous areas of the netherworld. If Greenleaf Castle truly was so famous, why hadn't the book described it? "I don't know." The green-robed youth shook his head. The exact location of Greenleaf Castle is one of the secrets of the netherworld. Linley laughed, then no longer discussed this subject, going to the main point. "Might I ask, do you know how one would enter the Abyssal Mountain, Enter the Abyssal Mountain? Oh, at the base of the Abyssal Mountain, roughly 1,000 kilometers from here, there is a mountain entrance. All who enter the Abyssal Mountain must pass through this entrance." The green-robed youth laughed. As he lived here, he understood everything clearly. "Oh. Thank you." Linley laughed, then prepared to leave with Bibi. "Hey, wait a moment." The green-robed youth saw Linley was preparing to leave, and hurriedly called after him. "Eh?" Linley and Bibi turned to look at him. The green-robed youth said, "The two of you are in such a hurry. It seems as though you really don't know anything about the Abyssal Mountain at all." The abyssal mountain is very dangerous. We know it is dangerous. Bibi snickered. Danger is nothing to be afraid of. The green-robed youth said resignedly, I know the two of you are powerful, milords, but the layer of fog clouds covering the abyssal mountain are extremely bizarre. However, on the night of each full moon, the fog of the abyssal mountain will grow sparse and the danger will dramatically decrease as well. Generally speaking, those who enter the abyssal mountain will enter at that time. The night of each full moon? Linley did some mental calculations. 5 more days. Milords, if you truly insist on entering, I advise you to do so after waiting 5 days. By then, the danger level will lessen as well. You can enter then, the green-robed youth said. Linley and Bibi looked at each other, coming to a decision. Fine then. We'll wait 5 days. Then for now, we'll stay at your abyssal inn, Linley said with a laugh. Wonderful. I'll lead the two of you there, the green-robed youth said with a laugh. Actually, as soon as he had seen Linley and Bibi fly towards the abyssal mountain, he had immediately hurried over towards them. He had already used this sort of method to pull in customers on many occasions. The abyssal inn was right next to the abyssal mountain. The main door of the inn was situated on a grassy area, at the center of which was a pool of water. Once Linley and Bibi flew over, under the guidance of the green-robed youth, the first thing which drew Linley's attention was the young, pretty, red-haired girl who was fishing by the side of the pool. The pretty young lady even gave Linley and Bibi a glance, then continued fishing as though completely uninterested. How interesting. Linley chuckled. Hey, who is that lady over there? Bibi asked the green-robed youth. The green-robed youth immediately responded with a laugh. The two of you need to be careful. That lady is the boss of our inn. She was sent over by Greenleaf Castle. I don't know much about her either, but I hear that she, our boss, has an extremely close relationship with one of the 3 castle lords of Greenleaf Castle. The boss is extremely powerful as well. Quinn, don't be a blabbermouth. A cold, sharp rebuke rang out. Ah. Sorry, boss. The youth bowed, then said with a laugh to Linley and Bibi, our boss is very cold towards outsiders, but she's very good to us. While speaking, the green-robed youth led Linley and Bibi into the inn. The main hall of the inn was extremely large, and it was divided into 2 parts. The first part was for welcoming guests, while the other part was the restaurant. The restaurant had tens of tables within it, and there were roughly 10 or so people in the restaurant right now, drinking and chatting. Gentlemen, how long will you be here for? A green-robed woman seated behind the counter. 5 days. Bibi said. 10,000 netherstones each day. 5 days, 50,000 netherstones. The green-robed woman said. Hearing this, Linley couldn't help but to turn his head and look at her. 10,000 netherstones a day? The netherstones of the netherworld were comparable to the inkstones of the infernal realm. In the infernal realm, even the inns and hotels within the city would usually only charge a few hundred inkstones for an entire year. But this abyssal inn actually had a much higher price that was more than 10,000 times greater. This is robbery, Bibi said rather angrily. The green-robed woman just laughed calmly. That's the price of our inn. We can guarantee the safety of anyone who stays within our inn. Every year, quite a few experts will stay here. Ordinary inns wouldn't dare entertain such experts. Experts? Linley lifted an eyebrow. He noticed that the people chatting within the hotel were all high gods. As for what level of power they were at, without fighting, it was hard to judge within a short period of time. But from what the green-robed woman was saying, these people should all be quite powerful. We only have inkstones, Linley said. Immediately, quite a few people drinking wine in the restaurant turned to look at them. Someone who only had inkstones had to have come from the infernal realm. To travel from the infernal realm to the netherworld, this was enough to draw quite a bit of attention. Our Abyssal Inn welcomes guests from all planes. The green-haired woman wasn't surprised in the slightest. The same price. 10,000 inkstones a day, 50,000 inkstones in total. Right. If you want to eat and drink, you have to pay extra. Laughing, Linley waved his hand, paying the fee. How is it that this place of yours has so many customers? Bibi looked towards the woman, asking in puzzlement. The Abyssal Mountain is in such a desolate location. Can it be that so many people have come here to enter the Abyssal Mountain and throw their lives away? These words caused quite a few people in the restaurant to look at Bibi, with quite a few unkindly looks. Humph, throwing our lives away? Aren't the two of you coming to throw your lives away as well? A cold voice rang from nearby, within the restaurant. Linley glanced calmly at the speaker as well. Bibi, stop causing trouble. Linley said with a calm laugh. Although he didn't fear them, Linley didn't want to cause trouble either. You had all best remember that here in our Abyssal Inn, you are not to fight. The green-robed woman said. Don't worry. Linley laughed as he spoke. And then, Linley led Bibi into a corner of the restaurant and sat down. Immediately, a waiter came to greet him and brought over a menu. These prices are extraordinarily high. Bibi muttered. Still, Linley and Bibi were mentally prepared. They casually ordered a few dishes and 2 bottles of fine wine, with the cost being near 10,000 inkstones. Boss, why do you think these people are here? Can it be that they are like us, here to meet the sovereign? Bibi sent mentally. He didn't understand why these experts had come. Sovereign? There's not many who know that the Abyssal Mountain has a sovereign here. Linley sent back. He had met with 3 Lord Prefects after coming to the Infernal Realm, one of whom hadn't known at all that the Abyssal Mountain held a sovereign. And Sayant had said that he had only learned it from his own sovereign. Clearly, the fact that Abyssal Mountain held a sovereign was a secret. Don't worry about other people's business. Linley laughed calmly. Linley was in quite a good mood after arriving here. Linley and Bibi began to drink the fine wine and eating while chatting leisurely. Mother Fastris Kerr, even people from the Infernal Realm have come over here to fight over the abyssal fruit. A grumbling, unhappy voice rang out from another side of the restaurant, and the words attracted the attention of Linley and Bibi. Abyssal fruit? Bibi looked towards Linley. Boss, do you know what the abyssal fruit is? No idea. Never heard of it. Linley shook his head, puzzled. Because this wasn't a secret, Linley and Bibi continued to chat. Friends from the Infernal Realm, you've come for the sake of the abyssal fruit, and yet you won't admit to it? This is a bit too laughable. You've come all the way from the Infernal Realm to our netherworld and now are at the Abyssal Mountain. If it isn't for the sake of the abyssal fruit, what is it for? A calm voice rang out from nearby. Linley turned to look. The speaker was a silver-haired, seemingly quite soft and feminine-looking youth. Hey, what's so amazing about the abyssal fruit? Tell me about it. Bibi said, raising an eyebrow. Quite a few of the other guests in the restaurant gave Bibi an unfriendly look. None of them said anything. The abyssal fruit is a legendary treasure. A cold, fierce voice rang out. The red-haired woman who had been fishing walked in, carrying her fishing rod in one hand and a bucket in another. It is a priceless treasure which only the Abyssal Mountain has. Anyone who acquires and eats an abyssal fruit will not only become a supreme expert of the netherworld, this person will also be met by a sovereign and become the sovereign's emissary. Linley's eyes turned round upon hearing this. Someone who acquired and ate the abyssal fruit would become a sovereign's emissary? Truly? Bibi didn't quite believe it. Of course it's true. The pretty red-haired lady cast her cold gaze across Linley and Bibi. Over the course of countless years, 3 abyssal fruit have appeared here, in the Abyssal Mountain. If this news was false, why would there always be groups of people coming here to try their luck? As she spoke, she glanced at the people in the restaurant. And then, the red-haired beauty headed upstairs, her footsteps ringing out against the stairs. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances, still unable to believe it. Friends from the infernal realm, can it be that you truly don't know that the 3 castle lords of Greenleaf Castle were the 3 lucky fellows who acquired abyssal fruits? Upon eating an abyssal fruit, one's power will grow rapidly and one will become a supreme expert on par with a Lord Prefect. In addition, one will have a sovereign artifact bestowed upon them and become a sovereign's emissary. The soft, feminine-looking youth laughed coldly as he glanced at them. If you want the abyssal fruit, no need to pretend you don't know what it is. Bibi couldn't help but grow angry. Bibi, drink. Linley said with a calm laugh, while sending mentally to Bibi, Bibi, there's no need to waste your time on these people. Linley and Bibi, in truth, had never heard of the abyssal fruit. Still, Linley and Bibi weren't too interested in it either. Since only 3 had appeared in countless years, they clearly were far too rare. But of course, the allure of the abyssal fruit was quite great, as it allowed one's power to dramatically increase and even become a sovereign's emissary. Suddenly, footsteps rang out, and someone entered from outside. Linley turned to look. Him? The person who had come wore a long black robe and had long violet hair. This was the person whom Linley and Bibi had seen on their journey here to the Abyssal Mountain, the victor of the battle between those 2 supreme experts who had fought high up in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 18, The Young Red-Haired Lady. Book 18, High God, Chapter 18, The Young Red-Haired Lady. The black-robed, violet-haired youth had a calm look on his face. He swept the others in the restaurant with his gaze, then directly paid the fee at the service counter and followed the waiter to his room. More and more intriguing. Linley's face was all smiles. Nursing his cup of wine, he took a small sip. Bibi, this abyssal fruit does seem to be rather enticing to people. While chatting, Linley voluntarily set up his god realm, preventing others from hearing the conversation between himself and Bibi. Otherwise, these words would definitely irritate the others. All of them dream of suddenly increasing in power, acquiring a sovereign artifact, and becoming a sovereign's emissary, I suppose. Bibi snorted. I don't understand it. What exactly is this abyssal fruit, anyhow? Why is it that if you eat it, you'll increase in power so much, and even be granted an audience by a sovereign and become an emissary? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it either. Linley shook his head. But then, Linley suddenly thought of something, his black stone, The black stone he had acquired in the Amethyst Mountains. That single precious black stone caused my power to advance greatly. If I didn't have the black stone, given that I am a high god who has completely fused 3 profound mysteries, as well as possess the coiling dragon ring and have the innate divine ability dragon roar, I would at most be at the level of ordinary 7-star fiends. But with the black stone, I'm able to easily kill 7-star fiends. Linley began to wonder whether or not the abyssal fruit was something similar to his own black stone. It is quite possible. Over the passage of countless years, there have only been 3 abyssal fruit. Linley had come to a conclusion regarding this. Linley and Bibi finished their meal in the restaurant, then left and entered their own reserved residences as well. Life in the hotel was very peaceful. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On the 5th day, early in the morning, Linley and Bibi made a rare trip to the restaurant and ordered some dishes as well as 2 bottles of wine. Linley and Bibi sought out an empty corner of the restaurant, sat down, then chatted while eating, waiting for night to come. Boss, there's quite a few people in the room. Bibi swept the room with his gaze. Everyone is preparing to enter the Abyssal Mountain tonight, so they all came today. Linley also noticed that many people were in the room today, more than 30 in total. In addition, every single person present was a high god. As for what level of high god, that was hard to say. Linley had to sigh in amazement at how enticing the abyssal fruit was to people. However, we are different from them. Linley sent mentally. Reaching the peak of the abyssal mountain and meeting with the sovereign is our goal. Abyssal fruit? It held no interest for Linley. Although it was a treasure, there had only been 3 found in countless years. One could imagine how hard it was to acquire one. Creak, a nearby seat was pulled aside, and the black-robed, violet-haired youth sat down. Linley glanced sideways at the black-robed, violet-haired youth who was only 4 or 5 meters away from him. Him again. This youth only ordered some wine and nothing else. He sat there alone, quietly drinking. Although he just sat there, Linley had the feeling that although this person was like a glacier, if someone were to anger him, however, he would explode like a volcano. "Big sis, we have a guest." The green-robed youth ran in, and behind him was a muscular youth with a single, cyclopean eye. The muscular youth strode in, sweeping the group of people in the room casually with his single eye. But when he did so, the youth's face suddenly sank, and a 2-meter-long blade suddenly appeared in his hands, brimming with fiery flames. Swish! From the counter to the restaurant was a distance of 20 meters. The muscular cyclopean youth left behind only a fiery red shadow as he swept forward, that blade of his chopping down directly at the head of the black-robed, violet-haired youth. Wherever the blade passed, tears in space could be seen. This sudden attack caused everyone else in the restaurant to feel startled. Humph! The black-robed youth, who had been drinking his wine, let out a low snort. He suddenly threw out the wine cup in his hand, and that tiny wine cup, wreathed in an electric light and howling desolately through the air, flew out and smashed directly against the edge of the blade. With a low, shuddering sound, the wine cup transformed into dust. As for the black-robed youth, he disappeared, transforming into a bolt of lightning and retreating backwards at high speed. "Halt!" The fee-collecting green-robed lady at the counter shouted angrily. But the cyclopean youth didn't pay her any mind. Wielding his blade, he charged into the skies like an ascendant divine dragon, continuing to pursue and attack the violet-haired youth. Because he was too fast, cracks in space began to appear, and the earth itself trembled. These ripples caused the tables, chairs, wine cups, and plates touched by it to transform into dust. "You are looking for death." A low, gravelly voice echoed in the restaurant, and a devilish electric light flashed. Bang! The fiery red shadow and the electric shadow collided within the restaurant. Whoosh! The 2 shadows instantly exploded backwards, both retreating. The fiery red figure was just about to smash into the counter, but the green-robed woman behind the counter, her face like ice, stretched out with that weak, soft right hand of hers. The entire arm suddenly turned jade green, and almost as translucent as jade as well. The jade green hand slapped against the back of the fiery red figure. Bang! The explosively retreating fiery red figure was brought to a sudden halt by that palm slap. As for that electric figure, when it retreated, it was clearly being sent flying towards Linley and Bibi. Linley frowned. He continued to nurse his wine, but an earthen yellow aura suddenly emanated from his body, forming a hemisphere that extended only as far as was necessary to protect himself and Bibi. Blackstone space, repulsive force. The electric figure, as soon as it fell into the blackstone space, was pushed outwards by that astonishingly strong repulsive force. His body swayed for a moment, and then he found his bearings. The violet-haired youth, his body wreathed in lightning, turned to glance at Linley, his eyes filled with surprise and ardor. So powerful! A desire for battle had actually awoken in the heart of this violet-haired youth. "You dare fight in our abyssal inn? How truly audacious of you two!" An angry roar rang out, and the green-robed woman walked out from behind the counter, staring angrily at the 2 combatants. However, the 2 combatants were staring at each other, not paying any attention to that green-robed woman. Blown, Boulon. The cyclopean youth stared angrily at the violet-haired youth. "What a coincidence for us to meet here. You are still too weak. Come find me when you grow stronger," the violet-haired youth said emotionlessly. And then, the violet-haired youth gave the nearby Linley a sidelong glance, his cold eyes filled with a powerful desire for battle. The black-robed youth clearly had noticed Linley's power, and wanted to have a tussle with Linley. As for the other high gods in the restaurant, they just watched this all happen in astonishment. How powerful! These people were all stunned. The Cyclopean youth. The violet-haired youth. The green-robed woman. Linley. In that split second, they had all revealed a hint of their power. That hint, however, was already enough to make these people quail. The two of you. The green-haired woman's face seemed to be covered with frost. You are going too far. Swoosh. The green-haired woman charged directly towards the Cyclopean youth, while at the same time, green palm shadows appeared, seeming to cover the sky, each of them seeming so soft and weak. The Cyclopean youth, with a growl, swung his blade in a vicious chop against the green-robed woman, a merciless chop. Bang! 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 When those green palm blurs collided against the blade, that blade which was enough to create tears in space seemed to have been trapped and surrounded by many of them, while still other palm blurs came smashing down towards the chest of that Cyclopean youth. Crunch! The Cyclopean youth's chest caved in, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backwards. This scene caused the entire restaurant to fall silent. Oh! Linley's eyes lit up. An expert of water. This green-robed lady, who collected fees for the Abyssal Inn, was actually an expert who was very nearly at the 7-star fiend level of power. And you? The green-robed woman turned to stare at the black-robed youth. I'm going to ask you to leave as well. The green-robed woman thrust out her hand, and a jade-green whip appeared, which instantly transformed into countless willowy branches, sweeping and swirling towards the black-robed, violet-haired youth. The violet-haired youth's eyes lit up. Wonderful! An explosive shout, followed by a dazzling bright violet electric light. A devilish sword shadow chopped directly through the countless willowy branches, then continued to chop down towards the green-robed woman. Bang! Her many willowy branches shattered, the green-robed woman had to retreat. You aren't a match for me yet, the black-robed youth said arrogantly. Boss, this fellow is quite powerful. BB sent mentally in praise, while Linley nodded slightly as well. His lightning-type swordplay is quite devilish, very similar to my own blood violet. Right at this moment. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps from the stairs rang out. The fishing pole carrying, bucket-holding red-haired beauty walked down the stairs, her eyebrows creased in a frown. The red-haired beauty gave the black-robed, violet-haired youth a cold look. What's this all about? Boss. The green-haired woman immediately bowed slightly. This violet-haired youth and the person outside were fighting. However, this violet-haired youth is very strong, slightly stronger than me. I'm not able to handle him. Tap, tap. Still carrying her fishing pole, the red-haired beauty walked towards the violet-haired youth, a hint of a smile on her face. You dare fight in my inn? You really are audacious. There's no need for you to pay compensation for these things, but I still need to give you a bit of a punishment. The beauty said, while the violet-haired youth just smiled coldly. Swish, dot. The red-haired woman suddenly whipped out her fishing pole, which arced bizarrely through the air towards the violet-haired youth. Humph. An icy snort. The violet-haired youth's body suddenly shot forward, while that electric longsword in his hands arced out, piercing through the air and causing space to slightly crack apart. Rumble, in the instant when the electric longsword and the fishing pole collided, the electric longsword actually slid to one side, while the violet-haired youth's own body flew forward with it uncontrollably. This sliding of his longsword, however, caused it to slide towards the nearby guests who were drinking wine and watching this scene. These people, frightened, hurriedly dodged, but the longsword was too fast. This off-base slash caused ripples of power to strike the guests within 10 or so meters, including Linley's group. The other high gods all dodged, but Linley did not, because... Crunch! A palm suddenly stretched out, clamping onto the electric sword's blade. The violet-haired youth was stunned, while the red-haired beauty looked over in amazement as well. Bibi, gripping the electric longsword in his right hand, said in a discontented manner, "Hey, we aren't here in this inn to watch you fight. If you want to fight, then fight, but don't interfere with me and my boss in drinking wine." As he spoke, he casually tossed the electric longsword aside. This scene caused everyone in the room to be stunned. To use one's hand to snatch the sword of a 7-star fiend who was attacking with it, Linley just shook his head and laughed. Even in dragon form, if he were to use his hand to snatch or black the longsword, he would have been injured. He couldn't have acted as Bibi had, and Bibi's hand was completely uninjured. "Oh, formidable." The red-haired beauty laughed. "Well spoken. We shouldn't disrupt you." As she spoke, the red-haired beauty once more swung out with her fishing pole, which sent out a fishing line which constantly danced in the air. The strange thing was, with each twirl of the fishing line, it was as though a wave of power was emanating from it, forming a strange vortex which surrounded the violet-haired youth. Linley and Bibi's faces instantly changed. A supreme expert. A supreme expert of water. Linley was stunned. The swirling of the fishing line was causing space itself to form into a vortex. In an instant, Linley could sense countless rays of invisible spatial matter swirl about in a vortex like a dense fishing net, surrounding the violet-haired youth. The violet-haired youth was the fish. Even though he frantically struggled, those countless strands of space surrounding him grew tighter and tighter. In but the blink of an eye, the fishnet had completely bound up the violet-haired youth, and it seemed to shine with a green light. The violet-haired youth was completely immobilized, and his eyes were filled with amazement. He stared at the red-haired beauty in disbelief. "You? Who are you?" The youth had the power of a 7-star fiend, but compared with this red-haired beauty, he was far weaker. "There's no way you are a member of Greenleaf Castle." Right, you must be one of the castle lords of Greenleaf Castle," the violet-haired youth said hurriedly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 18, Chapter 19, Warning, Snakes and Trees. Book 18, High God, Chapter 19, Warning, Snakes and Trees. Everyone in the restaurant had fallen silent. The technique displayed by the red-haired woman had stunned them all. The dancing fishing line had seemed to take control of the surrounding space, forming countless vortexes that transformed into a spatial fishnet. This was simply too bizarre. So powerful. The high gods in the restaurant all understood why it was proclaimed that nobody was permitted to fight within this inn. Humph. The violet-haired youth let out an angry snort. His entire body flashed with explosive electric light, while he himself transformed into a bolt of lightning, seeking to escape from this fishnet. But the fishing line which bound him flashed with green light, completely surrounding and sealing off this violet-haired youth's movements. No matter how he struggled, he wasn't able to escape. "Causing trouble in MYN? You really are audacious," the red-haired beauty said with a cold snort. "There's no need for you to pay me for the things you broke, but you'll have to serve as my fish bait." As she spoke, the red-haired woman lifted up the fishing pole, with the violet-haired youth trundled up at the other end of the fishing line. And, just like that, the red-haired woman walked out of the inn, towards that grassy area. Once she arrived by the side of the pool, with a flick of the pole and a plunk sound, the violet-haired youth was sent flying into the water of the pool. "He really is being used as fish bait," Bibi said in surprise. "Boss, that woman, hey, boss." At this moment, Linley was currently processing the astonishing scene he had just seen. The waves formed by the fishing line, which had twisted into countless swirling vortexes in a never-ending stream. Linley had trained for so many years in the elemental laws of water. He had reached the bottleneck in the sixth profound mystery, circular softness, and had been unable to break through. The profound mystery of circular softness was one of the easier profound mysteries of the elemental laws of water to begin training in, but it was hard to master. Water was extremely soft. Something as soft and gentle as a fishing line was capable of causing space itself to move like a wave of water, forming countless spatial lines that entangled a person like a spatial fishing net, trundling them up. This sort of technique required a person to have reached a terrifying level of power in the elemental laws of water. And when Linley saw this, he suddenly understood something. He suddenly gained an insight. Rumble. A surge of natural law ripples descended into the hotel, and a large amount of water-type elemental essence gathered in the air above Linley, forming into a watery fog. A terrifying presence descended. This awe-inspiring presence was lofty and noble. Faced with this presence, everyone would choose to submit to it. Within Linley's body. Suddenly, Linley's divine water clone flew out, that green-haired Linley. "Boss, you made a breakthrough?" BB was delighted. By the pool outside the hotel, the red-haired beauty who was currently using a person as fishing bait frowned, turning to glance towards the restaurant in surprise. "Hey! After seeing that technique of mine, he was able to make a breakthrough? This person's comprehension abilities is quite astonishing." At the same time, the red-haired woman gave the fishing pole a flick, causing the fish bait to be whisked out and tossed to one side. The violet-haired youth rolled on the ground, then immediately stood up. "Enough! I'm not in the mood to punish you," the red-haired beauty said coldly. "Remember, you had best not cause trouble in my inn. This time, I'll spare you, but if there is a second time, I will just kill you." The black-robed, violet-haired youth looked at her silently, then walked to a nearby area, closed his eyes, then sat down and began to meditate. As for the red-haired woman, she put down the fishing pole, standing up and heading towards the inn. Within the inn, the waiters were currently cleaning up. Quite a few high gods in the restaurant were chatting amongst themselves, discussing either the red-haired woman, Linley, or the violet-haired youth. "It seems we have no chance this time. Even if we are lucky and the abyssal fruit appears, we won't be able to overcome them. Those two from the infernal realm are truly strong. Let's not give up. The insides of the abyssal mountain are shrouded in fog, and everyone will be spread around searching. Just because a person is strong doesn't mean that this person will acquire the abyssal fruit. Perhaps we will be lucky and be the ones to acquire it instead." Those people, after seeing how strong Linley and the violet-haired youth were, knew they wouldn't be able to outfight them. They still didn't wish to give up, however. In searching for the abyssal fruit, strength was one part of it, but luck was very important as well. In countless years, only 3 abyssal fruit had ever emerged. Although their chances of acquiring it was low, they still wanted to give it a try. If they didn't even try, they would remain ordinary high gods in the vast netherworld. But if they gave it a try, perhaps they might suddenly gain in power and become sovereign's emissaries, and stand at the peak of the netherworld. "Boss, congratulations." BB happily raised his goblet while setting up his god realm, preventing others from hearing their conversation. "It seems my luck is excellent." Linley was all smiles. "My divine water clone actually reached the high god level at a time like this. It seems as though our visit to the abyssal mountain tonight will be a successful one." "Right, it definitely will be a successful one," BB said as well. "To enter the abyssal mountain and to see the sovereign." This was indeed too difficult. Even the likes of Linley and BB felt worried. Linley turned to look. He saw the red-haired beauty walk towards his table, then pull out a chair and sit down at their table. The red-haired woman pulled out a goblet, pouring herself a glass with Linley's wine. Not saying a single word, she drained it. Linley and BB couldn't help but look at the red-haired woman, puzzled. "Kid." The red-haired woman looked at Linley, her lips curving upwards. You just became a high god in water. Shouldn't you thank me? Right. Linley laughed, raising his own wine cup. I do indeed need to thank you. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have been before I made a breakthrough. Boss, what does this woman intend? BB sent mentally, puzzled. Linley was puzzled as well, and he sent back, BB, I also have the feeling that this woman is very weird. An expert who seems to be at the level of power of an Azura of the infernal realm is actually here running an inn? This really is unfathomable. The red-haired woman drained a few more cups of wine, tilting her head back. The two of you are here for abyssal fruit as well? The red-haired woman laughed calmly. From the power you revealed, you two are at least at the 7-star fiend level of power, or perhaps even stronger. It seems to me as though the two of you don't need this sort of lucky break or the abyssal fruit, right? The power you already wield is already enough to allow you to become heroic, renowned figures in either the netherworld or the infernal realm. Nobody ever complains about being too strong. Linley laughed calmly. Linley didn't wish to let others know that he wanted to meet a sovereign. Oh, that's true. The red-haired woman nodded. But let me give you some advice. It's best if you don't enter the abyssal mountain. Why is that? Because it is dangerous inside? Linley asked. The red-haired woman laughed gently. It is indeed dangerous. Only 3 abyssal fruit has ever appeared in the netherworld. Countless billions of years will pass between each fruit. These people who have come in search for it, the red-haired woman glanced sideways at the others. These are all people whose lives in the netherworld are not to their satisfaction, and so they have come to try their luck. But trying one's luck comes with a cost. Even someone as strong as you two, in the abyssal mountain, might lose your lives if you aren't careful. Linley couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The power you wield is more than enough to allow you to roam about and dominate the netherworld. Why risk your lives for a single abyssal fruit that only appears once in countless years? The red-haired youth said. Linley nodded. Although ordinary high gods, 5-star fiends, and 6-star fiends were powerful, it was impossible for them to stand at par with the peak experts of the netherworld. These people would thus risk their lives and hope that their destinies would be changed by it. But for experts who were nearly at the Azura level, it wasn't worth it. Their lives were precious. We are willing to go risk it. BB just laughed. I'm very curious as to what is so dangerous about this abyssal mountain. I'm just giving you some advice. It's none of my business whether or not you go in and whether or not you die. The red-haired woman laughed calmly. Only, far too many people have gone into the abyssal mountain without being able to come out. Can you tell me what is so dangerous about the abyssal mountain? Linley asked. Since this young woman owned and operated an inn next to it, and seemed to be connected to the 3 castle lords of Greenleaf Castle, and perhaps was one of them, she definitely knew things about the situation in the abyssal mountain. Why should I tell you? The red-haired woman asked. Linley and BB were stunned. The red-haired woman giggled as she stood up. The higher up you go in traversing the tricolored fogs of the abyssal mountain, the more dangerous it is. Remember. Beware the snakes and the trees. After speaking, the red-haired woman turned and left, leaving behind Linley and BB, both of whom were befuddled. Linley had been prepared for the higher parts of the abyssal mountain to be dangerous. But snakes? Trees? BB muttered. Of course there's going to be trees in mountain forests. Can it be that we need to beware every single tree? Then how are we supposed to go up the mountain? Don't worry about it. Let's just remember to be wary regarding snakes and trees. Still, we can't be incautious about other things either. Linley said after reflecting. That woman might know many things about the abyssal mountain, but she doesn't necessarily know everything about all the dangers of the abyssal mountain. The night of the full moon. An eerie red moon, as round as a plate, hung there in the skies. Under the light of the moon, the abyssal mountain, always crackling with faint electric light, seemed to have a red aura emanating from it as well. The northern base of the abyssal mountain. The vast, endless chains of lightning fell down from the peak of the mountain like waterfalls. At the northern base of the mountain, there was an enormous gate that was 10 meters long, and the gate was covered in carved runes as well. Large amounts of electricity crackled and flowed around the mountain gate, but the gate itself didn't have any electricity present. Tens of figures were at the gate. "This is the only entrance," Bibi murmured. "I really want to enter from other areas and see how powerful that lightning is, exactly. It's always best to be careful." Linley raised his head as well. The entire mountain was covered in the tricolored fog, but the density of the fog was now a bit lower. "My 4 brothers." Next to them, 5 high gods were gathered together, one of whom had a very solemn look on his face. "For many years, we've lived a dazed, blurred life. Let's go in and give it our best shot. At worst, we might just fail and die. But if we succeed, the brother who succeeds has to help the others take care of their matters. Don't worry, elder brother." Those people all had steely, resolved looks in their eyes. They stepped forward, passing through the gate and entering the abyssal mountain. "They are just throwing their lives away." An effeminate, soft voice rang out. The speaker was the silver-haired, effeminate man. "They think they are worthy of acquiring the abyssal fruit?" The silver-haired man entered the abyssal mountain as well. The other high gods were speaking to each other as well, and they all entered the abyssal mountain. Those who dared to enter it had already decided to risk their lives for it. Abyssal fruit? The black-robed, violet-haired youth entered as well. Boom! Linley instantly dragon-formed. Azure golden draconic scales covered his entire body, and savage spikes appeared on his back, forehead, and other areas. With a flip of his hand, a nearly translucent longsword appeared as well. "Let's go, Bibi." Linley and Bibi entered the abyssal mountain. Linley's sudden dragon forming badly startled the others. So this person was concealing his strength. Those people felt their hearts quail. That sword seems to be a treasure as well. Although the other high gods were stunned, they still passed through the gate. Moments later, only 2 people were left outside the gate, the red-haired beauty and the green-robed woman. "Boss, those 2 from the infernal realm really are powerful," the green-robed woman said. The red-haired beauty had a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. "If my guess is correct, that weapon from the Azure Dragon Clansman should be a Godspark weapon made by Beirut. It really is extremely rare to see such a large Godspark weapon. The relationship between this youth and Beirut is definitely quite special. As for that youngster, he was able to grab the sword of a 7-star fiend with his bare hands without suffering any wounds at all, but his body doesn't have any sovereign artifacts aura. As I see it, he most likely is that legendary successor to Beirut, the second God-Eater rat." "Oh. Let's go back." The red-haired woman turned and left. "Boss, how many of them do you think will make it out alive?" the green-robed woman asked. "Based on past precedents, the strength of this group isn't bad. Several of them should be able to return. But if they get too greedy and attempt to go to the peak of the abyssal mountain? Quite possibly, not a single one of them," the red-haired beauty said calmly. "Don't worry about them. The netherworld is filled with people. So what if a group of people die?" The green-haired woman followed the red-haired woman, heading back to the hotel. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 18, Chapter 20, Lost. Book 18, High God, Chapter 20, Lost. As soon as Linley entered the abyssal mountain, he felt a heart-palpitating presence spread out from it. What a powerful presence! Linley's face turned solemn. Even in the infernal realm, when I faced the Bloodridge Sovereign, I didn't feel such a terrifying pressure. After having been pressured by this presence as soon as he entered the Abyssal Mountain, Linley had a feeling, as though he had returned to his childhood years in Wushan Township, and was once more facing that magical beast, the Velocidragon, for the first time. It was that sort of terror and shock that he now felt. His heart was shaking. This sense of pressure pressed down on his soul. "Boss, I can't even spread my divine sense out." BB turned to look at Linley. "This pressure is too powerful, even more powerful than that of the Bloodridge Sovereign." That's because when the Bloodridge Sovereign appeared, it was just an energy construct, rather than his true form. Linley carefully inspected his surroundings. Behind him was the Abyssal Mountain Gate. For now, none of the high gods who had entered dare go any deeper into the mountain, as they were all carefully inspecting and getting accustomed to their new surroundings. The Abyssal Mountain was filled with danger. Even 7-star fiend-level experts who entered might perish. Such a dangerous area, how could any of them dare to be incautious? Within the Abyssal Mountains, even gravity is gone. It is as though this place is completely cut off from the outside world. Linley just hovered there. This white fog can even cause people to go dizzy. However, for myself and BB, the influence is negligible. Linley was still constantly weighing his surroundings. There were many trees, bushes, and other types of vegetation growing atop the Abyssal Mountain, which was completely covered by the white fog. Outside of the white fog was the heaven-earth chains. The power of the endless chains of lightning was something which Linley had heard of long ago. Linley didn't want to touch them or to personally experience how powerful that lightning was. Whoosh! Linley's body sank down, and he descended until he stood atop the mountain stone. BB, within the Abyssal Mountain region, let's advance while on the ground. Linley sent mentally, speaking solemnly. If we fly, the white fog will completely block our field of vision. If we aren't careful, we might run into the lightning chains. That would be terrible. I rather want to give them a try. BB laughed, but he still descended until he stood atop the mountain stone as well. Remember, beware the snakes in the trees. Linley sent, while at the same time, he stared vigilantly at the trees nearby. The trees who were living in this unique environment of the Abyssal Mountain were all fairly short, and had unusual shapes as well. Perhaps these trees are capable of attacking people. Linley didn't dare to be incautious. Don't worry. BB looked at the nearby trees as well. These trees won't be able to hurt me. The other high gods had gotten a good sense of their surroundings by now as well, and they all began to head out. Let's move out. Linley gave the order. Linley and BB, sticking close to the surface of the Abyssal Mountain, began to fly forwards. However, they didn't dare to fly too quickly, for fear that the trees might suddenly attack them mid-journey. In addition, Linley had yet to see a single snake which the red-haired woman had warned him about. Moments later. Swish! Linley and BB came to a halt, puzzlement in their eyes. Boss, which direction should we advance towards? BB stared around himself. This damn place. Linley was frustrated as well. Linley was surrounded on all four sides by endless fog. Despite Linley and BB's ocular prowess, they were at most able to see to a distance of a few dozen meters. In addition, given the terrifying pressure emanating from the Abyssal Mountain, they weren't able to make their divine sense leave their body. And given that the Abyssal Mountain had no gravity within its borders, these things combined to make it impossible to determine a direction. Although the mountain did have slopes and inclines, given that there was no gravity at all, even though Linley and BB might be standing atop the mountain, they wouldn't be sure which direction they were standing. The trees that grew in this gravity-less region also grew in strange, distorted directions. It's impossible to even tell directions clearly within this Abyssal Mountain. There's no way to tell which way is up the mountain and which way is down. Linley carefully inspected the surroundings, but everywhere around him were those bizarrely shaped trees and some ordinary plants. as well as that thick, endless white fog. BB had a sour look on his face. All I know is that if we leave the surface of the mountain and fly upwards, we'll encounter those lightning chains. As for front, back, left, right, I have no idea where to go. Linley and BB had encountered the first difficult trial of the abyssal mountain. The loss of a sense of direction. Forget it. Let's just move forward. Linley gritted his teeth. The white fog only extends for a few 100,000 meters, a distance of less than 1,000 kilometers. We'll just charge forward blindly, and perhaps we'll be able to charge out. By now, the only option left to them was a foolish method such as thing, by relying on their speed to burst out of it. Right. BB said in approval. The two immediately began to advance in the direction they considered forward. But Linley and BB didn't dare to run forward at full speed. They still had to be vigilant of the nearby trees, as well as the heretofore unseen snakes. Thus, of course, they moved a bit slower. Someone's there, BB sent mentally. Linley and BB immediately came to a halt. From afar, there was a blurry figure in the white fog, which was also drawing closer to their direction. Only now did Linley and BB clearly recognize who this person was. It was the black-robed, violet-haired youth. He, too, had noticed Linley and BB, but with a low snort, he simply continued to move forward. Suddenly, crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, smashing directly against a large tree that was only 10 meters or so away from Linley. The tree was instantly transformed into ashes. What's going on? BB was badly startled. You two, be careful. The violet-haired youth, who by now was fairly close, said in a cold voice. Within the abyssal mountain, lightning will occasionally descend from on high. This lightning is the lightning contained within the heaven-earth chains, and the power of it is exceedingly great. When flying forward, best pay attention to what is going on above you. If you are struck, humph. His voice slowly grew distant, and then faded away. The reason why the heaven-earth chains were always filled with endless amounts of electric power was because the heaven-earth chains were constantly absorbing the natural surrounding lightning-type elemental essence to nourish itself. But once the heaven-earth chains absorbed a certain amount of lightning-type elemental essence, it would begin to randomly cast down bolts of lightning as some energy began to leak out. This was why. Even if you didn't go touch the heaven-earth chains, sometimes, the heaven-earth chains would still strike you. Linley and BB couldn't help but raise their heads, staring upwards. This damn place. BB gritted his teeth. This is ridiculous. Lightning bolts that will suddenly descend for no reason? If we aren't careful and end up getting hit, that would have been such an unfair death. Anyone who dares to enter the abyssal mountains has to be mentally prepared for death. Linley laughed calmly. Let's go. Let's continue to move forward. Both Linley's group and the other groups which entered the abyssal mountain knew that since they had chosen to enter the abyssal mountain, if they died, they couldn't blame others. The abyssal mountain was the residence of the mightiest of the 7 sovereigns of the netherworld, the chief sovereign of death. How could it be a place where others could easily enter? Linley and BB felt as though their path forward was a straight line. After advancing for a long time. We haven't reached an end yet? BB said, puzzled. We should have advanced for more than 1,000 kilometers by now. It seems as though we went the wrong way. Linley said. There were no other possibilities. If they had gone the right way, they would have left the region of white fog long ago. In an ordinary place, Linley and BB would have been able to walk out of it by now, even if their eyes were closed. But the abyssal mountain constantly radiated that terrifying pressure, and the white fog was somewhat impacting their souls. Thus, Linley and BB's senses of direction were inaccurate, and so, unknowingly, they had gone off track and begun to move in a circular manner as opposed to a straight one. Forget it. Let's just keep going forward, BB said. Linley nodded as well, and the two immediately advanced deeper into the white fog. On the way over, Linley still didn't discover any trees or snakes that were able to attack. Aside from the occasional bolts of lightning that descended down and the disorienting loss of direction, the abyssal mountain didn't seem to hold any other dangers. The white fog is growing sparse. Linley was immediately excited. The tricolored fog clouds of the abyssal mountain represented that the mountain was divided into 3 regions. The borders of the 3 regions were areas with fairly sparse fog. The sparseness of the fog here was an indication that they had reached the borders. "We made it," Bibi said with surprise and delight, but then Bibi's expression changed. "How can this be?" Linley and Bibi walked out of the white fog, but within their field of vision, the heaven-earth chains once more appeared. The thick chains of lightning had that invisible membrane between them, and through the membrane, Linley could see that on the opposite side was the vast, endless plains. "We returned to the base of the mountain?" Linley couldn't help but laugh bitterly. After entering the mountain through the gate, they had blindly wandered for so long, but in the end, they had actually walked back to the base of the mountain. Still, at least they hadn't walked back to the gate. "Let's go. This place is only 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers in size. In an hour, we should be able to crisscross it several dozen times. I refuse to believe that we won't be able to make it in an hour." Linley turned and immediately re-entered the white fog, while Bibi followed from behind. Crack! From not too far away, yet another bolt of lightning descended. Linley and Bibi didn't slow down, continuing to advance forward. Linley had believed that leaving the white fog region would be fairly simple, but 3 times in a row, he ended up returning to the base of the mountain. Even by taking a circuitous route, however, the distance was just a few thousand kilometers. Given Linley's speed, each trip was a very fast one, and so Linley had more than enough patience to continue advancing. "There is someone up ahead." Bibi's eyes lit up. Linley had noticed the person up ahead as well. It was a muscular man with short golden hair, who was carefully advancing forward. As though he sensed something, he turned to look towards them, and when he did, he was badly startled. Linley's dragon form made him think that he had encountered some sort of monster. But he quickly realized who it was. At the mountain gates, they had all seen Linley's dragon form. "The 2 of you haven't made it out yet, either?" The man with the short golden hair actually moved towards them as he spoke. "There's no sense of direction in this damn place," Bibi said. "The white fog region of the abyssal mountain is actually the safest place here." The golden-haired man laughed calmly. "It's just an inability to tell directions, right? If we try a few extra times, we might get lucky and make it out. It's just a matter of time. If once isn't enough, then 10 times, 100 times, we have plenty of time." Linley said with a laugh, "Then good luck to you in being able to make it out. We won't disturb you any further. Bibi, let's head out." Linley and Bibi immediately advanced forward. The golden-haired man had a hint of disappointment flash past his eyes. He had come to chat with Linley because he wanted to travel alongside Linley and Bibi. This was because at the hotel, they had all learned that Linley and Bibi were supreme experts. It would be much safer if he traveled alongside them in the abyssal mountain. "They are ignoring me?" But then, the golden-haired man's eyes lit up, and he actually chased after Linley and Bibi while saying, "The 2 of you came from the infernal realm, and so I imagine you aren't familiar with the abyssal mountain. I know a few things about this place." As he spoke, he caught up. Linley and Bibi couldn't help but turn and glance at the golden-haired man. "Boss, this guy is really annoying," Bibi sent mentally. "Just let him follow if he wants to." Linley didn't mind. But suddenly, Linley saw a hint of a green blur flash past from the corner of his eyes, shooting out from a nearby tree. Linley instantly grew guarded, and the semi-translucent Godspark sword, Mirage, appeared in his hands. But that green blur shot towards the golden-haired man behind Linley instead. Linley and Bibi immediately turned. Hararg! A bellow rang out, and the golden-haired man's hand suddenly became filled with a warblade, which he swung directly towards the green blur. At the same time, a black aura sprang up, ensconcing the golden-haired man in layers of defense. Swish! The green blur twisted in midair, dodging past the golden-haired man's blade chop. The green blur slammed directly onto that black aura, which actually wasn't able to block it at all. The green blur instantly broke through the black aura, and also shot directly towards the golden-haired man. The strange thing was, the green blur actually merged into the man's body. The layer of light surrounding the golden-haired man vanished, and the warblade in his hand fell to the ground as well. Ah, ah! A terrifying sound rang out from the man's mouth, and his entire body trembled. But an instant later, the man's body became stiff, and no more sound came from his lips. Thud! The man fell down to the ground, smashing against a nearby tree, and then floating up into the air and drifting about randomly. Linley and Bibi stared carefully at the man's corpse. Hiss, dot. From the forehead of the corpse, a hole suddenly appeared, and a thin green serpent that was only the size of a man's palm wriggled out from the hole. The green serpent's body suddenly trembled, then it transformed into a green flash of light, disappearing into the white fog. Linley and Bibi's facial expressions turned solemn. Snake! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 21, Green Snakes. Book 18, High God, Chapter 21, Green Snakes. That red-haired beauty had warned Linley about the snakes in the trees, and so Linley and Bibi had been on their guard the entire time. But only now did Linley realize that the so-called snakes referred to that extremely slender green snake. Crunch! Linley and Bibi walked forward, stepping on thick layers of fallen leaves and branches as they walked towards the corpse. Linley and Bibi both carefully inspected the golden-haired man's corpse. Linley first inspected the corpse's chest, from whence the green serpent had entered the man's body. As I thought. Linley realized that there was a tiny hole in the man's chest, identical to the hole in the man's skull. And I had originally believed that the green serpent had truly merged into his body. So the snake actually bit a hole into the body, then entered it. Only, the green snake really was quite fast, and its burrowing abilities are very powerful. Linley said with a sigh. That man was a high god, but his divine power defense wasn't able to block the snake at all. The divine power that had surrounded and protected the high god had been as weak as paper in front of the green snake. That green snake's fangs really are sharp. Bibi laughed. Don't be careless. Linley looked at the corpse in a weighing manner. That green snake was extremely fast, and it was able to easily change direction in midair. Right. Bibi had seen the earlier scene as well. Boss, that green snake killed that man, but why didn't it continue to attack us next? Instead, it fled. Bibi asked. The green snake most likely wants to rely on ambushes. Linley said. We were already on guard against it, and so it gave up attacking us. Be careful, perhaps the green snake might return to attack us again. Don't worry. If it comes back, I'll just squeeze it to death. Bibi said confidently. Let's keep moving. Linley laughed. At this point, Linley and Bibi both felt slightly relieved. Before this, they didn't know how the snakes in the trees would attack, and so were extremely nervous. The more mysterious something was, the more frightening it was. But now they knew that the snakes referred to that sort of small green snake. Even though the small green snakes were dangerous, Linley and Bibi now at least knew what they were up against. On the path forward, Linley and Bibi paid careful attention to whether or not there were any little green snakes in the surrounding areas. But of course, Linley and Bibi were very careful when they saw those short dwarf trees as well. Whoosh, whoosh. Linley and Bibi moved as fast as lightning as they passed through the white fog. On a green leaf of a nearby dwarf tree, a strange green energy suddenly emerged from the leaf, transforming into a green serpent. This little green serpent was currently staring at Linley and Bibi's backs. Suddenly, the green serpent once more merged into the leaf, disappearing. A few hundred meters away, on the leaf of a large tree close to Linley and Bibi, a green energy once more appeared, forming into a green serpent. The green serpent stared towards Linley and Bibi. Its stealth abilities really were quite impressive. Although it didn't immediately attack, it continued to stare, ready to attack at any moment. It quietly, stealthily followed them. Linley and Bibi didn't notice it at all. In fact, Linley and Bibi didn't even sense that there were any energy signatures near them. Linley turned to look up ahead. A human figure appeared. It was that silver-haired, effeminate youth. That effeminate youth gave Linley and Bibi a cold look, then continued to advance, disappearing into the white fog. Hey, that fellow always looks so cocky, but he's not able to make it out either, eh? Bibi snickered. I'm irritated just looking at him. He always has that ugly look on his face, as though someone owes him something. If he gets close to me, I really want to teach him a lesson. How dare he be so arrogant without the power to back it up? At this moment, on a leaf of a tree that was 10 meters or so behind Linley, the green serpent was staring at the grumbling Bibi. A light suddenly flashed through its oily green eyes. Don't get distracted. Focus on the road. Linley growled. What's there to be afraid? Bibi was in mid-sentence, but suddenly. Swish! The green serpent shot out from behind at high speed towards Bibi, its speed so fast that it left behind only a green blur in the air. The animatedly talking Bibi only noticed the green blur when it had already drawn close to him, and Linley noticed it now as well, but it was too late. Bibi sent a backhand slap directly towards the green blur. The green blur strangely twisted in midair, easily dodging past the blow, then biting straight towards Bibi's waist. Crunch! The green snake had used this technique to chew through the bodies of countless people, burrowing through their organs and killing them. It had felt certain that the same would happen to this handsome-looking youngster, but when it bit down, it discovered that this youngster's skin was so tough that it made his fangs go numb. It knew that the situation was bad, but before it had a chance to escape. Whap! A large hand descended, seizing it. Your mother, you bit me? Bibi stared with furious wide eyes. I'll squeeze you to death. As he spoke, he suddenly applied force with his hands, and darkness-type divine power coalesced. With an explosive bang sound, the little green snake blew apart from the force of the squeeze, and a strange violet blood flowed out. With a toss of his hand, Bibi pushed out some more divine power and got rid of the vestiges of blood on his palm. Poof! It dared to bite me. It really wanted to die. As he spoke, he gave the shattered remnants of the serpent's corpse on the ground a few stumps for good measure. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but start to laugh. Enough, Bibi. You already killed the green snake. Linley sighed in praise as well. Bibi's physical toughness was indeed astonishing. Since the green serpent lived on the abyssal mountain, it was capable of threatening many high gods, and so its attack power was certainly tremendous, but in front of Bibi, it wasn't even able to break his skin. Hey, green snakes, little green snakes, I'm right here. If you have the ability to bite me, come bite me. Bite me. Bibi intentionally shouted to the surrounding area. Hurry up. Let's leave. Linley couldn't help but urge. Bibi chortled, then followed Linley from behind. Clearly, Bibi was very self-delighted at how easily he had squeezed the green snake to death. On their fourth trip, they still ended up returning to the base of the mountain. I have a premonition that we'll succeed on the fifth try for sure. Bibi gritted his teeth as he spoke. Ending up at the base of the mountain 4 times in a row had clearly caused Bibi to become rather unhappy. Be patient. We spent 30+ years just traveling to this abyssal mountain. What's a little bit of extra time? Linley had an excellent attitude regarding this situation. Not flustered and not in any haste, he continued to advance forward while carefully inspecting his surroundings, giving it yet another attempt. Within the abyssal mountain, although not many green snakes attacked, quite a few bolts of lightning descended. Boom! Occasionally, the sound of a thunderbolt could be heard from afar. Fortunately, the abyssal mountain is so large that the chances of being struck are very low. Linley laughed as he spoke. If we get hit, we get hit. But boss, tell me, how do you think the lightning bolts of these heaven-earth chains are formed? How can they be so powerful? BB asked, not understanding. Linley laughed calmly. This is the #1 tall mountain of the netherworld, the residence of a sovereign. It'd be strange if there was nothing special about it. While chatting, Linley and BB continued to advance forward. On the leaf of a dwarf tree a few dozen meters behind Linley, a green mass of energy appeared, then formed into a small green snake. The green snake stared fixedly at Linley and BB's backs, and then merged into the leaf once more. As Linley and BB advanced at high speed, the little green snake constantly moved forward as well, as though it was following Linley and BB. Only, the green snake was choosing to wait for an opportunity. Boss, this, just as BB was speaking, he suddenly sent mentally in astonishment, boss, careful. Bang! From high up above, a bolt of lightning came crashing down towards Linley. The speed of the lightning bolt was simply too astonishing, but since Linley had been vigilant this entire time, as soon as he noticed it, without hesitating at all, he launched off from the ground, his body dodging away to one side at high speed. Boom! The lightning bolt hit the ground, and the branches and leaves on the ground instantly turned into dust, and a large hole in the ground appeared. Right at this moment. Swish! The green serpent that had been following them the entire time suddenly shot out, and a green blur appeared in midair, charging straight towards Linley. Linley was in mid-dodge, having just avoided the dangerous lightning bolt. His attention was all on the lightning bolt as well, and so the amount of attention he was paying to rest of his surroundings had lowered. When the green snake reached a distance of 5 meters from Linley, its speed suddenly lessened dramatically, and only now did Linley suddenly turn to look at it. Fortunately, I kept up my Blackstone space this entire time. Linley, upon seeing it, was badly startled. After BB had suffered that last attack, Linley had immediately set up his Blackstone space within a range of 5 meters. Although the green serpent had seen that earth and yellow glow, it thought that it was the ordinary divine power protection which normal high gods used, and so it hadn't paid it any heed, but that earth and yellow aura had caused it to suffer a major disadvantage now. Blackstone space, repulsive force. This repulsive force was proportional to an object's size. The little green snake's speed slowed down dramatically when affected by the repulsive force, but it was still able to fly forward towards Linley at high speed. From this, one could imagine how astonishing its original speed had been. Die! A calm look on his face, Linley swept out with his Godspark sword, Mirage. His divine power filled Mirage, when instantly turned completely translucent as it swung towards the serpent, and wherever it passed by, a clear tear in space appeared. The green snake, its speed lessened, was unable to dodge easily. It strove to turn its body, but Linley's Mirage sword still chopped down towards it. One sword blow. 2 pieces. Swoosh. The remaining half of the green serpent, its speed not lessening in the slightest, charged directly towards Linley. Oh? It's fine? Linley was shocked. They were too close, and Linley wasn't able to use his sword to block. He immediately swept out with a draconic claw, clawing down towards it. The green serpent delightedly charged straight towards Linley's draconic claw, and then bit down towards the palm of Linley's claw. With a crunch sound, Linley's draconic scales in the palm of his hand split apart, but at the same time, Linley squeezed down with his claws. A terrifying energy pressed down, instantly reducing the green serpent into mush. Violet blood flowed everywhere. Not good. Linley's face changed. Linley felt a strange, numb sensation that instantly passed through his entire body. The strange energy poured directly towards his head. Humph! Linley's spiritual power in his mind flowed out like repeated waves, completely obliterating that strange energy. "Boss, are you alright?" Bibi asked hurriedly. "I'm fine. Fortunately, it was just a little bit of serpent's venom that entered my body. If this green serpent had entered my body, however, it would have been troublesome." Linley was still very nervous. That strange energy had indeed been quite powerful. The only reason why he had been able to defeat it so easily was because after becoming a high god, he had been absorbing amethysts for centuries and strengthened his soul tens of times over, compared to when he was a god. But if the entire snake had entered his body, even Linley felt rather apprehensive. His fangs really are sharp. Linley lowered his head to look at his palm. A small patch of draconic scales in the palm of his hand had been split apart, revealing two very small spots. The defensive power of Linley's draconic scales was simply too powerful. When the green serpent had bitten down upon them, although its fangs had broken through at those 2 points, it hadn't been able to completely bite out a hole which it could burrow through. Naturally, the green snake was then crushed to death. Only, as the fangs of the serpent had pierced the draconic scales, its venom had passed into Linley's blood and flesh. And this is the white fog region, the safest region. What of the gray fog region, or the highest violet fog region? Linley couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. No wonder anyone who acquires the abyssal fruit will become a sovereign's emissary. Given the danger level of the abyssal mountain, anyone capable of acquiring the abyssal fruit should be at an impressive level of power already. With the help of the abyssal fruit, the victor would indeed have enough power to become a sovereign's emissary. Linley and Bibi continued to advance. Moments later, the white fog grew sparse. We returned to the borders again. Hopefully, we reached the base of the mountain. Bibi no longer was calling out in celebration as he had previously. But then, Linley and Bibi's eyes both lit up. As they walked out of the white fog region, they saw that up ahead, there was an empty area of no fog. And further up ahead, was a dark, gloomy region of gray fog. "We made it out?" Bibi said in delight. "Ha!" Linley couldn't help but start to laugh. "Bibi, your premonition was an accurate one, it seems. We really did succeed on our 5th try at it." Just as Linley and Bibi were celebrating, a series of angry bellows rang out from the gray fog region. Eh? Linley and Bibi couldn't help but feel puzzled, and they looked towards the gray fog region. What was within this gray fog region? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 22, The Gray Fog Region, Slaughter. Book 18, High God, Chapter 22, The Gray Fog Region, Slaughter. The white fog region and the gray fog region had an empty region between it which encircled the mountain. Linley and Bibi were in no hurry to enter the gray fog region. They remained outside, carefully listening to the sounds emanating from within. Humans, shouting angrily. Linley frowned. What's going on inside this gray fog? Bibi was puzzled as well. Even if the gray fog held danger within, only a few people had entered it, most likely. In addition, those people should have been spread out throughout the area. Even if they are fighting, the fighting shouldn't go on non-stop. Why are those angry shouting sounds ringing out again and again? And we are here at the borders, but can still hear them. Linley's forehead was creased. The gray fog region was similar in size to the white fog region. Given the enormous amount of surface it took up, battles that went on within it from afar shouldn't be hearable by Linley and Bibi, who were only at the border. Eh? Linley suddenly turned his head. In the distant white fog region, 2 male figures suddenly emerged. These two had azure armor formed over their bodies, and when they emerged, they looked vigilantly towards Linley and Bibi. Seeing the two of them, they relaxed slightly. Ha, I didn't expect to run into you two here. It seems we two brothers are meant to encounter you. The man who spoke was a skinny man who had a smile on his face. The other man by his side seemed rather sturdy, and had some stubble on his chin. Indeed. Linley said. I am Linley, and this is my brother, BB. Who are you? Lachi. The skinny man laughed. Valette, Walite. The bearded man said emotionlessly. Valette, we come from the infernal realm and don't know much about the abyssal mountain. Listen, there are angry bellows and roars constantly ringing out from the grey fog region. Do you know what is going on in there? Linley immediately asked. The reason why he was conversing with these two was for the sake of gaining information. Latch and Valette both listened carefully, frowns appearing on their faces. Hey, that is rather queer. Latch said with a frown. There were a few dozen people who entered the mountain this time, and there should have been less than 10 people who entered the grey fog region ahead of us. Such an enormous region, if 10 people entered, they would be like drops of water in the sea. How could the sounds of angry shouts and battle ring out non-stop? BB said helplessly, You don't know either? No idea. The affairs of Abyssal Mountain are very mysterious. Latch explained. The outside world has some rumors, at least, of the White Fog region, but no one knows anything about the Grey Fog region or the Violet Fog region. Most likely, even if someone knows something, they wouldn't tell anyone. What do the two of you plan to do? Linley and BB looked at each other. Wait. Linley said. The same decision as we two brothers. Latch chortled. Most likely, the people who go in will come back here due to having no sense of direction within. When they emerge, we'll ask them and so be better prepared. Linley nodded slightly. Latch laughed, then we two brothers will go over there to that part of the mountain. You two can move over there. That way, the two of us can keep watch over a region of 100 kilometers. We'll easily see anyone who emerges. Fine. Linley nodded. And then, Linley and BB immediately hurried to a prominent, arching spot on the mountain. They stood there, able to see to a great distance. Boss, we're just going to wait here? BB was rather impatient. Linley swept the grey fog region with a glance, then shook his head and said, Let's wait half a day. If we don't find anyone in half a day's time, we'll go in. The white fog region we passed through just now was already rather dangerous. This grey fog region will most likely be even more troublesome. It is best if we go in after finding out what the situation inside is like. They had hurried for 30 years to get to this place. Linley had the patience to wait here for half a day. Rashly running inside might result in them suffering for it. They waited quietly. The distance between Linley's group and Latch's group was roughly 10 kilometers. But because there was no fog here, they were still able to see each other at a glance. Roughly half an hour of quiet waiting went past, and the result was, Linley's squad grew more powerful. Another person had walked out from the white fog region, the effeminate-looking silver-haired man. The effeminate-looking man was patient as well. He was in no hurry to enter, and began to wait quietly. A long time later. Linley, who had been seated atop a rock in the meditative posture with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, turning to look into the distance. That black-robed, violet-haired youth emerged from the grey fog. Seeing that the black-robed youth was about to turn and re-enter the grey fog region, Linley immediately called out, "Blown!" During the battle in the inn, Linley had heard the violet-haired man's name be called out. Swoosh! Linley and BB immediately flew over, while more than 10 kilometers away, the three other high gods also saw them and immediately flew over. The violet-haired youth, Blown, turned his head. "Hello, Blown." Linley greeted him. "Oh, is there something you need?" There was no expression on Blown's face. At the same time, he noticed that the other three were hastening here as well. Latch laughed and said, "So it's Blown." I knew that given your power, Blown, you would be able to easily emerge from the white fog region. Right, my friend Blown, we aren't familiar with the gray fog region. Can you tell us a bit? The violet-haired youth, Blown, glanced at them, seeming rather concerned about Linley and Bibi. He still said calmly, I can tell you, but there's a price. Pray tell. Latch laughed. In the gray fog region, I will travel with you too. The violet-haired youth, Blown, looked towards Linley and Bibi. Linley, hearing this, raised an eyebrow. Travel with them? Although he wasn't too familiar with the violet-haired youth, in the short period of time they had known each other, Linley had come to understand that this Blown should be a very cold, arrogant person. But Blown was asking to travel alongside Linley. Clearly, the gray fog region was very dangerous. Latch and the other two immediately looked towards Linley and Bibi. Fine. Linley nodded. The violet-haired youth said calmly, the fog in this gray fog region is actually a type of unusual energy. If your soul is weak, the gray fog region will ensnare you in countless, endless illusions. By then, you won't be able to tell friend from foe, and you'll constantly slaughter others. You will never be able to emerge from the gray fog region, and will forever be trapped in illusions. Everyone who heard this felt their hearts tremble. Forever be trapped in illusions? They had eternal life, but if they were eternally trapped in illusions, that would be more miserable than death. There are many, many high gods within. The violet-haired youth, Blown, said emotionlessly. Over the course of countless years, I imagine that on each trip, there are high gods who are trapped within the gray fog region. Because high gods will not starve to death, the only possibility for death is in battle. Thus, over the course of countless years, an astonishingly high number of high gods have accumulated within this region. Once we encounter those high gods who have become trapped in illusions, they will consider us to be their mortal foes and immediately battle against us. The faces of Linley and the others grew ugly. On each night of the full moon, some people will go in. Latch said with a frown. This abyssal mountain has existed for who knows how many years. How many high gods are there in this gray fog region? Linley couldn't help but look towards the gray fog region as well. Angry shouts. The sounds of slaughter. Bellows. They continued to ring out non-stop from within. Linley's group now understood why these angry roars were continuing unabated. It was because the number of high gods within was far too great. I want to warn you of something, don't underestimate the high gods who have been trapped in illusions. The violet-haired Blown said with a cold laugh. In training, there are those who specialize in the soul and those who specialize in material attacks. Those who were trapped in illusions were just a bit weak in terms of the soul, but their material attacks might be terrifyingly strong, even at the 7-star Spectre level. Linley couldn't help but take a deep breath. In addition, slaughter goes on unabated within this region. Over the course of countless years, this has resulted in the deaths of many high gods, but those who remain alive are virtually all exceedingly powerful in terms of material attacks. The violet-haired Blown said solemnly. Just now, when I entered, if it hadn't been for the fact that I am fast, I probably would have. Latch and the other two had ugly looks on their faces now. They knew how strong Blown was. A 7-star Spectre. And yet, he had almost been destroyed as well. However, don't worry. Those who were trapped within and still alive are roughly at the 6-star Spectre level of power. 7-star Spectres are rare. Blown said. Linley and Bibi glanced at each other. Boss, the experts within the Grey Fog region are most likely even more numerous than within the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Bibi said. Linley nodded slightly. Who could say how many experts had been attracted to the Abyssal Mountain over the course of countless years? Bibi sent mentally, no wonder he wants to go with us. Linley swept the others with his gaze, all of whom felt the pressure. Everyone, prepare to enter. Those who enter should enter together. If you feel that you don't have the power to do so, wait outside. I'll go. The effeminate-looking man was the first to speak. "Enter." Valette nodded. "I will go in as well," then Latch hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Big brother." Valette immediately barked. "It's best if you don't enter." "Your soul," Latch just shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Although I'm somewhat weaker than you in terms of the soul, I'm not actually weak. I should be able to handle it." Linley gave this Latch a calm look. "Let's head out," Linley said calmly. This squad naturally accepted Linley and Bibi as their leaders. In a dangerous situation, everyone, mortal or deity alike, would naturally follow the most powerful individuals around. As soon as he entered the gray fog region, Linley felt his head go slightly dizzy, while at the same time, Linley noticed that a misty layer of gray energy was already beginning to accumulate atop the translucent membrane that was his soul-protecting sovereign artifact. The gray fog energy was currently trying to invade his soul, but Linley was able to resist it. "Halt!" Linley barked. After having just entered the gray fog region, everyone was now under the influence of the gray fog. Bibi had a soul-protecting artifact and so was able to resist it as well. As for the violet-haired youth, he had prior experience. The effeminate man was frowning, but he maintained his clarity of mind. Valette, that sturdy-looking fellow, remained clear-headed as well. But that Latch. Latch's face began to change, and his entire body was quivering. "Ah!" Suddenly, a furious, insane roar rang out. A warblade appeared in his hands, and he angrily chopped down towards the nearby Valette. Valette was too close to him, and didn't even have enough time to dodge. Bang! An azure golden light flashed past, and Latch was knocked bodily backwards, flying out of the gray fog region. Eh? The violet-haired youth and the others couldn't help but look towards Linley's draconic tail, flashing with azure golden light. In that instant, Linley had actually used his draconic tail to strike out and knock Latch out of the region. "Big brother, are you alright?" Valette said frantically. Having left the gray fog region, Latch had regained his presence of mind. His chest was caved in, and blood stained his clothes, but he immediately called out, "I'm fine." "Mr. Linley, thank you for your kindness in saving me." If it hadn't been for Linley, he probably would have killed Valette, and would have forever been trapped here? Know your limits. The effeminate-looking man let out a chuckle. "Let's go," Linley said calmly. "Valette, be careful. I won't be able to accompany you inside." Latch called out from outside. "Right." Valette immediately bade his brother farewell, and then immediately followed Linley and the others as they truly entered the gray fog region. Within the gray fog region, Linley's squad advanced very carefully, always paying attention to their surroundings. The sounds of constant battle and slaughter and angry shouts continued to ring out non-stop in their ears. Suddenly, Linley saw from the corner of his eyes a ray of black light shoot towards them. Swish! The black light was shooting towards the seemingly weak Bibi. Crackle! Wherever the black light passed, space itself split apart. This sight caused the violet-haired youth, blown, to be secretly amazed as well. Bibi just let out a loud laugh and went forward to welcome it. Bibi used his left hand to block and the dagger in his right hand to stab forward. Clang! A ray of black light chopped down across Bibi's chest, but Bibi grabbed the enemy, ensnaring him while stabbing down into the enemy's head with the dagger in his right hand. The person died. Even in death, he had a crazed, bloody look in his eyes, but then, his eyes dimmed and lost all life. "Madman," the effeminate-looking man said in a low voice. A madman who would ignore the attacks of the enemy if it meant being able to kill the enemy. These were the actions of a madman, but when Bibi did it, it was actually perfect, because Bibi didn't have even a hint of a scar on his body. "Boss, what do you think?" Bibi, delighted, glanced at Linley. "Let's hurry." The violet-haired youth suddenly shouted explosively. Eh? Bibi and Valette couldn't help but glance at him. Similarly, the look of puzzlement on Linley's face suddenly changed, because he could sense tremors coming from the surrounding areas. Clearly, quite a few people were making haste towards them. Linley didn't understand why these high gods who had been trapped in illusions could be so sensitive and perceptive to their presence. But they were attacking. Flee. No one knew how many high gods had been trapped in the gray fog region over the years. Linley's group immediately fled, but what they didn't realize was that atop the leaf of a tree, a green snake was staring at them. The green snake merged into the leaf, disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 23, A Strange Situation. Book 18, High God, Chapter 23, A Strange Situation. Multiple blurs shot through the mountain forests of the gray fog region of the Abyssal Mountain. Halt! Linley growled. Linley's squad of 5 realized that no one had been able to catch up to them. Those high gods trapped in illusions, why are they chasing after us like madmen? Bibi said, rather discontented. That effeminate man snickered, they are madmen. They are trapped in illusions. The violet-haired youth, blown, barked rather angrily. I called them madmen, not you. Why are you so upset? The effeminate man said with some surprise. The violet-haired youth just gave a cold snort. Stop arguing. Linley stared at the surroundings, then said in a low voice, regardless of whether they are madmen or just trapped in illusions, their souls are already abnormal thanks to the influence of this gray fog region. I didn't expect that as soon as a battle started, they would be drawn here. It seems, we have to move faster and quickly leave this gray fog region. No rush. The effeminate man laughed. Perhaps this gray fog region will have abyssal fruit within it. Linley glanced sideways at him. The abyssal fruit might be at any place within the Abyssal Mountain, but of course, the chances of it being within the violet fog region was the greatest, while the chances of it being in the white fog region was the smallest. If you want to remain here in the gray fog region, I won't oppose it. Linley said calmly. Let's head out. Immediately, Linley and Bibi continued advancing. Valette and the violet-haired blown didn't hesitate either, immediately following after Linley. As for the effeminate man, he frowned unhappily, but after glancing at the surroundings, he still followed as well. On the way over, gray fog swirled as far as they could see. Linley's squad of 5 carefully advanced. If they sensed that battles were occurring ahead of them, they would take a roundabout path and maneuver past it. Linley's group realized that in the Abyssal Mountain, if they tried to walk in a straight line according to their senses, it would actually be impossible to reach their destination. If, however, one just walked about randomly and made multiple attempts, one might succeed. One step at a time. Although it seemed as though they were advancing slowly, in truth, all of them were very fast. Whoosh! A fiery blur suddenly descended from the skies, and space itself instantly began to boil and froth. An unstoppable aura suddenly pressed down towards Linley. The fiery blur had chosen to throw itself directly at Linley, the leader. Linley's dark golden eyes swept towards the blur coldly, and from his body, an earthen yellow aura suddenly spread out, capturing the blur within it. Blackstone space, repulsive force. At the same time, Linley swept out with his wrist. The completely translucent mirage, with a slash, cut a large tear through the space above Linley, as easily as cutting through paper. As for the figure which had been trapped within the Blackstone space, his speed immediately lessened, and he was caught off guard. Linley's sword slashed directly through his skull. One sword. 2 halves. He died. The violet-haired youth blown, the effeminate man, and Valette couldn't help but feel astonished. The aura of the ambushing attacker had caused even space to tremble violently. One could imagine how powerful the person was. But the attacker hadn't been able to withstand a single stance of Linley's. Let's hurry. Linley said calmly while accelerating. The others accelerated as well. After each battle within this gray fog region, they had to immediately leave the scene of the battle, as otherwise, in the blink of an eye, the crazed high gods of the surrounding area would all immediately charge and attack. He really is powerful. The effeminate man looked at Linley, frowning. Given his strength, if I follow him, even if I encounter the abyssal fruit, I won't be able to obtain it. Although it was safer following Linley, if they ended up fighting over the abyssal fruit, they wouldn't be able to overcome Linley. After all, even ordinary 7-star fiends who fell into the Blackstone space would be slaughtered by Linley. After having become a high god, Linley's power was now close to that of an ordinary Azura of the infernal realm. Whoosh! Linley's group continued to advance. As soon as they sensed any spatial ripples, they would immediately change directions. This strategy resulted in them not encountering any more crazed high gods for a time. With the mountain forests of the gray fog region of the Abyssal Mountain, beneath an enormous tree that would need 5 or 6 men holding hands to embrace its trunk, dozens of figures were seated in the meditative posture. These people had bloodshot eyes which held madness in them, but they didn't fight against each other. They were seated in different locations beneath the trees. When they looked at each other, they seemed like wild animals vigilantly watching other wild animals. Whoosh! Multiple blurs suddenly flashed past at high speed. In almost an instant, those dozens of people silently seated in the meditative posture all looked over. And in that moment, the gazes of these people and of Linley's squad of 5 intersected. Linley's squad of 5 was stunned. The expressions on the faces of these dozens of figures became twisted, and they all shot out from the ground, flying forward as fast as lightning. "Let's go!" Linley immediately bellowed. It wasn't that he feared these people, rather, he was afraid that these people would slow them down, with the resulting battle attracting hundreds or thousands of crazed high gods who would attack. That would be truly disastrous. To be able to survive here meant that these crazed high gods were all powerful experts, most approaching at least the 6-star fiend level of power. A violet-haired woman wildly brandished a scythe, chopping down with it. A circular arc of black light immediately sprang out towards Linley's group at high speed. Gore! A muscular, armored warrior also wildly struck out with his fist. When his fist punched out, round ripples of power sprang forth from his hand, piercing out in a straight line at high speed towards Linley's group. In that instant, those dozens of figures had all launched their most powerful attacks. And, without question, these were all material attacks. These varied, beautifully multicolored types of material attacks caused multiple cracks in space to appear. Other attacks were translucent or blurry. The attacks completely surrounded Linley's squad of 5. No matter how fast they were in fleeing, they weren't faster than the speed of these attacks. The dozens of attacks, because they were focused on a region rather than a person, were rather spread out. Thus, each person only had to face 3 attacks. In this group, BB naturally had it the easiest. He just casually used his fist to smash apart the oncoming attacks. As for Linley, by relying on his Godspark weapon, he was also able to easily resist. But the other 3 were in terrible shape. Flee! The violet-haired youth just barely managed to block 2 attacks, with the 3rd attack injuring his left arm. He bellowed while flying forward at high speed. Bastards! The effeminate man let out a growl as a black blur flashed in his hands as he chopped apart a ray of black light that was attacking him. The effeminate man's chest had been pierced through as well, but he still gritted his teeth and fled. The worst off was poor Valette. Valette specialized in soul attacks, and clearly he found it rather difficult to defend against these material attacks. He was barely able to defend against the first one, but of the 2 successive attacks, one slashed past his lower body while the other slashed past his shoulder. Instantly, one of his legs was torn off and sent flying, while his right arm was severed as well. But Valette continued to frantically fly forward at high speed. Faster! Linley barked, while at the same time setting up his Blackstone space. Linley's squad of 5 advanced forward at high speed. As for tens of maddened high gods, they continuously howled as they chased after the squad of 5 without resting, as though they were chasing after their most hated enemies. Giant trees could be seen everywhere throughout the abyssal mountain. On the leaf of one large tree in particular, a green serpent suddenly appeared, staring at Linley's fleeing squad of 5. Moments later, Linley's group of 5 re-emerged in the space between the white fog region and the gray fog region. Clearly, the route they had taken was wrong, and they had not reached the violet fog region. "We're back," Bibi said helplessly. "It's fortunate that we made it out." Violet let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly seized the opportunity to heal the wounds on his body. The violet-haired Blone and the effeminate man also began to heal themselves. That wild flight had indeed caused them to be extremely nervous. If they had been surrounded by a second group of high gods, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, as they fled frantically, they had quickly emerged from the gray fog region. "Make your preparations. In a while, we will re-enter," Linley said. "You can go in. I'll travel by myself," the effeminate man said with a calm laugh. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Linley, but I'm still more used to being by myself. In addition, a squad of 5 is too large a target and easily attracts more enemies." "Eh?" The violet-haired Blone and Violet both looked at him. "As you wish," Linley said calmly. Bibi glanced at him, snickering. "Oh, by yourself? As I see it, you want to find the abyssal fruit." The effeminate man's facial muscles twitched, but he still said with a laugh, "Abyssal fruit? That's completely a matter of luck. I can't find it just because I want to find it." Bibi let out a snort, not saying anything further. Moments later, Linley looked towards Violet and the violet-haired Blone. Their wounds were already healed. Linley spoke out. "The two of you should be ready now. Then let's head out." Violet and the violet-haired youth both followed Linley and Bibi, once more advancing into the gray fog region. When Bibi entered the gray fog region, he even turned his head to glance at the effeminate-looking man, chuckling disdainfully. The effeminate man maintained his smile, watching the 4 leave. "Humph." The effeminate man let out a cold snort. "Finding the abyssal fruit isn't just a matter of strength, but also luck. You are currently more powerful than me, but if I end up finding the abyssal fruit, my power will greatly improve. Once I acquire a sovereign artifact, then at that time." The effeminate man became covered by a layer of swirling black energy, causing him to become very indistinct and blurred. Like an illusion, the effeminate man silently slipped into the gray fog region. Linley's group continued to advance carefully, not daring to move too quickly. So these maddened high gods aren't always fighting. Sometimes, they will quietly hide somewhere. Linley vigilantly watched his surroundings. These maddened high gods are just like the magical beasts of the Yulan continent's mountain range of magical beasts, savage and ruthless. As he moved through the abyssal mountain, Linley suddenly felt as though he were in his younger days, adventuring through the mountain range of magical beasts. Only, back then, what he had to deal with were magical beasts. But now, what he faced was a group of maddened high gods. And the place he was at was the #1 mountain of the Netherworld, the residence of a sovereign, abyssal mountain. "Look!" Bibi suddenly let out a low breath. Linley's group immediately looked over. Right in front of them, a corpse was hovering there, caught by some branches. On this journey over, Linley's group had seen quite a few corpses. But this corpse was of a familiar person. That effeminate man. Him? Linley frowned, drawing closer. The effeminate man's face was ashen, and there was a hole in his forehead. It was the green snake's. Linley instantly deduced, and Bibi snickered, this fellow always had an incredibly arrogant attitude about him. He thought he was so amazing, and wanted to go find the abyssal fruit for himself. I didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to deal with a single green snake. Linley secretly shook his head as well. If he hadn't even been able to deal with a green snake by himself, why travel alone? He was perhaps too self-confident. Let's go. Be careful on the way. Linley continued to advance. Violet and the violet-haired blonde also gave the effeminate man's corpse a vigilant look as they, too, shook their heads inwardly. And then, they advanced as well. But what Linley's group hadn't noticed was there was more than just a single hole on the effeminate man's body. His chest and thigh had them as well. 3 holes in total. If they had noticed all 3 holes, Linley's group probably would have become even more vigilant. Boss, I feel as though something is off. Bibi sent mentally. Linley's expression was solemn. I have the same feeling. There were no sounds of slaughter in this region. After having become accustomed to the angry shouts of battle, now that everything was silent, it did indeed feel strange. As for the black-robed, violet-haired youth, Blonde, as well as Violet, they too looked around vigilantly as they continued to follow Linley in slowly advancing. In the surrounding area, on the green leaves of one large tree after another, one green snake after another was secretly staring at Linley's group. The number of green snakes was so high that Linley's group would have gone numb in fear had they known. Unfortunately, Linley's group wasn't able to detect the presence of the green snakes in the slightest. Boss, a green snake. Bibi suddenly sent mentally, his gaze staring towards an unremarkable tree in front of them. A green snake was stealthily staring at them from it. But when the green snake realized that Bibi was staring back at it, it instantly vanished, transforming into green energy which merged into the leaves of the tree and disappearing. It disappeared? It was able to merge into the leaves? Linley couldn't help but feel astonished. Linley had a sudden suspicion, and he instantly turned to look. His gaze flashed lightning fast towards the leaves of the surrounding trees, and as he looked carefully, what he saw caused his face to change dramatically. The single visual sweep turned up more than 10 green snakes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 24, Fortune? Misfortune? Book 18, High God, Chapter 24, Fortune? Misfortune? Hurry, let's go. Linley's face was savage as he barked furiously. The others, hearing Linley shout so frantically, didn't dare to dawdle and see what was going on. All of them, like Linley, quickly fled, advancing forward. There were actually so many green snakes. What is going on? While flying forward, Linley was frantically pondering this question. In addition, when we entered the gray fog region originally, we didn't see so much as a single green snake. But here, there's so many. These green snakes, how are they able to merge into the green leaves without causing any energy ripples at all? When deities use techniques such as world walking or the flame body technique, they too would transform their bodies into energy. But these sorts of techniques would result in energy ripples. There was no way they would be like the green snakes, so silent and stealthy that those nearby wouldn't be able to notice anything. Linley felt that this was extremely bizarre. But at this moment, he didn't have any time to think carefully. It should be about time now. Those green snakes won't be chasing after us. Bibi sent back mentally. Continue, faster. Linley didn't hesitate at all. As Linley's group of 4 fled forwards, suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, dozens of green blurs shot out into the sky. They seemed to be primarily coming from both the sides as well as from behind, with only a small number of green blurs coming from the front. The green snakes flew forward at an astonishing speed. They were like green arrows, instantly slashing through the skies. The number of them was too great. The faces of everyone in Linley's group changed dramatically. Rumble, the black stone space suddenly expanded. It expanded from a diameter of 5 meters to 15 meters. Every single green snake which entered this blackstone space slowed dramatically, but they still charged at Linley's group of 4. The strange thing was, not a single one of these dozens of green snakes attacked BB. They all attacked Linley, Blown, and Valette instead. Each person suffered an attack from nearly 10 green snakes. Linley's eyes turned cold. Instantly, with a crackle sound, the space around him formed into an earthen wall. Crunch! The green snakes easily pierced through the earthen wall. Linley wielded Mirage in his hand, and it instantly transformed into a gust of wind, consecutively slicing countless times towards the green snakes like multiple sword blurs. After having battled the green snakes, Linley knew that to kill them, he had to completely obliterate their heads. However, the green snakes were too agile, and their heads were too small. To kill them and crush their heads was very hard. One green snake after another entered the blackstone space, and they too felt the tremendous impact of it. Crackle, the countless rays of swordlight were like a meat grinder, instantly crushing one serpent after another. Within the blackstone space, the green snakes were slower, yes, but that was comparatively speaking. Their original speed was simply too astonishing, and within the space of less than 10 meters, they still worked hard to dodge past Linley's sword blur. In an instant, of the 9 green snakes attacking Linley, 6 of them had their heads smashed to a pulp, and they immediately fell to the ground. As for the other 3 green snakes, although they were wounded, they still charged towards Linley. Swish! Linley's draconic tail flashed out, smashing 2 of the green snakes into pulp. The remaining green snake, just as it was about to bite Linley, it was smashed to death with one palm blow. The 2 of them, Linley turned to look. That violet-haired youth, Blown, had actually been able to deal with the green snakes very easily, given how their speed had been dramatically lessened. The violet-haired youth had first relied on his devilish longsword to slaughter 5 of the green snakes, and then set up a field of lightning fog around his entire body. Those green snakes had already been slowed down within the blackstone field. Once they entered the lightning fog field, they had been slowed yet again. The violet youth naturally found it very easy to slaughter the remaining green snakes. Valette, Linley frowned. Valette was an expert who trained in the edicts of death, and he dispatched a few green snakes as well. But there was still a single green snake which broke through Valette's hand, tunneling into Valette's body. Is he all right? BB and the violet-haired Blown all looked as well. Valette was still standing there, not moving at all. Moments later. Everyone, I'm fine now. Let's continue. Valette laughed, but his face was somewhat ashen. The snake entered your body. What's it like? BB asked. Valette nodded and replied, when the green snake entered my body, I immediately grew frantic and used both divine power and spiritual energy to simultaneously attack. Linley laughed to himself. If the green snake had entered his body, he probably would have hastened to use the same methods. But who would have imagined, the green snake actually transformed into a ray of green energy and threw itself at extremely high speed towards my mind. Still, the green snake constantly weakened under my spiritual attacks. I had to go all out in order to just barely, completely obliterate all of that green energy. Valette said with a hint of fear. Linley nodded to himself. So these green snakes, when under spiritual attack, will constantly weaken. Linley began to somewhat understand. The green energy which formed the green snake should be something akin to spiritual energy-based constructs. All right. Everyone, be even more careful. Linley said. I've done all I can to help out. Whether or not you'll be able to survive is up to you. Linley continuously maintained the blackstone space, and with it present, Blown and Valette were under much less pressure as well. Otherwise, the 2 would have died long ago in that earlier situation. Linley, thank you. Valette and Blown both felt rather grateful. After all, Linley was absolutely capable of just discarding them. Let's continue. Linley said. Shortly after Linley left, a brown-haired man slowly emerged from the ground, his gaze as cold as the deep sea. He carefully inspected the surrounding area. So many green snakes, the muscular man's eyes slowly brightened. It's been so many years. I've forgotten the very existence of time itself. But this day has finally come. The muscular man was so excited that his body trembled. He then carefully inspected the surroundings, and then, as though he sensed energy ripples from up ahead, he hurriedly advanced forwards. Linley's group never would have imagined that after having fought with such a large number of green snakes not too long ago, after having traveled for a short period of time, they actually suffered yet another attack from a large number of green snakes. In addition, the scale of the attack from the green snakes was clearly much greater than last time. There were more than 100 green snakes. And it was just the same as last time. The green snakes didn't attack Bibi, only attacking Linley, Valette, and the violet-haired Blown. Hiss. A large group of green snakes threw themselves towards Linley in mid-air, utterly crazed. Boss! Bibi scurried over as well to help Linley. These snakes are insane. Linley's Godspark sword, Mirage, began to move. In an instant, Linley had created countless sword blurs, and those green snakes which were struck by Mirage were all crushed into pulp. Of the nearly 50 snakes, only a single one broke through Mirage's block. And this one was captured by Bibi. Hey, boss, why is it that your sword is so much faster than last time? Bibi asked in astonishment. Linley let out a calm laugh. Because this time, I used the elemental laws of the wind. Linley, too, had to sigh emotionally. All these years, because his insights in the laws of the earth surpassed his insights in the elemental laws of the wind, Linley almost exclusively used the laws of the earth. It had become a matter of habit. But just now, when faced with so many green snakes, Linley finally came to his senses. Given how powerful his body was and how sharp his Godspark weapon was, his attacks were more than strong enough to slaughter the green snakes. If he used the laws of the earth, the only effect would be to make his attacks even stronger, to the point of causing space to tear apart. But against these green snakes, his dragon-formed strength and Mirage was more than enough. Further strengthening his attacks would be a waste. His swordplay with the laws of the earth was indeed powerful, but it didn't improve his speed much. As for the elemental laws of the wind, although each sword attack with Mirage wasn't improved in power, the speed of each attack was thousands of times greater. Even though there were many more green snakes this time, almost all of them were crushed into pulp. Only, my rate of improvement in the elemental laws of the wind is too slow. It has been nearly 2,000 years, but I've only been able to fuse the profound truths of velocity with the profound mysteries of spatial wind just slightly. Linley sighed to himself. There were 9 profound mysteries in the elemental laws of the wind, and he had only managed to master the profound truths of velocity back in the Yulan continent, when he merged the fast and slow profound mysteries together. The profound truths of velocity and the profound mysteries of spatial wind were somewhat close in nature, which was why Linley was just barely able to begin fusing them. But he was still far off from completing fusing them. Still, against this sort of group attack, using the elemental laws of the wind is already enough. Linley let out a relieved sigh. In terms of attacks, his attacks with Earth were clearly more powerful, but against this sort of group attack by green snakes, it clearly gave him some trouble. Still, only someone like Linley was capable of using a method like this. This was because each individual green snake had very strong defense as well. It was fairly hard to kill them. One had to have enough attack power. How could Blown and Valette be like Linley, who could kill the green snakes just based on physical strength and the sharpness of his weapon? Those two, Linley turned to look. The violet-haired Blown and Valette were still standing there. Valette died, Bibi said with resignation. In that dangerous situation, Linley had to completely focus on himself, and Bibi naturally helped Linley. Valette and Blown had to rely on themselves. Phew! Blown opened his eyes, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Valette died? The violet-haired youth, Blown, was stunned. Right. Linley nodded. Blown looked at Linley, a complicated look on his face. Linley, where should we go next? I keep on having the feeling that something is off. The first time, we were attacked by tens of snakes, and this time, by more than 100. I'm worried that next time, there will be even more. Blown had lost his confidence as well. This was because just now, a green snake had entered his body. Luckily, Blown's soul defense was very strong, and so he had just barely managed to extinguish it. Where should we go? Linley looked at the surroundings. The area was surrounded by fog, dwarf trees, and mixed bushes. Linley didn't know where to go either. Straight forward. A voice rang out. Linley, Bibi, and Blown immediately turned to look. A muscular, brown-haired man emerged from the ground. The brown-haired man glanced at Linley, whose aura and posture in dragon form caused the muscular, brown-haired man to unconsciously frown slightly. Blown. The muscular man turned to look at Blown, his face wreathed in smiles. The violet-haired youth, Blown, upon seeing this man was completely dazed. Big brother, Blown called out in disbelief. The muscular man immediately laughed. You are still alive, big brother? Blown's formerly cold face was now filled with excitement, and even his tears began to fall uncontrollably. Blown would never forget those days he had spent by his elder brother's side as they had roamed the netherworld. When the two of them had been together, he had relied on his elder brother. He had never feared anything, because his elder brother had been with him. But on the very day he became a high god, his elder brother had gone to the Abyssal Mountain. But then, countless hundreds of millions of years had passed. Blown couldn't even be sure as to how much time had gone by. He had thought his elder brother had died long ago, but... Ha ha! The muscular man laughed and immediately walked over, embracing Blown. The icy, cold Blown seemed to have become a child. He tightly clutched the muscular man. Big brother, you didn't die. This is wonderful, wonderful, ... Big brother, let me make the introductions. These two came from the infernal realm. He is Linley, while this other one is Bibi. I was only able to just barely stay alive here in this gray fog region thanks to Mr. Linley. Blown said. The muscular man gazed Linley an astonished glance, then said, Mr. Linley, my name is Bailey Balule. Thank you for looking after my little brother. Linley nodded. Blown, follow me. Bailey grabbed Blown, wanting to move forward. Big brother? Blown just looked at him, puzzled. Bailey glanced at Linley, then laughed straightforwardly. It can be said that you showed kindness to my little brother, so I'll tell you, normally, there's no way so many green snakes would appear within the gray fog region. Countless years ago, when I first arrived here, I encountered the very same situation. That time, the abyssal fruit appeared within the gray fog region. However, that time, someone else acquired it. Based on my predictions, most likely, the reason there are so many green snakes is because the abyssal fruit is about to appear once again. You showed kindness to my little brother, so I'll give you this chance. The abyssal fruit will belong to whoever acquires it. The reason the snakes are attacking you is because you are headed the right way. If my predictions are correct, 1,000 meters or so up ahead is where the abyssal fruit lies. Bailey said. Blown was stunned. Big brother, he wasn't surprised at the presence of the abyssal fruit, rather, he was puzzled at why his big brother would actually tell this secret to Linley and Bibi. Let's go. It can be considered that we've repaid your debt. Bailey immediately strode forward. However, if you encounter the abyssal fruit, that can be said to be both a stroke of fortune as well as misfortune. If you want to acquire the abyssal fruit, you need to be prepared to lose your life. Linley gave Bailey's retreating back a curious glance. Bibi, should we go? Linley laughed calmly. Originally, Linley hadn't planned to go after the abyssal fruit, as the chance was too low, but it had now appeared. Of course we have to go take a look. Bibi laughed. Linley and Bibi, not hesitating at all, hurried forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 25, The Abyssal Fruit Appears. Book 18, High God, Chapter 25, The Abyssal Fruit Appears. Bailey and his brother, Linley and his brother, the two groups walked in a line, striding forward. However, the four of them didn't advance at too high a speed, and on the way over, they continued to vigilantly watch the surrounding areas. Boss, tell me, what do you think that power-increasing abyssal fruit looks like? Bibi's eyes were filled with curiosity as he sent mentally. Linley looked at the surroundings as well. Abyssal fruit, it might look like an ordinary fruit. Something feels weird. Linley sniffed the air, and as he did, he felt a very unusual odor waft by, entering his body. His mind instantly grew clear, and the bewildering effects of the fog, which had always been present, dissolved away greatly as well. Boss, the gray fog is much fainter up ahead. Bibi said hurriedly. Linley had a thought. It seems we are almost there. Let's go. He strode forward hurriedly, and Bailey and his brother did the same. Linley advanced by roughly another 100 or so meters, then discovered that the fog had completely dissipated. What sort of tree is that? Linley stared towards the center of the empty area up ahead, and saw that an extremely large and flourishing dwarf tree was present. The main trunk of the dwarf tree was large enough to need two people holding hands to wrap their arms around it, and was less than 30 meters tall. However, the tree had 10 million branches, each of which was at least 100 or 200 meters long. These extremely long branches also had many more twigs extending from them. This resulted, in this single large dwarf tree to take up an area with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Boss, look, what's that? Bibi called out in surprise. Linley's pupils contracted. At the crown of that dwarf tree, on a particularly large branch, within the leaves, there was a fruit that was slightly larger than the size of a fist. This fruit was almost completely spherical, with a violet skin that was crystalline and translucent, swirling with brilliant light, dazzling to behold. At the same time, it continued to faintly emanate that hazy fog. What a refreshing feeling! Linley took a deep breath, and his mind felt all the clearer, and his soul felt very comfortable as well. Is this the abyssal fruit? Linley couldn't help but glance at the nearby Bailey and his brother. Bailey's eyes were shining as he stared at the abyssal fruit, but he didn't charge forward. Instead, he said in a clear voice, Linley, that's the abyssal fruit. However, I must warn you, abyssal fruit isn't so easily harvested. The spirit snake which guards the abyssal fruit has yet to appear. Having already undergone the abyssal fruit harvesting process countless years ago, Bailey clearly knew how dangerous it was. Linley knew as well that although it looked as though the abyssal fruit was simply placed there, if he were to rashly charge forward, he would undoubtedly suffer for it. Boss, I'll go. Bibi very confidently prepared to charge forward. Bibi, don't be rash. Linley barked. Bibi looked towards him. Just watch for now. Linley stared appraisingly at his surroundings. Suddenly, rustle, the green leaves on the branches of the tree with the abyssal fruit, as though stirred by the wind, began to tremble. That sound instantly disrupted the surrounding, quiet calm. At the same time, the leaves which were spread out over that space of hundreds of meters all began to glow with a green energy. And slowly, one green snake after another, each the size of a palm, began to form atop the green leaves. So many! Bibi sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he didn't fear the green snakes, upon seeing so many of them, he still felt his scalp crawl. Linley couldn't help but narrow his eyes. With but a single sweep, he saw thousands on thousands of green snakes. The countless green snakes were visible on virtually every single part of the tree. And that's just the opening course, Bailey said coldly. Spirit snake, you might as well come out. Bailey's voice rang out. What, do you want me to come over for you to ambush? Linley and Bibi were stunned. Spirit snake? Could it be that these green snakes weren't the spirit snake? Ha, I didn't expect that you would be aware of my existence. A clear, evil sound rang out from amidst the branches. This is absolutely too intriguing. I wanted to play with you a bit more first. For me to reveal myself now spoils the surprise. As the voice continued to ring out, it slowly began to reveal its true form atop the abyssal fruit tree. Linley, Bibi, and Blown couldn't help but feel startled. A large green snake that was nearly 10 meters long and as thick as an arm suddenly, slowly emerged from a branch of the tree. This large snake coiled around the tree trunk, its head raised and its cold, insidious eyes flashing with a violet, serpentine light as it stared at the distant Linley, Bailey, and the other two. The serpent's violet gaze seemed to stab at them. Linley and Bibi couldn't help but narrow their eyes, not willing to stare directly into the green snake's gaze. Linley, what we need to do is, while being attacked by countless green snakes, and also being blocked by the spirit snake, acquire the abyssal fruit. Bailey said calmly. Let me warn you of one thing, the spirit snake is capable of controlling the abyssal fruit tree to attack and constrict you. Alright, whoever gets the abyssal fruit is whoever it will belong to. After speaking, Bailey's entire body slowly began to emanate an earthen yellow aura. Divine earth power? Linley frowned. Bibi excitedly licked his lips. Boss, watch me get that abyssal fruit. I have no fear of those little green snakes. The abyssal fruit will definitely be mine. That Godspark dagger appeared in Bibi's hands, and he gave Bailey a careful look as well. Bailey was clearly building up his power. Hararg! With a sudden, explosive shout, the earthen yellow aura on Bailey's body suddenly coalesced around his right leg. Bailey lifted up his right leg, and then smashed down in a vicious, straight line towards the ground. Boom! The entire earth roared with a terrifying explosive sound as an earthen yellow light emanated outwards from his feet through the earth. The strange thing was, the ground beneath Bailey's feet wasn't damaged at all. An explosive burst of the throbbing pulse of the world? Linley could guess at what profound mysteries were contained within this attack, but for now, Linley himself wasn't capable of it. Linley immediately looked towards the tree. Bang! 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 In the ground beneath the giant tree, one explosive rumbling sound after another rang out, and a large hole appeared in the rocky mountain terrain as shattered rocks flew everywhere. The smaller branches of the abyssal fruit tree were also smashed and flattened and sent flying, as many green serpents hurriedly dodged as well. Even the main trunk of the abyssal tree trembled, but the main trunk and the larger branches weren't damaged much. Clearly, they were very sturdy, only the smaller branches and leaves were damaged. Chaos! The shattered small branches and many leaves were flying everywhere, causing the abyssal fruit tree to turn into a picture of chaos. Let's go! Linley's eyes lit up, and he shot forward like an arrow from a bow. This is the moment. Bibi simultaneously charged out as well. But Bailey had reacted slightly faster than even Bibi and Linley. He charged forward at high speed, his body once more beginning to emanate with that earthen yellow aura which was constantly emanating ripples. Bailey's gaze was firm, and in his hands, a pitch-black warblade appeared. Ha! An evil laugh rang out from the tree. Instantly. Swish! 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 Countless green snakes rained down from the green leaves of the tree like raindrops in a storm. The countless green snakes simultaneously attacked Linley, Bibi, and Bailey. As for the violet-haired youth, Blown, he stood far away and didn't charge forward. Linley, seeing so many green snakes fill the skies and charge towards him, was forced to go all out as well. An earthen yellow light suddenly emanated from Linley's body as well, instantly encapsulating both himself and Bibi and forming into a hemisphere that was 15 meters across in diameter. When those green snakes, moving like arrows, fell into the blackstone space, their speed suddenly dropped and they became much slower. Under the command of the spirit snake, these green snakes were aware of the repulsive power of the blackstone space. But if they didn't enter the blackstone space, they wouldn't be able to harm Linley at all. Thus, they had no choice but to charge in. "Ha, come bite me, all of you come bite me!" Bibi bellowed loudly as he charged in front of Linley, where a large number of green snakes were gathered and charging. At the same time, Bibi's body transformed into dozens of figures, and with banging sounds, his dagger began stabbing into the bodies of the snakes, while his palm began to crush their bodies. These sounds rang out unabated. With Bibi up in front, the pressure on Linley was greatly reduced. The dispersed green snakes began to cluster around them from all sides. Linley calmly began to brandish about Mirage, filling it with wind-type elemental essence and causing it to transform into countless sword blurs, filling the surrounding space. The drifting, agile movements of the sword blurs were so fast as to seem devilish, and even space itself seemed to constrict and tighten around those green snakes. Hiss, dot. The green snakes, their speed greatly lessened within the blackstone space. When faced with Mirage, a dense cluster of sounds could be heard as one snake after another was instantly ground apart by those countless sword blurs and transformed into pulp. Last time, Linley didn't have experience, but this time, Linley was prepared in advance, and so his execution of this technique became all the more relaxed. The vast majority of the 1,000+ tightly clustered snakes which flew towards Linley were all struck. However, there were still 3 which were only slightly wounded and thus fearlessly charged towards Linley, wanting to bite him. Linley just instantly changed the direction of the gravity. Blackstone space, the gravity suddenly changed to go downwards. The sudden change in the direction of the gravity caused the 3 green snakes to be caught off guard and sink downwards, not able to bite Linley at all. Swish! 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 Those 3 fast sword blows cleaved down upon the green snakes which had sank down to the ground, instantly killing them. Sometimes, suddenly changing the direction of gravity was an extremely effective tactic. That Bailey, Linley glanced at him out of the corner of his eyes, and couldn't help but feel startled. The layer of earthen yellow light on Bailey's body was constantly trembling. When the many green snakes attacked, Bailey just let them strike at him, but as soon as they entered the range of that earthen yellow light, their bodies would begin to tremble and then, moments later, with a bang completely crumble into pulp. The throbbing pulse of the world, the never-stopping vitality, as well as the essence of the earth. With a single glance, Linley realized which 3 profound mysteries were being used by Bailey. Different fusions of profound mysteries had different results. What Linley didn't know was that this was the best technique Bailey had come up with, after countless years of painstaking pondering, for dealing with these green snakes. He had spent nearly 100 million years coming up with this technique. But in terms of flying speed, Bibi, who didn't have to pay the green snakes any mind at all, was a bit faster than even Bailey. Bibi moved like lightning, scurrying to the side of the tree trunk. "Ha, the abyssal fruit is mine!" Bibi called out jubilantly as he snatched towards the abyssal fruit. Hiss, a strange sound entered Bibi's mind, and Bibi couldn't help but feel his head grow dizzy. Suddenly, the giant head of the large green snake suddenly emerged from next to Bibi. It opened its mouth wide and bit downwards towards Bibi. The emergence of this snake head happened as fast as lightning, and Bibi, his head dizzy, wasn't able to react in time. The giant green snake landed a vicious bite against his head, and the giant green snake bit down with full force. Crunch, dot. Bibi. Linley was shocked. F***ck off. Bibi bellowed, furiously shaking it off and escaping from that giant maw. But that giant green snake stared towards Bibi in shock. A black, illusory object fell out from within the mouth of the giant green snake. Linley glanced at it, and saw that, amazingly enough, it was a shattered poisonous fong. When the green snake bit Bibi, it broke its tooth? Linley couldn't help but feel speechless. While the giant green snake was dealing with Bibi, Bailey scurried towards the abyssal fruit tree. But just as Bailey was about to seize the abyssal fruit, swoosh! The abyssal fruit tree violently twisted, flashing past and dodging Bailey's snatch while many branches suddenly swept towards Bailey, clutching at him like countless arms. Bailey's face couldn't help but change. Big brother. The violet-haired Blown, watching this from afar, couldn't help but feel shocked. Bailey instantly roared angrily, using full force with the pitch-black warblade in his hands. Instantly, a booming sound rang out, and spatial ripples and cracks were given birth to as the warblade chopped towards the surrounding, encoiling tree branches. Right at this moment. Swoosh! Linley also charged towards the abyssal fruit. Bastard! BB, bellowing, charged forward once more as well. Ray-a-roar! The giant green snake angrily opened its maw, emitting a thick black fog towards Linley and BB, and the poisonous black fog instantly trapped Linley and BB once more within it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 26, Choice. Book 18, High God, Chapter 26, Choice. The black fog instantly invaded Linley's sea of consciousness, and even began to invade and corrode the repaired part of the flaw. The level of the current repair work was something which Linley had accomplished after spending nearly 200 years after becoming a high god. If it was broken, then the efforts of 2 centuries would have all been for naught. Humph! Linley's spiritual energy instantly surged out in waves against the black mist. His spiritual energy, glowing with that azure light, moved as fast as lightning, constantly clashing against the poisonous black fog and extinguishing it. Boss, this big snake is rather tough to deal with. BB sent mentally. Ray-a-a-a-or. The large green snake's tail swung about angrily, transforming into multiple blurs which struck towards Linley and BB. Linley's gaze turned cold. Swish! Linley's draconic tail swung out viciously as well, intersecting with the snake's tail. With a whap sound, Linley couldn't help but be knocked back by a few dozen meters, while the giant green snake once more coiled itself around a branch of the abyssal fruit tree. This large snake's skin really is tough. Linley was secretly surprised. And quite slippery. Hoof. After Linley was sent flying backwards, BB charged straight towards the abyssal fruit. The giant green snake naturally struck out with its tail again, which twirled about like a tornado, causing the nearby space to twist and distort as it lashed out towards BB. BB just gave a sinister grin, and the Godspark dagger suddenly appeared in his hands. He gave the oncoming serpentine tail a vicious swipe. Slash! The dagger, when meeting the serpentine skin, couldn't help but slip aside. It only left behind a fairly deep white impression, and only managed to crack 3 of the thin scales. Hey! BB was surprised, and at the same time he also sent mentally, Boss, this big snake's body is much stronger than those of the little green snakes, and it is also quite slippery. Not even my Godspark weapon was able to break through it at one blow. Right, boss, you hurry up and get the abyssal fruit, and let me tie down this big snake. He's not able to do anything to me. Punk, I'm going to make you die. The giant green snake, seeing that 3 of its serpentine scales had been cracked, was instantly enraged. Bellowing, it once more coiled towards BB. Its venomous fangs were sharp, but they weren't that tough. In terms of toughness, its skin was the toughest. Over the course of countless years, nobody had ever been able to leave behind any wounds on its body. Swoosh! Linley was very confident in BB, and so he charged straight for the abyssal fruit. Rumble! BB was surprised. As soon as the giant green snake touched BB, it instantly began to wrap around and constrict BB, as though wanting to crush him to death. Hey, you are pretty strong. But if you want to crush me to death with this bit of strength, keep dreaming. BB raised his head proudly, staring directly at the giant green snake's head, not afraid at all. The giant green snake was exerting pressure with every part of its body as it sought to crush BB to death. Constriction was one of its innate talents. It was very easy for it to rely on its body to constrict high gods to death. Even high god artifacts, when gripped and ground down upon by its body, would begin to twist and distort. But today, it discovered that the youth it was currently constricting was like an incomparably tough and resilient chunk of metal. Hey, use more strength. BB chortled. BB was happy to be keeping the giant green snake occupied, and he also paid attention to Linley's situation. BB was suddenly startled. When Linley drew near the abyssal fruit, many soft, willow-like branches suddenly coiled towards Linley. Irritated, Linley lashed out with Mirage, filling it with divine earth power and raising its attack power to the limit. With a gentle sound, tears in space began to appear. Slash! Mirage chopped down upon one of the branches. This branch was as thick as a person's thighs, but when Linley's Mirage Godspark sword chopped down, it was only able to cut to the center of the branch and no further. Linley suddenly had the feeling that when the branch of the abyssal fruit tree and Mirage collided, a surge of powerful, rippling force was transmitted through. It was attacking his mind. Rumble, Linley's mind couldn't help but go momentarily dizzy, but he was still able to endure the attack. At this moment, many other branches swung towards him as well. Retreat! Linley hurriedly pulled his sword out, retreating at high speed. At the same time, an earthen yellow aura emerged from his body, immediately forming into his blackstone space. The powerful repulsive force immediately activated against those branches. Although the branches now moved much more slowly, they still came wrapping around towards him from every direction. Linley could only choose to run even farther away. Linley was in a tough situation, but it wasn't easy for Bailey either. He, too, was unable to do anything against the abyssal fruit tree. Bailey, you said the spirit snake controls the abyssal fruit tree? Then how is it that the tree is capable of using spiritual attacks? Linley couldn't help but bark. He had already retreated 100 meters, while Bailey had also retreated to a distance of 100 meters. Shaking his head, Bailey replied, "Back then, when I first encountered the abyssal fruit tree, there were simply too many green snakes, so I couldn't draw near at all. I didn't know the abyssal fruit tree was capable of spiritual attacks. Now, it seems, the abyssal fruit tree itself possesses sentience." Linley suddenly realized what the tree and snake the red-haired beauty was referring to. The snake should be this sort of large snake, while the tree should be this abyssal fruit tree. Linley was now aware of the power of this abyssal fruit tree. A single branch was actually able to endure his full-force sword blow. Despite using a Godspark sword, he was only able to chop to the center of the branch. It already repaired the damage? Linley discovered to his surprise that the damage he had done by chopping down against the branch was already repaired. This abyssal fruit tree is just like normal deities, its body can easily repair itself when damaged. Linley felt a headache oncoming. Nothing left? Then it's my turn. BB's voice suddenly rang out. Linley couldn't help but to turn and look. BB was currently still being constricted by the giant green snake, which seemed to want to crush BB. But suddenly, scree-ee. With an ear-piercing, savage sound ringing out, BB opened his mouth, while at the same time, around his body an enormous illusion of a god-eater rat appeared, which stared coldly at the giant green snake. The giant green snake was stunned. It couldn't help but have a bad feeling. A cold look flashed through BB's eyes. A miserable scream rang out, and from the head of the giant green snake, a black divine spark flew out, entering BB's mouth. As for the giant green snake, it fell down lifelessly, dead. Innate divine ability, God Eater. In the same instant of the giant green snake's death, the surviving little green snakes which had remained on the leaves of the abyssal fruit tree all transformed into green energy, then disappeared from the world. They, too, had died. Oh! Linley suddenly understood. Those little green snakes should have been a part of the giant green snake. Or perhaps their lives were linked to the giant green snake's soul. Now that the spirit snake was dead, the little snakes perished as well. "How dare you be arrogant in front of me?" Bibi snorted. The distant Bailey and Blown both stared towards Bibi in disbelief. Just now, they had both seen Bibi use the God-Eater divine ability. This innate divine ability didn't belong to any sort of law or edict. It surpassed them, and once it was used, Bailey and Blown were completely stunned. In the face of this technique, what could they do against it? This technique acted directly against one's divine spark. Most likely, even if you had incredibly deep understandings of the laws, you still wouldn't have any chance to use your techniques. "The abyssal fruit is mine." Bibi once more charged towards the abyssal fruit tree. Rustle, rustle, the abyssal fruit tree seemed to have gone mad, and many of its branches began to swing about, encircling and wrapping towards Bibi. Limley, seeing the situation, activated his blackstone space with a thought, instantly spreading it out to a circumference of hundreds of meters. Gravity, downwards. Those branches couldn't help but drop downwards, but they all strove to rise up and go snatch Bibi. Swish. Lindley charged forward as well. Swoosh. Bailey didn't hesitate either, hurriedly seizing the chance to charge forward. The abyssal fruit tree's movements were indeed now much slower, and it found it hard to catch Bibi and Lindley, but the tree branches didn't try to seize Lindley. Many of the branches actually easily began to twist and distort, completely wrapping up the abyssal fruit. Lindley, Bibi, and Bailey were stupefied. Now that the abyssal fruit was wrapped up in branches, how would they acquire it? Last time, the abyssal fruit tree just casually blocked for a time. It wasn't as savage as this, Bailey said uncomprehendingly. Lindley and Bibi floated in the air, staring at the abyssal fruit tree. "Boss, what should we do?" Bibi asked. "This is rather tricky." Lindley frowned, and then immediately launched Mirage against the abyssal fruit tree. Mirage was already translucent, and as the sword ripples lashed out, one tear in space after another appeared. Mirage struck at the trunks multiple times, but each sword blow found it hard to break through. Hundreds of consecutive blows. But after each blow, the branches immediately healed. Whoosh! Suddenly, many branches exploded forward, attacking the nearby Lindley. Lindley's face changed, and the direction of his blackstone space suddenly changed to be repulsive. The branches couldn't help but slow down, and Lindley flew back, retreating. "Bibi, these branches are simply too tough, and there are too many of them. As soon as I launch one blow with my sword, the branch has already healed the damage before my second blow arrives. And it is also capable of a powerful soul attack. I'm not afraid of a blow from a single branch, but if hundreds of them strike me with the great power they possess, or if they constrict me, it'll be even tougher to deal with than the constriction of that giant green snake." Lindley sent mentally. "Looks like there's only one option." Bibi flew forwards. Suddenly, the illusion of a god-eater rat that was tens of meters tall appeared before Bibi. That powerful aura caused Blown and Bailey to both feel shock in their hearts, and a unique energy was applied to the abyssal fruit tree. Yet again. After using it this second time, Bibi will need some rest. Lindley couldn't help but say to himself. Lindley was very confident in Bibi, but the result caused Lindley to feel astonished. How is that possible? No divine spark flew out from the abyssal fruit tree, and it wasn't damaged at all. As for Bibi, he landed back on the ground, looking puzzled. "Boss, I can't sense its divine spark." "Can't sense it?" Lindley was stunned. This abyssal fruit tree has no divine spark. Bibi was completely certain. If that's the case, then this will be troublesome. This abyssal fruit tree, no wonder it is capable of nurturing and creating a holy object such as the abyssal fruit. It is indeed hard to deal with. Lindley frowned. But from what Bailey said, last time the abyssal fruit appeared, the abyssal fruit tree didn't prove to be such an obstacle. It just went through the motions of defending before allowing someone to harvest the fruit. Why is it that this time? Right at this moment. Swoosh! Bailey transformed into a blur, once more charging towards the abyssal fruit tree. Linley and Bibi were in no rush, allowing Bailey to go make the attempt. There's no way he'll be able to deal with the abyssal fruit tree, Linley said to himself. He didn't believe that Bailey had any hope. Whoosh! Those protective branches surrounding the abyssal fruit suddenly opened up, while at the same time reached out towards Bailey in an embrace, and Bailey suddenly struck hard against a nearby branch, relying on the counterforce to propel himself forward towards the abyssal fruit. As for those surrounding branches, their speed seemed to have been lowered significantly. Bailey managed to just barely escape the embrace of those branches, and immediately plucked the translucent, crystalline abyssal fruit. It is mine! Bailey was wildly overjoyed. At the same time, without hesitating at all, Bailey chomped down, swallowing it into his stomach in a matter of seconds. Linley and Bibi seemed to have been thunderstruck. What's going on? Bibi didn't dare to believe it. Why didn't the abyssal fruit tree try to block it? Linley couldn't understand it either. Given how many branches the abyssal fruit tree had, it was completely capable of blocking Bailey. Even if it didn't block him, it could do the same thing it had done to Linley and Bibi, just wrap up the abyssal fruit tree. Bailey naturally wouldn't be able to acquire it. But the abyssal fruit tree had voluntarily opened its branches, just blocking him slightly. It seems as though the abyssal fruit tree was partial towards Bailey, Linley said, not understanding. Russell, suddenly, the entire abyssal fruit tree began to tremble. The main trunk of the abyssal fruit tree sank downwards into the ground, and then its many branches sank into the ground as well. It also pulled the corpse of the giant green snake into the ground. In but the amount of time necessary for a few breaths, the abyssal fruit tree had completely gone underground. The abyssal fruit tree had departed. Sudden, excited laughter rang out. Bailey once more opened his eyes. Linley had the feeling as though Bailey's very aura had changed. Thank you, you two. Bailey looked towards Linley and Bibi, while Blown excitedly ran over as well. Big brother, you succeeded? Blown knew exactly how much suffering his elder brother had endured for the sake of this abyssal fruit. The first time he entered the abyssal mountain, although he had seen it, he hadn't acquired it. And then, he had waited resolutely while training, preparing for the next time. Countless years of loneliness. He had successfully endured and also succeeded. Gentlemen, last time, the abyssal fruit tree just did some cursory blocks as well. This time, it clearly acted with intent against you too. Bailey laughed as he looked at Linley and Bibi. I think, it should be because Bibi killed that spirit snake. Spirit snake? Linley and Bibi both felt shock in their hearts. This spirit snake and the abyssal fruit tree were always together. After countless years, they definitely must have formed an extremely strong emotional bond. Tell me, how could the abyssal fruit tree possibly be willing to give you the abyssal fruit which it nurtured? Bailey said, laughing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 27, Sovereign's Emissary. Book 18, High God, Chapter 27, Sovereign's Emissary. Because they had killed the spirit snake, the abyssal fruit tree felt enmity towards them? Linley and Bibi couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what to say. Ha ha. Bailey laughed as he spoke. But of course, that's just my deduction. Otherwise, I have no other explanation for why the abyssal fruit tree would act in such a manner towards you two, while differently towards me. But no matter what, this matter is at an end, and I need to thank both of you for me being able to acquire the abyssal fruit. Linley laughed calmly. Linley still felt a hint of goodwill towards Bailey. No matter what, Bailey had at least informed him of the appearance of the abyssal fruit. If Bailey didn't want for Linley to know, he didn't have to tell Linley at all. In addition, Bailey had toiled for countless millions of years for the sake of this abyssal fruit. Such perseverance made him worthy of acquiring this most precious of treasures, the abyssal fruit. Wasn't it said that after acquiring the abyssal fruit, one would be received by the sovereign and become a sovereign's emissary? BB muttered. So where's the sovereign? Linley's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly swept the surrounding area with his gaze. If the sovereign appeared, his goal would be accomplished. Whoosh! Because of the departure of the abyssal fruit tree, the gray fog once more filled this region. Suddenly, not too far away, a humanoid figure suddenly appeared, causing Linley and BB's eyes to light up. Could it be that the sovereign has come? Linley and BB were both very eager. In but an instant, that figure appeared before them. The person was very skinny but very tall, and he had a head of unbound, long silver hair. His eyes swept past Linley's group like the eyes of a hawk, finally halting on Bailey's body. Laughing calmly, he said, "Bailey, congratulations on acquiring the abyssal fruit. Come with me now to the sovereign's palace and await the sovereign's summons." "It's you!" A look of astonishment appeared on Bailey's face. "Arthur's, ASASI. Right." The silver-haired man laughed calmly. "It's been so many years, but you still remember me. You've remained at the Abyssal Mountain all these years. I know all these things. I, too, was surprised that you actually managed to endure all these years of loneliness and the countless years of waiting. I have to say, I admire you." Bailey began to laugh loudly. "That year, when we entered the Abyssal Mountain together, I swore an oath as we entered that I, Bailey, would either die in the Abyssal Mountain or emerge as the sovereign's emissary." Linley and BB now completely understood. So this person wasn't a sovereign, rather, it was the person who had acquired the abyssal fruit on Bailey's first trip to the Abyssal Mountain. So this person is a sovereign's emissary. Linley had a thought. Since he lives at the Abyssal Mountain, his relationship to the sovereign should be fairly close. Perhaps through him. The goal of Linley's trip to Abyssal Mountain was to meet the sovereign. "Big brother, congratulations," the violet-haired youth, Blown, said with wholehearted sincerity. Bailey beamed towards his little brother as well. "Bailey, let's go. Come with me to the sovereign's palace," Arthur's urged. "Arthur's," Bailey said. "How about this? Let me send my little brother out of the gray fog region, and then I'll accompany you." "No rush." Arthur's laughed calmly. "Come with me, and bring your little brother as well. He can first wait at the border region between the gray fog region and the violet fog region. He'll just wait there a day or so. After you see the sovereign and have the arrangements made for you, you can send your little brother away at that point. Your little brother is in no particular rush, right? Big brother, it's just a day," Blown said very excitedly. "The next time we meet, you'll be a sovereign's emissary. Actually, the power your big brother now wields after having eaten the abyssal fruit is already comparable to that of ordinary sovereign's emissaries," Arthur said calmly. "However, the reason why your big brother is so powerful is because of the abyssal fruit. After having acquired the abyssal fruit, he has already, naturally become the emissary of the netherworld sovereign." Bailey laughed and nodded. "Then Arthur's, let's go." Wait a moment. Only now did Linley speak. Arthur's and Bailey both looked over, and Bailey hurriedly introduced, "Arthur's, this is Linley, who came alongside me. The two of them are reputedly from the infernal realm, and also exceedingly powerful. The two of them, even without abyssal fruit, are already quite powerful." Arthur's had a calm look on his face, and he said unhurriedly, "I know exactly what happened in that grand battle. Linley, you are an expert of the Four Divine Beasts clan, and yet you came to the netherworld for this abyssal fruit? I rather don't believe it. What other business do you have?" Linley's dragon-formed appearance already caused quite a few experts to easily guess his status. Linley's heart clenched. This Arthurs seemed to have a rather poor attitude towards him. Mr. Arthurs, Linley said hurriedly. It is indeed true that the purpose of my visit to the Abyssal Mountain was not for the sake of the abyssal fruit. I have an important matter which I wish to ask the Netherworld Sovereign regarding. I would like to ask for your help, to lead me forward to see the Sovereign. I have something extremely important to discuss. Linley's attitude, appearance, and manner of speech all gave voice to his sincerity. Arthurs. Bailey looked towards Arthurs. Clearly, he too wished for Arthurs to help. Arthurs just let out a calm laugh, then said casually, "You've come an unimaginable distance from the infernal realm to the Netherworld, and charged into the Abyssal Mountain without any care for your own life. To do this, of course I know that you must have an important matter to discuss with the Sovereign. However, over the countless plains, there are also many people who wish to see the Sovereign. Can it be that just because you wish to see the Sovereign, that I must lead you? What sort of status does the Sovereign have? Why would the Sovereign be willing to see all of you? In addition, I'm not qualified to lead you there." Linley couldn't help but say frantically, "Ar. Enough." Arthurs said calmly, "I'm simply a Sovereign's emissary. Don't make things hard for me. If you truly have made up your mind to meet the Sovereign, then continue adventuring forward. After exiting the Grey Fog region, enter the Violet Fog region. After you reach the Violet Fog region, you'll be able to reach the Sovereign's palace. By then, whether or not you will see the Sovereign is a decision for the Sovereign to make." Linley understood now as well. Arthurs was just a Sovereign's emissary, in other words, a servant. How could he be qualified to lead Linley over? When he understood this, he no longer tried to persuade Arthurs. Arthurs glanced at Linley, then shook his head and said, "Linley, I'll offer you one more word of advice. Just give it up and leave the mountain. The path up ahead isn't so easily walked. Bailey, let's go." As he spoke, Arthurs, Bailey, and Blown all flew away at high speed. Linley and Beebe didn't follow. They just stayed there. "Boss?" Beebe looked at him. "Continue forward," Linley said calmly. "Arthurs advised me to go down the mountain, yes, but I knew long ago that the Violet Fog region is definitely dangerous. But no matter how dangerous it is, I will still go through it." Whether for the sake of his father or for the sake of his dead friends, he had to go deeper into the Abyssal Mountain. Beebe nodded slightly. "Wherever the boss goes, I go." Linley glanced at Beebe. He couldn't help but laugh, but in his heart, he felt a hint of apology. For now, no one could say exactly how dangerous the Violet Fog region was. Beebe, however, ignored it all and continued to loyally follow Linley deeper in. Still, over the course of thousands of years, there was no need for Linley and Beebe to say words of thanks to each other, as though they were outsiders. "Let's go." That's all Linley said. "Right." Beebe followed as well. The two fearlessly advanced into the Grey Fog region. In the Grey Fog region, since they were no longer affected by the Grey Fog, it was just a matter of luck for exiting it. Linley and Beebe spent nearly half an hour searching, encountering, and battling quite a few Matin high gods on the way. Linley and Beebe didn't dare to engage in battle for too long, fleeing each time. After half an hour, they finally exited the Grey Fog region. While they had been at the base of the mountain, they had seen that the White Fog region and the Grey Fog region took up more than 90% of the entire Abyssal Mountain. When Linley and Beebe arrived at the empty space where the Grey Fog region and the Violet Fog region intersected, they discovered that, upon taking a closer look, the Violet Fog region was also fairly large. "The two of you made it out?" A voice rang out. Linley and Beebe, who had just made it out of the Grey Fog region, turned to look. They saw the violet-haired youth, Blown, laugh while walking towards them. "The two of you came faster than I expected. We can't compete with you. You had a Sovereign's emissary guiding you." Beebe pursed his lips. Blown laughed calmly. In the past, Blown had always been frost-faced, but now he often laughed and smiled. There was nothing for it, his only family member, his big brother, was still alive. To Blown, this surprise was an even greater and better one than acquiring an abyssal fruit. Linley. Blown looked at Linley. My big brother and the Sovereign's emissary, when leaving, asked me to once more warn you that this violet fog region is very dangerous, far more so than the gray fog region. Although the two of you are very powerful, you killed the spirit snake. Once you go in, you will have virtually no chance of making it out again. Linley frowned. Killed the spirit snake? Linley said. What does killing the spirit snake have to do with the violet fog region? BB asked. Blown said that Arthur's told me that the abyssal fruit tree normally remains within the violet fog region. Only once in countless years will it enter the gray fog region. Those high gods have a chance in the gray fog region to acquire the abyssal fruit, but there's no way they will make it in the violet fog region. Now that you've killed the spirit snake, it's best if you don't go to the violet fog region. Linley and BB exchanged glances. They couldn't help but feel the situation was bad. So over the course of countless years, the abyssal fruit tree always resided within the violet fog region. Thank you for your warning. However, we will still go make the attempt. Linley said. Of course we'll go. Why should we fear the abyssal tree? BB said disdainfully. Although he said this, however, in his heart, BB wasn't confident either. This was because earlier, when he used his innate divine ability against the abyssal fruit tree, he hadn't been able to find its divine spark. Blown, seeing they wouldn't be dissuaded, had no choice but to say nothing further. Linley and BB flew directly into the violet fog region. Blown watched them fly in, then let out a sigh. I hope the two of you will make it out alive. On this trip to the abyssal mountain, Linley helped him and also let him see his big brother. Blown felt quite a bit of goodwill towards Linley and BB. The violet fog region. Hey, it feels really nice. BB looked suspiciously around, while Linley also vigilantly kept watch. The surrounding area was filled with endless violet fog, and indeed, it was very different from the white fog and the gray fog. Within the violet fog region, not only were there no negative effects to the violet fog, the two felt refreshed and relaxed. It was much like that refreshing feeling they had when they smelled the abyssal fruit. This violet fog region is so quiet. BB sent mentally. Boss, it seems as though the violet fog region doesn't have much danger. Don't be careless. Advance with caution. Linley said with a frown as he advanced. Tri-colored regions. From the white fog region to the gray fog region, then to the violet fog region. Linley didn't believe that the violet fog region would really be as calm and peaceful as it seemed on the surface. That Arthur's had also repeatedly warned him as well. Clearly, this violet fog region was extremely dangerous. Large amounts of dwarf trees and bushes were growing on the ground. There were no other life forms present. Linley and BB didn't dare to relax at all, but after advancing for quite some time, they still didn't sense anything. Can it be that we are going to just be allowed to advance like this? BB murmured. Linley's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared to the front. What's that? BB called out in shock. From afar, a large number of branches and leaves could be seen at an astonishing density. The violet fog region had much greater visibility than the other regions, allowing nearly 1,000 meters of vision, but despite that, all they could see up ahead was those dense clusters of leaves. Let's take a closer look. Linley said in a low voice. Linley and BB advanced forward. Once they drew closer to the trunks of these trees, Linley discovered to his astonishment that this branch is actually the branch of an abyssal fruit tree. Linley could recognize it at a glance. The abyssal fruit tree was not like ordinary trees, the branches were very unusual. An enormous, sturdy branch of multiple meters was present, and not just one, many branches of similar thickness were present. The many branches all intersected, giving birth to countless smaller branches. This is the crown of a tree. An astonishingly large tree crown. Linley couldn't help but feel stunned. Originally, when they had been in the gray fog region, they had seen that the abyssal fruit tree stretched out to hundreds of meters, with the main trunk being just 2 or 3 meters. But this same exact type of tree present here, the branches alone were multiple meters thick. What they saw was nothing more than the crowns of the tree. They hadn't even seen the main trunk yet. How enormous must this tree be? There's more than just one abyssal fruit tree? Linley couldn't help but feel breathless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 28, Repercussions. Book 18, High God, Chapter 28, Repercussions. Clearly, the revealed portion of the abyssal fruit tree was like the tip of an iceberg. This definitely wasn't the one which had appeared within the gray fog region. This tree was terrifyingly large, and its branches were sturdier than the trunk of the first abyssal fruit tree. Boss, such an enormous abyssal fruit tree. BB was somewhat numb. He hadn't been able to do anything to the abyssal fruit tree earlier. Continue forward. Linley growled. At the same time, he immediately set up his blackstone space, forming it into a hemisphere that was 20 meters in diameter. A powerful repulsive force was in effect within the blackstone space, and any outside objects that entered it would suffer from it. As they walked. After having walked for thousands of meters, as far Linley and BB could see, there was only that terrifyingly enormous tree crown. That astonishingly large tree crown was formed from countless thick branches in a titanic coil, which was why it was supportable. Boss, look up above. BB suddenly said. Linley couldn't help but follow BB's gaze. Within the scattered green leaves, a small green snake had appeared atop one of the leaves. Green snake. Linley was astonished. This small green snake represents that a giant green snake must be here as well. These small green snakes all rely on the life force of the giant green spirit snakes. In other words, aside from the spirit snake which BB killed, there are other spirit snakes present. Linley felt his heart begin to clench. Suddenly, Linley couldn't help but narrow his eyes. On many of the tree leaves above, one green snake after another began to emerge. These palm-sized, finger-wide green snakes all stared at Linley and BB, but they didn't attack. So many. BB sent mentally in alarm. Keep going forward. Linley ignored the green serpents, continuing to advance forward. While advancing forward, Linley discovered that a large number of green snakes were appearing everywhere. On the road over alone, hundreds of thousands of green snakes had appeared, far more than the number which had appeared within the gray fog region. Linley felt astonished and shaken as well. There were so many little green snakes, then what of the spirit snake? There's the main trunk. Linley and BB couldn't help but stare into the distance. After first having seen the tree crowns, they had walked for nearly 10,000 meters. Linley and BB now finally saw the main trunk of this abyssal fruit tree, and when they saw it, good heavens, how could this be a trunk? This was a wall. A tall, towering wall. The main trunk of this abyssal fruit tree's diameter was hundreds of meters long. The main trunk had a diameter of hundreds of meters. As for the crown, it reached nearly 10,000 meters. How enormous a tree was this? And more importantly, it was an abyssal fruit tree. In the netherworld, there were other thick trees like this. But the material those trees were made of was inferior. It must be understood, the branches of these trees, which served as their arms, were unbreakable even for Linley, who only managed to chop halfway through with a full-strength blow. The more precious something was, the rarer it was. This sort of large tree was far too sturdy, and so it should be a bit smaller. But this was too enormous. The trunk alone is hundreds of meters thick. There's no way I would be able to chop through it. Linley sighed to himself. The material a tree's trunk was made out of was generally of higher quality than even the branches. And given how thick the trunk was, how could it be destructible? Boss, look above, look, quick. Abyssal fruit. Bibi cried out in alarm. Linley raised his head to look. Above this abyssal fruit tree, spots of violet light could be seen flashing through the branches. Although they were very far away and covered up by branches, making them hard to see, the dots of violet light were flashing like precious gemstones and so were very eye-catching. Abyssal fruit. And there's dozens of them. Linley couldn't help but draw nearer, and Bibi did the same. After drawing closer, they were able to see it more clearly as well. That crystalline skin, that tender, watery violet fruit, the abyssal fruits, was amidst the green leaves. These fruits were like little lanterns hanging in the sky. There were dozens of them. So much abyssal fruit. Bibi was stupefied. But in countless years, there's only been 4 abyssal fruit to appear in the netherworld, including the one Bailey just acquired. But here, there are actually so many. Linley was still calm, because Linley understood that these abyssal fruits wouldn't be easily taken by him, as if they were, others would have taken them away long ago. After entering the violet fog region, he hadn't met with any danger yet. Haha, abyssal fruit. So there are so many of them. Bibi's eyes were shining. Spirit snake, where are you? Emerge. Linley said coldly. At the same time, his gaze flashed past the crown of a nearby tree, where the tightly clustered green snakes were all staring at Linley and Bibi. Bibi immediately laughed loudly. Hey, why have so many little snakes pop out? Are you trying to scare us? Hurry up and have your main form pop out as well. As you wish. A cold, fierce voice echoed out from within the abyssal fruit tree. Linley and Bibi immediately turned to look. Hisses. A giant green snake that was as thick as an arm but which was tens of meters long slithered out from within the leaves. That soft, serpentine body coiled around one of the thick branches, its serpentine head raised and staring coldly at Linley and Bibi. Bibi was about to say something, but he came to a sudden halt. Because next to this giant green snake, yet another giant green snake appeared, its body slightly larger. This giant green snake also coiled around a branch, but its body drooped downward slightly as it rested against it. Its twin eyes glowed with violet light as it also stared at Linley and Bibi, its gaze filled with a killing intent. Hisses. The leaves constantly trembled as one giant green snake after another emerged from the depths. Bibi kept counting aloud. 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. He finally stopped counting. There were 9 giant green snakes which coiled about, close to each other, wrapping themselves either around the trunk or the branches. These 9 giant snakes all stared angrily at Linley and Bibi. In terms of size, these giant green snakes were all roughly comparable, and were similar to the giant green snake in the Grey Fog region as well. There's 9 of them. This is a bit tricky. Bibi frowned. These giant green snakes were very hard to deal with. If Bibi wanted to kill them, he would have to rely on his innate divine ability, God Eater. After such a long period of time, Bibi's spiritual energy had recovered, true, but there were 9 of the giant green snakes here. 9 of them. Linley felt that this was rather nettlesome as well. Bibi, we don't want the abyssal fruit. Let's go now. Linley sent mentally. After so many years, nobody had been able to acquire so many abyssal fruit. Forget about the 9 troublesome spirit snakes for now. What was truly terrifying was that frighteningly thick and enormous abyssal fruit tree. If such an enormous abyssal fruit tree were to attack the 2 of them, that would be troublesome. It was best to leave quickly and depart the violet fog region. We don't want it? Bibi was stunned. Hurry and go. Linley glanced at him, and Bibi acknowledged, fine, then. Swoosh. Swoosh. Linley and Bibi simultaneously transformed into 2 blurs, fleeing to the side at high speed. Running? Those 9 giant green snakes instantly shot out from the abyssal fruit tree. They were like 9 bolts of green lightning, streaking directly towards Linley and Bibi. Unfortunately, Linley and Bibi were fleeing at high speed, and the space around them had the Blackstone space set up. Those 9 giant snakes weren't able to catch up to Linley at all. "You want to chase us? In your dreams." Bibi laughed as he spoke. Rustle, suddenly, many branches from the tree crown up above lowered, pressing down like a mountain and falling to the ground. Linley and Bibi only felt the ground ahead of them turn black. The road was completely sealed off. "The abyssal fruit tree will block us when we flee?" After having previously tested the toughness of these branches, Linley and Bibi turned without even hesitating. And as they did, they saw that the 9 giant snakes had already come to a halt and were coiling on the ground in front of them. "You want to flee?" "Ha!" a deep, rumbling voice echoed out from the mouths of one of the green snakes. Its insidious violet eyes flashed as it stared at Linley and Bibi. "Let me tell you this. The violet fog region of the abyssal mountain will be your tomb." A cold voice rang out from another giant green snake. "The two of you are called Linley and Bibi, right? You are quite formidable. You actually killed our elder sister. Over the course of countless years, we 10 siblings have always been happily together. Our elder sister went to deliver the abyssal fruit to you, but you actually killed her. Ha, even if all 9 of us have to die, we will kill you and avenge our elder sister." "Right, avenge our elder sister." Another giant green snake howled angrily as well. The 9 giant snakes all had rage and hatred flashing in their violet eyes. Linley couldn't help but feel that his head hurt. So that spirit snake really did have a connection to these 9 spirit snakes. It was actually their elder sister? Linley had known long ago that there would be trouble, but he hadn't expected that the spirit snake had 9 siblings. "Hey, what are you talking about? Your elder sister went to deliver the abyssal fruit to us?" Bibi said angrily. "You all have mental issues. Your elder sister was delivering us abyssal fruit? Then why did she do everything she could to impede us? If your elder sister hadn't gone too far, why would I be so bored as to kill her?" Actually, acting as a guardian was the mission of the spirit snakes. It was the same each time. By using the spirit snakes as guardians, a person with sufficient power would be selected. As the other 9 siblings of the first spirit snake saw it, their elder sister had indeed gone to deliver the abyssal fruit to these outsiders. That impeding she did was nothing more than a test. She went to deliver abyssal fruit, but ended up being killed? How could her 9 siblings not be infuriated? "Second brother, don't waste words with them. Kill them," a giant green snake said. "Kill." The deep voice rang out again. Instantly, the 9 giant green snakes split up into 9 directions, forming a spherical trap around Linley and Bibi. However, Linley's blackstone space was 20 meters in diameter, while this trap was also very large. The 9 giant green snakes were all outside of the blackstone space. The 9 giant green snakes began to slither about, and 9 pairs of 3-star violet pupils stared unblinkingly at Linley and Bibi. Hiss, they slithered about at high speed, forming countless blurs. Linley and Bibi weren't able to clearly see the snakes at all, just 9 streaks of violet light. The streaks of violet light actually started twisted about, seeming like strings which began to constrict the space between them, like a fishnet compressing down towards Linley and Bibi. What sort of technique is this? Linley couldn't quite understand, but he didn't overthink things. His immediate response was the sudden expansion of the blackstone space, which instantly expanded to trap the 9 giant green snakes within. The powerful repulsive force was applied to the green snakes, and the speed of the green snakes couldn't help but drop, and their bodies couldn't help but be moved as well. Their joint attack was disrupted. Attack that Linley! A furious shout rang out. Instantly, those 9 giant green snakes almost simultaneously shot out, transforming into 9 green streaks of light as they charged towards Linley, biting down towards Linley with their fangs bared. But because of the Blackstone space, their speed wasn't that fast. Actually, the most powerful attack of these spirit snakes was to use their venomous fangs to bite others, but they knew BB's body was too powerful. Their elder sister's fangs had shattered, and yet she still wasn't able to harm BB. Thus, they temporarily chose to deal with Linley first. The venomous fangs of these spirit snakes were on a completely different level from the venomous fangs of the little green snakes. A bite from the venomous fangs of these spirit snakes was even more terrifying than the little green snakes wriggling in one's body. Linley saw those 9 giant maws swing open and bite towards him. He couldn't help but be stunned. Given how troublesome it was to be bitten by those little green snakes, if these spirit snakes bite me, I'm not BB. The defense of his draconic scales was indeed powerful, but even the draconic scales of Patriarch Gislason wasn't as powerful as the defense of Beirut and BB, the level of God's Park weapons. Poof. Linley, with a thought, made the repulsive force of his Blackstone space transform into a downward pull. The 9 serpentine heads bit down, but as they did, they suddenly sank downwards. Linley instantly activated his spiritual chaos technique. Linley's current spiritual chaos technique would somewhat affect even 7 starfiends. Linley discovered, to his surprise, that these 9 giant snakes weren't affected by the spiritual chaos at all. The 9 giant green heads once more rose up, biting towards Linley. Linley wielded the God's Park sword, Mirage, and delivered a full-force blow using the laws of the earth. Where Mirage slashed past, space trembled and split apart. In the Blackstone space, the giant green snakes found it hard to dodge. Slash! One of the giant green snakes was struck. Its entire body trembled, and a large wound appeared on its body, with violet blood oozing out of it. What tough skin! Linley was secretly surprised. His attack contained the profound mysteries of the laws of the earth, and in terms of attack power, was much stronger than BB's strikes. But he was only able to wound the giant green snake. Ray-a-wa-warg. The giant green snake howled in agony, biting down in rage as its 2 sharp fangs glistened with a strange black light. Swoosh! Linley instantly retreated, lightning fast. 9 in pursuit, 1 fleeing while occasionally delivering a few sword blows. Second brother, the gravitational power of this bastard's gravitational space is too strong. We aren't able to catch up to him within the range of his effect. A giant green snake said frantically. These 9 green snakes realized what the problem was now. Russell, right at this moment, the abyssal fruit tree began to tremble violently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 29, Invincible. Book 18, High God, Chapter 29, Invincible. Boss. BB was alarmed. Linley's face changed dramatically as well. From the leaves of the abyssal fruit tree, those truly innumerable little green snakes all shot out towards him, whether from close by or from afar. They formed a vast web in the sky, filling Linley's field of vision as they shot out towards him from within. The number of little green snakes was so great, they were more than enough to completely bury Linley alive. The 9 giant green snakes laughed coldly as they watched. First kill that Linley, then deal with the other one. They were very confident, because Linley's draconic scales were not yet so powerful as to allow him to ignore the bites of those little green snakes. HRM? Linley, with a thought. Rumble, a thick earthen yellow light sprang up, and large amounts of earth-type divine power wildly spread out. With Linley at the center, in a range of 100 meters, an earthen yellow cube of 100 meters in length suddenly appeared. Blackstone Prison. Many little green snakes had already entered the Blackstone prison, while many other green snakes threw themselves against the walls of the Blackstone prison, attempting to bite through and charge in. But when they charged in, they discovered that they were separated into yet another little room. Immediately, the little green snakes began to wildly bite everywhere and fly everywhere. Every single sealed room was cube-shaped and was 2.5 meters long. There were 64,000 little sealed rooms within this 100-meter-long blackstone prison. Ray a roar! A furious roar rang out as the 9 giant green snakes all twirled their bodies, biting through and smashing one room after another. But as soon as they shattered one wall, it would quickly reform. At the same time, the blackstone prison was constantly changing and moving about, quickly separating the 9 spirit snakes. Within the blackstone prison, Linley suddenly emerged from within one of the sealed rooms, easily killing the little green snakes present within this room, then quickly departing. The other little green snakes, knowing that Linley had appeared, all hurried over, but by the time they arrived, Linley had moved elsewhere long ago. In the blackstone prison, Linley was able to move about at high speed. And given that the 64,000 rooms were all filled with a powerful gravitational pull, the green snakes were completely unable to surround him and attack en masse. "You want to kill me with one move?" Linley laughed calmly as he slaughtered these little green snakes. These little green snakes possess tremendous amounts of energy as well. By killing them, I am definitely injuring the 9 spirit snakes as well. Linley didn't mind working a little harder and killing a few more of the little green snakes. Linley began to wildly slaughter and massacre the little green snakes. The blackstone prison was under Linley's control, and Linley knew exactly where there were numerous little green snakes and where there were few of them. The little green snakes suffered, but were unable to group up en masse to surround and attack Linley. In the blackstone prison, they could do nothing but wait as though they were blinded. The 9 giant green snakes, now outside the blackstone prison, were already furious. "What is this damn thing?" A clear voice rang out from the mouth of one of the giant green snakes. She stared angrily at the enormous earthen yellow cube. "It repairs as soon as we break it. If this continues, we'll lose a great deal of energy." A hoarse voice rang out. "We won't be able to kill Linley within those rooms." Immediately, under their control, the many green snakes began to wildly flee, biting through one wall after another before escaping the blackstone prison. All of the green snakes fled, returning to the abyssal fruit tree. Rumble, the blackstone prison transformed into energy, then vanished. Linley and BB appeared. "Ha, you wanted to kill us, right?" BB laughed from rage. "Come, then. Let me see what other tricks you have." Linley stared coldly at the 9 giant green snakes as well. "You are indeed very strong." A deep, hoarse voice rang out. Linley and BB couldn't help but turn to stare at the crown of the abyssal fruit tree. The sound came from there. With a rustle sound of leaves parting, a serpentine form covered in golden scales and which was more than 2 meters thick slowly slithered out. A powerful aura emanated forth from it. Linley and BB couldn't help but hold their breaths. My heavens, BB stared with wide eyes. This, Linley couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The colossal golden snake continued to slither out from the crown of the trees. The part of its slithering, serpentine body that appeared was already more than 200 meters long. Moments later, the entire body of the colossal golden snake was completely revealed. This was an enormous golden snake that was nearly 500 or 600 meters long and 2 meters thick. The golden snake coiled around the branches of the abyssal fruit tree. Its ice-cold pupils were jade green, and it stared down towards Linley and BB. "Father!" The 9 giant green snakes immediately scurried over. "Father, it's the 2 of them. You have to avenge our elder sister." The 9 giant green snakes all spoke in the human tongue. "Don't worry." A low, hoarse voice rang out from the giant golden snake's mouth. "Leave one of them for me." An icy cold voice rang out from behind. Linley and BB couldn't help but stare, then immediately swivel to look. A giant silver snake whose body was comparable in size to the giant golden snake flew out from afar. The thing which astonished about Linley about this giant silver snake was it had 9 heads. And each head of this 9-headed silver snake had black pupils, as black as the deepest recesses of the abyss itself. Mother! The 9 giant green snakes immediately called out. You returned? The colossal golden snake said. My daughter died. How could I not? The 9-headed silver snake said coldly. Bibi let out a snort. No wonder you gave birth to a pack of little freaks. The parents are both freaks as well. The aura emanating from these 2 colossal snakes was simply too terrifying, to the point where the aura alone made Linley and Bibi feel their heads go slightly dizzy. Linley and Bibi both understood that this gold-silver snake pair was far more powerful than their children. Oomph, aren't you a freak as well, you little creature? The colossal golden snake stared at Bibi, its jade-green eyes filled with a cold look. The one who killed our daughter was him? The 9-headed silver serpent stared at Bibi. Right. The colossal golden snake said. Then, let me deal with that little creature. The 9-headed silver serpent said in its hoarse voice. The colossal golden snake's giant head turned slightly as it stared at Linley. Fine, then hand this pawn from the 4 divine beasts clan to me. Humph, even when his ancestor, the Azure Dragon, was still alive, they wouldn't dare act in this manner towards our abyssal mountain. But now, the Azure Dragon's descendants actually dare to kill our children. Enough of that. The 9-headed silver serpent said emotionlessly. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances. With Linley at the center, an earthen yellow aura instantly spread out, encompassing an area of nearly 1,000 meters, swallowing up the colossal golden snake and the 9-headed silver serpent. The 2 giant snakes, suffering this sudden attack of the gravitational pull, couldn't help but have their massive serpentine bodies droop down slightly. Moments later, however, they recovered and adjusted to compensate. What powerful gravity! The colossal golden snake looked towards Linley. You actually have some sort of a connection to the Redbud Sovereign of the Infernal Realm. However, despite that, you still must die. What, you think you'll be able to kill us just because you say so? Do you have the ability? Bibi said coldly. Very suddenly. The colossal golden snake opened its mouth, and instantly, a thick, jade-green light shot out from within the colossal golden snake's mouth, enveloping towards Linley. This jade-green light wasn't impacted at all by the blackstone space. Linley wasn't able to dodge in time, and was completely covered by the jade-green light, which instantly invaded Linley's body. Within Linley's mind, the green light formed into countless specks of green, wildly corroding, striking against, and chewing against Linley's soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Much like attacking a city, the many green spots were dispersed everywhere, with quite a few of the green spots wildly attacking the bandage over the flaw. Linley had spent 200 years of work on the bandage, and as a result of his repair work, the bandage was now exceedingly sturdy. Although it couldn't compare to the other parts of the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, it was still comparable to most ordinary soul-protecting artifacts. Crackle, the bandage was quickly being depleted. Not good. Linley felt that things were going wrong. He immediately controlled his spiritual energy to help defend as well. As those jade-green spots ravenously slammed against the bandage, with a bang, the bandage was finally broken through. Only a sliver of green spots remained, however. Linley's spiritual energy wildly charged through, finally extinguishing the remnants of the energy. Linley's defense had held. But, the repairs he had carried out on the soul-protecting sovereign artifact over the course of 2 centuries were completely wiped out in this single attack. At the same time, the 9-headed silver serpent used its supreme technique as well. The black eyes in its 9 enormous silver heads stared at Bibi, while at the same time, its body began to form into an enormous illusion. The 9-headed silver serpent began to activate its awe-inspiring innate divine ability. Swish! Swish! Dot! The 9-headed silver serpent's 9 pairs of eyes simultaneously shot out with 9 rays of pitch-black light. 18 rays of light shot towards Bibi. Bibi dodged, but the black light curved as though sentient, then pierced into Bibi's pupils. Arf! Bibi let out an agonized call. Linley just finished his defense. Turning to look, Linley was shocked. BB. Not dead? The colossal golden serpent, seeing that Linley had taken his attack without dying, couldn't help but feel amazed. It knew very well how powerful this technique of his was, even ordinary soul-protecting divine artifacts wouldn't be able to resist it. Ha, that was rather powerful. BB suddenly began to laugh loudly as he stared furiously at the nine-headed silver serpent. Linley couldn't help but feel relieved. Impossible. The nine-headed silver serpent couldn't believe it. His body is already so powerful. How could his soul be so powerful as well? The heavens were equitable. BB's body was already so tough that even the nine-headed silver serpent was jealous of him. With his body so powerful, logically speaking, his soul should be a bit weaker. But BB had actually been able to endure her innate divine ability. I don't want to kill you. Don't go too far. Linley shouted. He had come this time to ask the sovereign for help. Linley had the feeling that these two giant snakes should have some sort of connection to the sovereign, and so didn't want to unleash killing attacks. Rohayawa Aar. The colossal golden snake wasn't the slightest bit receptive to this. With a bellow, it suddenly shot forward, spreading wide its maw and biting viciously towards Linley. His speed is actually so fast. Linley was inwardly surprised. However, Linley didn't dare to allow himself be bitten by this colossal golden snake. Boss, let's do it. BB sent mentally. Humph! Linley stared at the attacking colossal golden snake. His eyes grew cold. Behind Linley and BB, illusory blurs simultaneously appeared. Behind Linley was a coiling azure dragon phantom, which was staring coldly at the colossal golden snake. As for BB, behind BB appeared the enormous illusion of a god-eater rat, which was also staring at the nine-headed silver serpent, but innate divine ability, dragon roar. Innate divine ability, god-eater. Boom! Suddenly, the earth split apart, and large amounts of slender, long tendrils shot outwards, blocking directly in front of Linley and BB. The energy which Linley and BB had expended in using their innate divine abilities was directly blocked by these tendrils. Or, to be more precise, were all expended upon the tendrils. Linley and BB were stunned. The many branches and tendrils which were hit by these two mighty innate divine abilities weren't affected at all. Why is there no response? BB couldn't believe it. Suddenly, one of the tendrils shot backwards, landing upon BB's body. Although it passed through the black stone space, the speed at which this tendril struck out still was enough to make it impossible for BB to dodge. Whap! BB was struck and sent flying far away. Red blood splattered out into the air. Bang! BB slammed into the ground. He stared at his chest, where a wound that was so deep that bones were visible had appeared. Blood was dripping out of it. BB stared at his wound, stupefied. Linley stared at this in disbelief as well. BB was actually injured? His body was comparable to a Godspark weapon, but he was actually injured? BB. Linley immediately moved to BB's side. BB's wound was naturally closing, but BB still stared at the branches in front of him in disbelief. These branches were clearly those of the abyssal fruit tree. Enough! Killing their daughter was one thing. There's no need to kill any further. A deep voice rang out from within the abyssal fruit tree. Atop the main trunk of the abyssal fruit tree, an enormous face suddenly appeared, hovering there and staring towards Linley and BB. This is... Linley and BB both felt a powerful aura. Sovereign! The colossal golden serpent and the nine-headed silver serpent immediately looked towards the abyssal fruit tree and said hurriedly, "He killed our daughter." Sovereign, you cannot pardon them. Sovereign? Linley and BB stared, stunned, at the abyssal fruit tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 30, Unable to Help. Book 18, Hi God, Chapter 30, Unable to Help. Linley now completely understood everything. No wonder the abyssal fruit tree which had appeared within the grey fog region was able to so easily deal with Linley and Bibi's innate divine ability, God Eater, wasn't able to locate the divine spark of the abyssal fruit tree either. Now, it seemed, the former abyssal fruit tree was nothing more than a small part of the abyssal fruit tree before them. It wasn't strange for a part of a sovereign to have such power. The connection between the abyssal fruit tree and the grey fog region and this abyssal fruit tree was like the relationship between the green snakes and the spirit snakes. The green snakes didn't have a soul, and that small abyssal fruit tree naturally had no soul either. Sovereign! Linley hurriedly called out, while at the same time, he sunk to his knees with a banging sound. The colossal golden snake and the nine-headed silver serpent stared angrily at Linley and Bibi. Then the colossal golden snake begged, Sovereign, these two harmed my daughter. Sovereign, you know very well what occurred. Sovereign, you must avenge our daughter. The colossal golden snake pressed its enormous head against the ground as well. Bang! Bibi fell to his knees as well, saying urgently, Sovereign, we can't be blamed. Back then, we didn't know. Bibi was afraid that the sovereign wouldn't assist Linley. The nine-headed silver serpent and the colossal golden snake stared angrily towards Bibi and Linley. Linley didn't interject further. He just knelt there, awaiting the sovereign's words. Enough! A hint of jade light flashed through the eyes of the enormous face atop the main trunk of the abyssal fruit tree as the face stared at this group of people. Everyone its gaze swept past, whether currently nervous or enraged, instantly fell silent. Gold, although it is true that they are at fault in this matter, their sins do not warrant death, as they didn't actually know the truth. The sovereign had branches present. Naturally, the sovereign had seen everything clearly. He, too, had wanted to save the spirit snake, but the power of the branches present was unable to block Bibi's innate divine ability. The nine-headed silver serpent immediately glanced at the colossal golden snake. She knew that her husband was on very good terms with the abyssal fruit tree sovereign. The colossal golden snake hurriedly said in supplication, Sovereign, my daughter, Tina. You watched her grow up. Can it be that you truly won't avenge Tina's death? Others wouldn't dare to speak to a sovereign in such a matter, but he did. This was because he had slowly grown up over the course of countless years along with the abyssal fruit tree, from antiquity until present. Gold! The abyssal fruit tree's enormous face frowned. Leave it at this. When these words came out, the 9 giant green snakes, the 9-headed silver serpent, and the colossal golden snake didn't dare say anything further. Since the sovereign had already made his proclamation, there would be no good result if they continued to persist. Linley, the two of you can leave. The giant face said emotionlessly. Sovereign! Linley knelt there and said in supplication, I have come from the infernal realm to the netherworld for the sake of meeting with you, Sovereign. I have something to beg of you. I hope, as soon as Linley's words came out, and before he finished speaking, the nearby colossal golden snake and 9-headed silver serpent instantly breathed through their nostrils in rage. In your dreams. The colossal golden snake bellowed. The sovereign has already shown grace and kindness to you by not killing you. You still dream of having the sovereign help you? F***ck off. Immediately F***ck off. Immediately F***ck off. The 9 green snakes also bellowed out in succession. As for the 9-headed silver serpent, she was so angry that her serpentine scales began to shine as she stared at Linley. Hurry up and leave, and we too, husband and wife, will spare you. If you stay here and futilely hope for the sovereign to help you, then I, Inawe, will today kill you, even if it costs me my life. The reason why she didn't immediately attack Linley and Bibi was first because of their power, and second because of the sovereign's command. Linley dared to ask the sovereign for help? Naturally, they were no longer able to suppress their rage. The sovereign hasn't even spoken, and yet all of you interject? Bibi bellowed angrily. It was indeed very impolite to interject in front of a sovereign, but Bibi clearly had no idea about the nature of the relationship between the abyssal fruit tree and the spirit snakes. The giant face atop the abyssal fruit tree's trunk swept everyone with its gaze. All of you, quiet. Let's listen to Linley speak first. Sovereign. The colossal golden snake stared in surprise towards the abyssal fruit tree. The abyssal fruit tree glanced sideways at him, and he immediately fell silent. Linley said gratefully, Sovereign, the reason I have come to beg you for your help is that I hope you can help me find my family and friends, who have become undead within the netherworld. To let them regain their former memories. I know that you, Sovereign, are able to do this. I hope you will take pity on them, Sovereign. Linley pressed his forehead against the ground. Bibi, seeing this, couldn't help but feel his eyes turn moist. When had Linley ever acted in such a manner? I hope you will take pity on them, Sovereign. Bibi also knelt down, his head pressing against the ground. Linley and Bibi both begged, while the abyssal fruit tree was momentarily silent. Linley, on his knees, felt restless nervousness in his heart. He had come all this way for the sovereign's response. What Linley feared the most was the sovereign's refusal. Linley didn't wish for his hope to be destroyed. You can leave. The deep voice rang out anew. Linley's entire body trembled. Bibi also raised his head in disbelief as he looked towards the abyssal fruit tree. Sovereign, can't you just help out? Bibi stuttered. Linley raised his head to look at the sovereign as well, his eyes filling with tears. He begged earnestly, Sovereign. Enough. There's nothing I can do to help. The deep voice rang out. Nothing you can do to help? Linley raised his head, staring at the abyssal fruit tree. Not a hint of emotion could be seen on the giant face atop the abyssal fruit tree. Linley said frantically, How could you be unable to help? I know, Netherworld Sovereign, that any of you are able to find the undead which the souls of the dead are transformed into, and to restore their memories to them. Humph! The nearby 9-headed silver serpent let out a cold snort, while the colossal gold snake and the 9 giant green snakes all stared coldly towards Linley and Bibi. You are begging the wrong sovereign. The colossal golden snake snickered. Linley and Bibi were stunned. A deep voice rang out from atop the abyssal fruit tree. It is indeed a fact that I cannot help you in this. Because, I am not a netherworld sovereign. I am a sovereign of life. Linley and Bibi, hearing this, were stunned. The sovereign of the abyssal mountain wasn't a netherworld sovereign? You've come to the abyssal mountain. If you wish to find a netherworld sovereign, it's still simple. Continue forward, to the sovereign's palace within the violet fog region and wait patiently. However, let me give you a word of warning, the sovereign of death's temper isn't as good as mine. This sovereign of death might just kill you because of Tina's death. The abyssal fruit tree said. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances. So this abyssal mountain actually had 2 sovereigns. One, a sovereign of life. The other, a netherworld sovereign of death. Linley was able to guess why this abyssal fruit tree said he had a good temper. He had stayed here for countless years, and trained in the edicts of life. It was normal for him to be good-tempered. But the sovereign of death trained in the edicts of death. In the infernal realm and the netherworld, Linley hadn't met a single practitioner of the edicts of death who had a good temper. Most of them were resolute and violent. Boss, should we go? Bibi sent mentally. Of course. Linley didn't hesitate. Bibi hurriedly sent mentally, didn't you hear what the sovereign of life just said? That sovereign of death has a temper, and isn't as good-natured as this one. If he kills the 2 of us because that spirit snake died, then that would be such a stifling, unhappy death. As I see it, there are 7 sovereigns in the netherworld. Let's go somewhere else and try. Linley frowned. Linley was prepared to make the attempt for the sake of saving his father and friends. Too much time had already passed, and so he definitely had to try. But if Bibi were to suffer for it? Bibi. Linley looked towards Bibi, then said mentally, "Don't go see the Sovereign of Death. I'll just go by myself." "Boss." Bibi stared at Linley. "Don't go." Linley's mentally transmitted words carried the weight of an order. "I still have my divine fire clone, but if you were to die, you would have no divine clones left." But Bibi hurriedly said, "Boss, say no more. If the Sovereign of Death truly wishes to kill me, even if I flee from the Abyssal Mountain, the Sovereign will easily be able to find and kill me. As I see it, it's best I don't run. I can't be completely blamed for what happened anyhow. That spirit snake tried to kill me, after all. Can it be that I am not permitted to fight back? I imagine that the Sovereign of Death will listen to reason." Linley said helplessly, "Bibi, you think a sovereign will listen to you reason with him? We have the medallion from the Bloodridge Sovereign. The Sovereign of Death, for the sake of the Bloodridge Sovereign's face, probably wouldn't kill us." Bibi said hurriedly, "And if he wants to kill me, there's no point in running." Linley nodded slightly. "Indeed. If a sovereign wished to kill someone, there was nowhere to run. The two of you actually dare to go see the Sovereign of Death?" The nine-headed silver serpent snickered. Linley and Bibi genuflected once more towards the abyssal fruit tree. "Thank you for your guidance, Sovereign. Might I ask, how can we exit the violet fog region?" "Just go straight, that will be enough." The abyssal fruit tree's deep voice echoed, and then the branches began to tremble. Instantly, the violet fog up ahead began to roil and billow. It parted into two sides, revealing a clear path with no fog at all. "Follow this path and walk straight forward. You will be able to reach it." The abyssal fruit tree had already given its advice. Although it was good-natured, it wouldn't repeatedly warn them. "Thank you, Sovereign," Linley and Bibi said gratefully. The enormous body of that abyssal fruit tree moved slightly, and then transformed into a hazy azure blur before vanishing. That enormous abyssal fruit tree, which took up a space of 10,000 meters or more, vanished just like that. Linley and Bibi just stood there, immediately advancing forward along the designated route. The colossal golden snake and the nine-headed silver serpent just laughed coldly. "You really are useless." The nine-headed silver serpent snickered. "You've been with the Sovereign for so many years, but you still can't persuade him." "Alas, the Sovereign is simply too good-natured," the colossal golden snake said resignedly. "Watch me." The nine-headed silver serpent stared coldly at Linley and Bibi's backs. "Given my Sovereign's temper, as long as I say something, these two will definitely die." The colossal golden snake was on good terms with the abyssal fruit tree, while the nine-headed silver snake was on good terms with the Sovereign of Death. On the way over, Linley and Bibi moved extremely quickly, and they didn't encounter any dangers on the way over. Very soon, Linley and Bibi saw that in the distance, there was an empty area where there was no violet fog at all. Linley and Bibi immediately sped up, transforming into two blurred streaks and exiting the violet fog region. "We finally arrived," Bibi said jubilantly. Linley raised his head to look as well. In front of them was an empty area filled with grass and flowers. Up above, Linley couldn't help but look upwards, as in the skies above, a violet-black palace was hovering in the air. This violet-black palace was hundreds of meters tall, like a small mountain. The top of the violet-black palace was a tower-style tip, and at the top of the tip was an enormous sphere. The sphere flashed with countless bolts of lightning. With the sphere as the origin, large amounts of lightning chains scattered downwards in every direction. So this is where the heaven-earth chains come from. Bibi's eyes lit up. It seems this is the Sovereign's palace. Linley took a deep breath. Right at this moment, outside the Sovereign's palace gate, two figures flew out. Linley immediately recognized that it was Arthur's and Bailey. The two of them, seeing Linley and Bibi, immediately flew over. "Linley, you really came," Bailey said in surprise. Arthur said in disbelief as well. "Yenaway and her husband, those two great snakes, didn't attack?" Arthur's knew exactly how strong those two were. Even he would find it hard to act against them. "Of course they did, but they weren't strong enough and couldn't do anything to us," Bibi said with a snort. Arthur's and Bailey couldn't help but feel surprised. Arthur's, Bailey, the sovereign, Linley just was about to speak. "Humph." A cold snort rang out. Linley and Bibi couldn't help but turn their heads to look back. Arthur's and Bailey looked over as well. Two skinny figures, a male and a female, were walking over. The grim-looking man was dressed in a long golden robe, while the woman with black pupils wore a long silver robe. Behind them were 9 young men and women, all dressed in long green robes. "We weren't able to do anything to them, true?" The silver-robed woman snickered. "However, very soon, they will still die. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 18, Chapter 31, The Chief Sovereign of Death. Book 18, High God, Chapter 31, The Chief Sovereign of Death. From the aura alone, Linley could clearly tell that this silver-robed woman in front of him was the 9-headed silver serpent. The others were her husband and her 9 children transformed into human form. "Arthur's, is the sovereign back yet?" The silver serpent, Yenaway, said. Arthur shook his head. "Not yet. Bailey acquired the abyssal fruit and is awaiting the sovereign as well. However, the sovereign should know that Bailey acquired the abyssal fruit and should arrive soon." Linley and Bibi, upon hearing this, had no choice but tamp down their franticness and wait to one side. "Linley!" Bailey walked over, saying in a low voice, "You'd best hurry up and leave." "Eh?" Linley raised his head, looking towards him. "Bailey, he isn't willing to leave. Why get involved in something that is none of your business?" The silver serpent, Yenaway, snickered. Bailey didn't pay any mind to that silver serpent. He continued, "Linley, this Yenaway is very close to the sovereign, and when this sovereign wants to kill someone, the sovereign will do so without a second word. Nobody can disobey a sovereign's will." Bailey clearly had learned quite a bit from Arthur's regarding the sovereign of death. Linley frowned as he glanced sideways at the silver serpent, Yenaway. A green-robed woman laughed coldly. "Now you are panicking? Let me tell you this. You won't even be able to flee. The sovereign will quickly arrive, and by then, as long as you are within the netherworld, the sovereign will be able to quickly find and kill you too. You dared to kill my elder sister, humph." The 9 green serpent siblings were all furious, but they had tasted Linley and Bibi's power. "What have you to be smug about?" Bibi let out low, muttering curse. "Bibi, ignore them. We'll just wait over here." Linley sent mentally. And then, he and Bibi immediately walked to a fairly remote area in this grassy, flower-filled region, awaiting the return of the sovereign. Linley saw that in the distance, the snake couple and their 9 children were all discussing something softly, occasionally looking over towards Linley and Bibi. As for Bailey and Arthur's, they just stayed there, silent. Clearly, Linley and Bibi wouldn't listen to their entreaties at all, so all they could do was await the sovereign's return. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. The sovereign still hasn't returned. Bibi sent mentally, rather impatient. "What's the sovereign doing, Dot? You and I can't possibly understand a sovereign's mind." Linley had waited for 3 hours, and he felt as though he were steaming with impatience as well. Bibi, judging from what that silver serpent Yenaway said, her relationship with the sovereign must be excellent. "Tell me, will the sovereign be unwilling to help us because of this?" Bibi gave Linley a glance. Bibi had very few memories of Linley looking nervous, but right now, Bibi could completely sense how nervous Linley was. Boss, the sovereign will definitely help out. Definitely. Bibi sent back. Linley took a deep breath, feeling slightly calmer. Linley! A voice suddenly rang out. Linley turned to look and saw Arthur's flying over. As he looked at Linley, he couldn't help but secretly shake his head while saying solemnly, "The sovereign just mentally spoke to me and ordered me to bring you and Bailey to the sovereign's palace. The sovereign should be returning soon." Linley's eyes instantly lit up. The sovereign's back? Linley felt as though heart was about to leap out of his chest. "Follow me in." Arthur's warned with a solemn expression, "You must remember, this sovereign's temper is very poor. If the sovereign takes a liking towards you, you might be treated very well, but if the sovereign takes a disliking to you, you might die in a heartbeat. Thus, you and Bibi must not be the slightest bit disrespectful." Linley hurriedly nodded. "Understood. I won't anger a sovereign," Bibi said hurriedly as well. Bibi knew very well that at this point, they couldn't afford even the slightest mistake. Linley could already tell from Arthur's words that this sovereign of death should be the sort of person with an odd, unusual personality who might very well kill someone for no reason at all. It was very hard to deal with this sort of person. Sometimes, one might die without even knowing why. Arthur's glanced at Linley and Bibi. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. Arthur's knew very well that the silver serpent, Yenaway, was on very close terms with the sovereign. Once Yenaway complained and indicted Linley, it was very possible that the sovereign would kill Linley and Bibi without even giving them a chance to speak. "Let's go." Arthur's immediately flew in front, while Linley and Bibi followed from behind. Bailey was waiting in midair. The four gathered together, then began to fly towards the palace that was floating above the peak of the abyssal mountain. The gates of the palace were open, as the colossal golden snake and the nine-headed silver serpent and their children had already entered. The palace was made out of a violet-black material, and a bone-piercing chill slowly emanated from the palace. "Follow me. Don't disobey in the slightest," Arthur said in a low voice. "Understood," Linley said. "Don't worry." Bailey clearly was rather nervous as well. This was his first time meeting the Sovereign of Death as well. Linley, Bibi, and Bailey immediately followed Arthur's, passing through the large front platform and entering the palace itself. Linley, Bibi, and Bailey didn't even dare to raise their heads to look, for fear of angering that Sovereign of Death. "Boss, the cold aura of this palace is really oppressing," Bibi sent mentally. At this moment, Arthur's knelt and said, "I pay my respects to the sovereign." "I pay my respects to the sovereign." Linley, Bibi, and Bailey all knelt as well. After having entered the palace, the three of them didn't even dare to raise their heads without the sovereign's permission. Or, to be more precise, to look directly at a sovereign without permission was also quite presumptuous. Linley naturally didn't dare to act in such a way right now. Right at this moment. "Sovereign!" A grief-filled voice rang out. "Tina died. It was that person called Bibi. He was the one who killed her. That Bibi wanted to kill me as well. If it hadn't been for the Sovereign of Life interfering, most likely I would never have been able to see you again. You must avenge Tina, Sovereign." Hearing this, Linley felt his heart shake. So the silver serpent was indeed complaining. "Mother Fasterus Kerr, I really want to kill her," Bibi sent mentally. "Boss, that nine-headed silver serpent really makes me feel disgusted." "Bibi, listen to what the sovereign says." Linley continued to kneel there. "Yen." An icy cold voice rang out from above. "I will deal with this matter." Linley and Bibi, upon hearing this, were both stunned. The Sovereign of Death was a woman? "The three of you can lift up your heads," the icy voice echoed in the palace. Only now did Linley, Bibi, and Bailey dare to lift their heads up. Only now did Linley discover that the interior of the palace was empty, not even pillars could be seen. Linley swept forward with his gaze, looking up until he saw the Sovereign of Death, seated on her throne. A pitch-black throne. Seated atop the throne was a woman dressed in long violet robes. The long violet robes were embroidered with branches and vines and a silver snake. This Sovereign of Death had long, blood-red hair, exquisite features, and a pair of eyes that seemed to flash with a bolt of lightning that struck into Linley's heart. As soon as Linley saw the Sovereign of Death's face, he was stupefied. Bibi was stupefied as well. Bailey was stunned as well. Bibi didn't know what to say. What? Very surprised. An icy voice rang out. Linley, Bailey, and Bibi were momentarily speechless. This Sovereign of Death, her facial features looked completely, absolutely identical to the red-haired beauty who was the boss of the Abyssal Inn at the base of the Abyssal Mountain. Even the look in her eyes was the same. Linley and the other two immediately recognized that this sovereign was the owner of the inn. The Sovereign of Death is the boss of the Abyssal Inn? Linley felt his head go numb. A sovereign would actually go run an inn? The Sovereign of Death let out a peal of utterly delighted laughter. Those looks on your faces really make me feel quite happy. Over the course of all these countless years, I've remained at the Abyssal Inn, watching you people go in, one by one, in search of the abyssal fruit. I've watched you all risk your lives and die, and it was indeed quite interesting. But what really makes me happy is this moment. Right, that look on your faces. Ha ha. Linley and the other two were completely stupefied. The Sovereign of Death acted like this? She intentionally concocted the story of the abyssal fruit to entice countless experts of the netherworld to adventure here, while she herself, a sovereign, opened an inn and became the boss of it, happily watching one person after another enter and perish. The Sovereign of Death really has nothing better to do? Linley said to himself. But indeed, the Sovereign of Death possessed an eternal lifespan. The abyssal fruit matter most likely really was nothing more than a game to the Sovereign of Death. And, to the Sovereign of Death, when she sat there in her sovereign's palace and granted an audience to those who acquired the abyssal fruit and came to pay homage to her, when she saw the stupefied looks on the faces of those who saw her, she was indeed very happy and delighted. The nearby Arthurs didn't dare to make a single sound either. That year, he had been the same. When he had lifted his head up and looked at the almighty Sovereign of Death and saw that it was the hotel owner, he too had been stupefied. All Arthurs could do was think to himself, this is how this Sovereign of Death is, this is a hobby of her, despite her being so powerful as to be invincible. Bailey. You wait over there for now. The Sovereign of Death looked with curiosity towards Linley and Bibi. It really is surprising. The two of you actually managed to make it past Yen and Gold. Linley, for you to be able to take Gold's attack head-on was within my expectations. But Yen's power is far greater than Gold's. Bibi, for you to be able to endure Yen's attack, I truly am astonished. Bibi, hearing this, was rather smug, but he didn't dare to act too wildly, just revealing a hint of a smile instead. Don't be smug. The reason you were able to endure it should have something to do with that Beirut. The Sovereign of Death let out an emotional sigh. I have to admit, that kid Beirut, to you, really is. Linley was secretly puzzled. Bibi? Linley sent mentally. Boss, I don't know either. I just relied on myself to endure it. Bibi sent mentally. Linley, I hear that you have come on this trip for the sake of finding the souls of your family and friends, who have become undead. You wish for them to regain their memories, correct? The Sovereign of Death said. Linley raised his head to look at the Sovereign, saying with hope, yes, Sovereign. Please help me, Sovereign. Based on the rules which I myself laid down, since the two of you charged all the way to this place from the base of the Abyssal Mountain, I should grant a request of yours. The Sovereign of Death said. Linley and Bibi both stared at the Sovereign of Death, who continued, however, you killed Tina. Logically speaking, I should also kill the two of you and avenge Tina. Linley and Bibi were stunned. I should reward you for making your way here. I should punish you for killing Tina. So then, the reward and the punishment cancel each other out. I will not agree to your request, but I won't kill you either. The two of you, leave immediately. When I think of the look on your face just now, you really, the Sovereign of Death couldn't help but begin to laugh again. She refused? Sovereign! Linley and Bibi immediately called out. Sovereign! Yenaway also called out urgently. Neither side was willing to accept this. What, you have an objection? The formerly laughing Sovereign of Death suddenly turned cold as her face sank. She swept the three with her gaze. This sweep of her gaze alone caused Linley and Bibi to feel as though their souls had been shaken. As for Yenaway, she too was so frightened that she no longer dared to say a word. She knew very well what sort of temper the Sovereign of Death had. Although she had been laughing happily, it was very possible that in the next instant, she would fiercely punish someone. Yenaway didn't dare to say a word, but how could Linley be willing to give up? Sovereign! Linley hurriedly called out, while at the same time, he flipped out the medallion of the Bloodridge Sovereign. Linley once more knelt down and begged, Sovereign, for the sake of the Bloodridge Sovereign, please give me a chance. Let me save my parents and my brothers. I just need a chance. Laughable. A cold voice rang out. Linley raised his head to look. The nearby Yenaway was snickering. Linley, what's the big deal about the Bloodridge Sovereign? Do you know that my mistress is the most powerful sovereign of the entire netherworld? The chief sovereign of death. In the countless planes of the universe, only the other three chief sovereigns of the other three higher planes are equals who are on par with my mistress. And you mentioned the Bloodridge Sovereign to her? Even if you mentioned that Redbud Sovereign of yours, it would be useless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 18, Chapter 32, The Netherworld Heart. Book 18, High God, Chapter 32, The Netherworld Heart. Linley's heart trembled. Chief Sovereign of Death? Linley knew that each law or edict had 7 mighty sovereigns, with 1 high sovereign, 2 intermediate sovereigns, and 4 lesser sovereigns. 7 elemental laws and 4 great edicts. In total, there were only 11 high sovereigns, and these 11 high sovereigns were also termed chief sovereigns. They were the supreme kings of their laws and edicts, chief-like figures. They were the greatest of existences beneath the overgod level. As for the overgods, they were the personifications of the edicts. They had no human emotions, nor would they interfere in struggles and battles. They couldn't be counted as people. Thus, the 11 chief gods could absolutely be considered the most supreme existences of the universe. And, from what Yenaway was saying, it seemed as though the 4 chief sovereigns of the 4 higher planes were the most powerful of the 11 chief sovereigns. One could completely imagine what sort of status this Sovereign of Death, seated on her throne, possessed. It was indeed laughable for Linley to mention the Bloodridge Sovereign to her. Sovereign! The nearby Bibi said frantically as well. My boss, he. Shut your mouth. The Sovereign of Death, seated atop her throne, said calmly. Bibi instantly felt a tremendous pressure crush down on him, preventing him from speaking. The decisions I have made are definitely irreversible. The reward and the punishment cancel each other out. I will not help you. Linley raised his head to look at the seated Sovereign of Death. She still was dressed in that long violet robe, and her hair was still long and blood-red. This woman had that beautiful, graceful face, but the aura she naturally emanated caused Linley to feel powerless. This was one of the 4 chief sovereigns of the 4 higher planes, the chief sovereign of the netherworld. A powerful, supreme, invincible existence. Sovereign, then my brother and I will depart. Linley rose to his feet, still bowing. The Sovereign of Death acknowledged calmly. Bibi couldn't help but turn to stare at Linley, transmitting mentally with franticness, Boss, are we leaving now? Right, we're leaving right now. The sovereign's decision is irrevocable. What we need to do is seize every moment and hurry to find the other netherworld sovereigns. Linley sent mentally. He had begged the sovereign of death repeatedly, but hadn't been able to move her in the slightest. This sovereign of death isn't willing to help us, but I refuse to believe the other 6 will be the same. There was no way Linley would give up. When he thought of how his father, Yale, George, and the others were in a life and death danger, Linley felt panicked. They had died in the Yulon continent, but that wasn't a true death, as their souls had survived. But dying in the netherworld meant their souls would disperse, just like his grandpa Doring, never to come to life ever again. Linley wasn't willing to stand by and watch their souls disperse. Even if he risked his life, he would have to rescue them. Linley glanced at the sovereign of death, seated on high. Right. Let's go. Linley and Bibi still bowed very courteously towards the chief sovereign of death, then turned and strode outwards towards the outer palace. As for the gold snake and the silver serpent, as well as Arthur's, Bailey, and the others, they watched as Linley and Bibi left. The expressions on their faces varied. The gold snake and the silver serpent, husband and wife, just laughed coldly. Wait a moment. A cold voice suddenly rang out. Linley and Bibi, who had already reached the doorway of the palace, suddenly came to a halt. Linley turned his head to look towards the chief sovereign of death with surprise and joy in his eyes. Linley's eyes were blazing. The sovereign called out to me, can it be that she changed her mind? Why would the sovereign change her mind? But then again, the sovereign was once an ordinary person. Perhaps she might really change her mind. There's still a chance. Linley grew tense. Bibi raised his head to look at the chief sovereign of death as well, both puzzled and expectant. Linley, let me warn you that you do not need to go find the other sovereigns of the netherworld. You can go directly back to the infernal realm. The chief sovereign of death said calmly, but her eyes continued to look with interest at the expression on Linley's face. Why? Linley's heart trembled. He had a bad feeling. When ordinary people die, their souls will enter the netherworld and form into an undead. This is part of the natural laws, while control over the management of this law was transformed into a treasure, the supreme treasure of my netherworld, the netherworld heart. If one wishes to find out which undead your father and friends transformed into, this netherworld heart must be used. And this netherworld heart is under my control. The chief sovereign of death said coldly. Linley couldn't help but stare at the chief sovereign of death. Netherworld heart. So it was the netherworld heart which controlled everything. This supreme treasure was under the control of the chief sovereign of death. This was indeed reasonable. The chief sovereign of death stared down towards Linley, her lips curving upward slightly. I told you. As punishment, I will not save your father and your friends. Thus, forget about saving them. Even if you go beg other netherworld sovereigns, I will not permit them to use the netherworld heart. I imagine they wouldn't have the gall to disobey me. And you aren't qualified to make them wish to disobey me. Thus, you can go straight back to the infernal realm. The chief sovereign of death said calmly. Bang! Linley felt as though an explosion had gone off inside his brain. Netherworld heart. Father. Boss Yale. George. All sorts of things chaotically jumbled together within his mind. Linley's mind had completely lost all logical thought. He was completely stunned. It seemed a long time past. Linley felt as though he were in a dream, as though his mind was in a stupor. And suddenly, he awoke. No! Linley suddenly raised his head, staring at the chief sovereign of death. Sovereign, you cannot do this, you cannot do this. Sovereign, if you aren't willing to save them, I, Linley, won't say a single word of complaint. But you cannot stop the other sovereigns. You cannot. You cannot. Linley had already sunk into despair. Faced with the chief sovereign of death, he was completely unable to resist her power or to require her to do anything. All he could do was speak powerlessly. In his despair, he even forgot to speak with respect. If he were clear-minded, he would never have erred in such a way. Bibi stared at the chief sovereign of death as well, his eyes also filled with disbelief. "This is your punishment," the chief sovereign of death said calmly. "Sovereign!" Bibi suddenly strode forward. "Impudence!" There were two maids standing at the two ends of the upraised dais of the palace. One of them barked coldly, "Stand back!" Bibi stood there, his head raised as he stared at the chief sovereign of death. "Sovereign, you are an invincible chief sovereign." "Right, I did kill a spirit snake. As to whether or not that was Tina, I have no idea." Bibi held his head up high. "Sovereign, you arranged for people to test us. How was I supposed to know it was just a test? She was trying to kill me. Was I not allowed to fight back?" Bang! Bibi suddenly fell to his knees, but his head was held high as he stared at the chief sovereign of death. "I don't believe that I was wrong. If the chief sovereign of death feels I was wrong, then punish me. Just punish me directly, and not my boss. It was I who killed the spirit snake. I did the deed, and I will accept the punishment for it. Don't get my boss involved. Come, if you want to kill me, then kill me." Bibi, head held high, stared straight at the sovereign with an unruly, untamed look. Linley, hearing this, was stunned. Arthurs and Bailey, at the front of the palace, stared at Bibi in amazement. Even the golden snake and the silver serpent, that husband and wife couple, were rather stunned. "Excellent." The chief sovereign of death looked downwards calmly at Bibi. Bang! A terrifying presence swept out, and with a whap sound, Bibi was crushed downwards, smashing into the floor of the palace. However, Bibi still pressed his fists against the ground, forcing his waist straight. He continued to hold his head high as he stared at the chief sovereign of death. Swish! Linley suddenly moved in front of Bibi. He raised his head high, staring at the chief sovereign of death. "Chief sovereign, it was I who ordered Bibi to kill that spirit snake. At that time, we wanted to acquire the abyssal fruit. But that abyssal snake was preventing us, so I ordered Bibi to kill him, while I would seize the chance to acquire the abyssal fruit. Bibi was just obeying my orders." "Bibi!" Linley mentally shouted at him, "Are you insane? Once you die, you won't even have a divine clone left behind. You'll truly be dead. What will Nini do? What will your daughter, Ina, do? And Beirut will be heartbroken as well." "Boss." Bibi looked at Linley. "Shut your mouth. Don't say a thing." Linley shouted mentally. Bibi stuttered, but in the end, maintained his silence. Linley raised his head to look at the chief sovereign of death, seated high above him. That invincible aura was indeed enough to inspire dread. Linley stared at the chief sovereign of death. "Sovereign, punishment is punishment, reward is reward. How can they cancel each other out? I am willing to take my punishment. I only ask you, Sovereign, to save my father and brothers. Even if you want to kill me, I won't say a single word of complaint." "Kill Linley?" Bibi suddenly turned, staring at Linley, who was standing there with his back ramrod straight. "What?" Arthurs and Bailey stared in disbelief. As for the colossal golden snake and the silver serpent, they and their 9 children all stared at Linley in amazement. "Boss, what are you doing?" Bibi shouted back frantically. "Bibi, if I'm killed, I'll still have my divine fire clone back at the Yulan continent. Although I won't be able to become a supreme expert by relying on my divine fire clone, for the sake of my father and my brothers, so what if I'm not able to be a supreme expert?" Linley sent mentally. "But if my father and brothers end up having their souls dispersed and destroyed in the netherworld, even if I become an expert on Beirut's level, I will never be at peace and regret it my entire life. Grandpa Doring once, for my sake, allowed his soul to be dispersed. My brothers, my father, they still have hope. I can't give them up just for the sake of becoming a supreme expert. Bibi was stunned. If I can let my family and friends all be alive and well, even if I give up glory and power, so what? Linley raised his head, looking towards the chief sovereign of death. Reward is reward, punishment is punishment? The chief sovereign of death repeated these words, and then stared downwards at Linley. Linley, your future is limitless. Are you willing to give up your future potential for the sake of those weak little undead? The chief sovereign of death's words caused Linley's body to tremble. Clearly. The chief sovereign of death also knew that Linley had a divine clone in another plane. I am willing. Linley held his head high. Sometimes, a person should maintain his pursuits. Sometimes, a person had to give them up. Today, giving up his pursuits might mean he would never become a supreme expert. However, he would have his family and have his lifelong friends. This was enough to satisfy Linley. After all, it was hard to achieve perfection in everything. The chief sovereign of death stared at Linley, then said calmly, "You are willing to give it up, but I'm not going to agree." Linley, who had already prepared himself, was stunned. You feel that rewards and punishments cannot cancel each other out, but, as far as I'm concerned, they should. This is a rule which I have set. What you need to do is to obey my rules. The chief sovereign of death laughed coldly as she stared down towards Linley, as though she were looking at a maddened ant. Bibi suddenly rose to his feet. Sovereign! Linley stretched his hand out to stop him while shouting mentally, Bibi! Bibi's face was purple. He turned to stare at Linley. The result of offending a sovereign is to die for nothing. Understood? Linley sent mentally. Linley raised his head, looking at the sovereign. He said, one word and sentence at a time, Sovereign, really, is there really no hope at all? When Linley thought of the grief his father had lived in for so many years, and how he had died without even successfully avenging Linley's mother, and how Boss Yale had collapsed to the point of begging for Reynolds to kill him, Linley felt heartsick when he thought of his father and friends. Boss. Bibi looked at Linley, sensing his grief. Sovereign. Suddenly, the nearby Arthurs spoke out. Sovereign, aren't the planar wars starting soon? Didn't you say that if a commander is killed, why not just change that a bit? Oh. The chief sovereign of death actually let out a rare laugh. Arthurs, you really are clever. I nearly forgot. And then, she turned to stare at Linley and Bibi. Linley, I have wonderful news for you. You wish to save your father and friends, yes? There is hope. There is still a little bit of hope. Linley and Bibi both immediately raised their heads to stare at the chief sovereign of death up above. Hope? Linley felt a blaze of eagerness in his heart. The chief sovereign of death said, 7 divine planes, 4 higher realms. Between them, there is an extremely rowdy event that will occur every trillion years. The planar wars. Linley's heart trembled. Planar wars. He had heard of them long ago, but all he knew was that the battle between two planes was extremely fierce. A war which resulted in an extremely high number of experts falling. And now, the Divine Darkness Plane and the Divine Light Plane are currently undergoing a planar wars battle. The Divine Darkness Plane belongs to my Netherworld side. The Netherworld's Lords of Tartarus are qualified to participate. To encourage them, the rules of the planar wars state that if they are able to kill 10 enemy commanders, they would be able to make a request of a sovereign of their side. You could ask the sovereign to make a sovereign artifact for you, attack, material defense, spiritual defense, you can choose for yourself what you want. The sovereign will definitely accomplish it for you. But of course, you can make an earlier request. The chief sovereign of death said. You can now go assist the Divine Darkness Plane side. If you kill a commander, I will help you find one of your family or friends and allow them to regain their memories. If you kill 2, I will help you save too. If you want to save many people, work hard to kill the enemy commanders. Linley's eyes instantly lit up. Done. Linley hurriedly said. Don't be impatient. I forgot to warn you, in the planar wars, commander-level experts are all at the Lords of Tartarus level, which is what the Infernal Realm calls purgatory commanders. The chief sovereign of death said calmly. The weakest amongst them should be comparable to you, while the strongest are high god paragons. Linley's facial expression instantly froze. They were all purgatory commander-level experts? Those who were commanders were the likes of Riesgem or the castle lord of Miluo Island, Mosi. For Linley to kill experts like them? In the planar wars, commander is a position of high rank. Naturally, they consist of the supreme experts of the various planes. The chief sovereign of death said slowly. If you wish to become a commander, the prerequisite is that you are a lord of Tartarus, or a lord prefect of a prefecture. Only by doing so are you qualified to enter. You can imagine what level of strength is needed. If you go kill them, but end up meeting someone who is stronger, you'll be finished. Linley felt as though a massive boulder was crushing down upon his chest, making it hard to breathe. He wanted to go fight. But, did he have the ability to? Those weren't mere 7-star fiends, they were purgatory commanders, lords of Tartarus, the most supreme of experts, and they included amongst them invincible figures comparable to Beirut and Dunnington. To kill them? The chief sovereign of death stared down at Linley. This is the hope which I spoke of. Originally, killing an enemy commander came with a reward. But you can use it to instead save your loved ones. For each commander you kill, I will save one of your loved ones. Bibi stared angrily at the sovereign. This was too unfair. Killing a commander was a tremendous merit, but the chief sovereign of death would only save a single person? However, if Linley wished to save his loved ones, this was the only path. There were no other options. If you are afraid, you can leave now. The chief sovereign of death said calmly. I accept. Linley raised his head, staring up at the chief sovereign of death. Even if he had to climb up a mountain of knives or descend into a sea of flames, Linley would make the attempt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 1, Desire. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 1, Desire. The Planar Wars. Just by listening to the chief sovereign of death describe it, Linley knew how dangerous it had to be. However, Linley still chose to go. After all, aside from the chief sovereign of death, the other sovereigns wouldn't be able to help him. Whether or not you accept has nothing to do with me. The chief sovereign of death stared down at Linley. Everyone who represents the netherworld who has accomplishments in the planar wars will be rewarded by me. No matter who. I'm just acting according to the rules, not just for your sake. I'm simply telling you about this. Linley took a deep breath. Sovereign, what must I do in order to go participate in the planar wars? Linley raised his head and asked. The chief sovereign of death said calmly, the purgatory of the infernal realm or the Tartarus of the netherworld all have interspatial doors that lead directly to the planar battlefield. The planar battlefield is connected to all 7 of the divine planes in all 4 of the higher realms. Hurry up and come up with a way of going to my netherworld's Tartarus. By traveling through the interspatial gate, you'll arrive at the planar battlefield. Linley frowned. Tartarus? The book which Beirut had given him regarding the netherworld hadn't mentioned a Tartarus region. Actually, it was the same for the Infernal Realms books, there had been no mention of a purgatory. Sovereign, might I ask where Tartarus? Linley was about to speak out. The chief sovereign of death waved her hand. Immediately, a very thin book covered in black light flew down, landing in front of Linley. The chief sovereign of death stared down at Linley and said, since you have the courage to go to the planar battlefield, then I too am interested in seeing if you, Linley, will survive to kill some commanders, or if you will be killed by other commanders who will then be rewarded for it." Linley wasn't angry at all. Accepting the book, he bowed slightly. "Thank you, Sovereign." And then, Linley immediately began to flip through the book. The book was very thin, just 10 pages long. Given Linley's memory, all he needed to do was sweep through it with a few glances. A few seconds later, the contents of these 10 pages were imprinted deep within his mind. So this Tartarus is deep within the Nether Sea? Linley couldn't help but raise his head to look towards the chief sovereign of death. It was too far away. If he wished to go to Tartarus, he would first have to completely leave the Netherworld's continent and enter the Nether Sea, then venture deep into the Nether Sea before reaching Tartarus. If he rode on a metallic lifeform and hurried forward, he would probably need 3 centuries or so. This took up far too much time, and, even if he hurried there, the planar wars might have concluded already. He couldn't accept this. "Sovereign, how long will the planar wars go on for?" Linley asked hurriedly. The chief sovereign of death said calmly, "Each planar wars goes on for 1,000 years. This time, the battle between the divine light realm and the divine darkness realm has already gone on for nearly 100 years. More than 9 centuries remain. You have plenty of time to go." Plenty? There was more than enough time to take part in the war, but Linley didn't wish to waste any time. The more time he wasted, the greater the danger his father and brothers were in of dying a final death. In addition, the more time he took, the more of the weaker commanders would die in the planar wars. By the time he arrived, most likely the surviving commanders would be the exceedingly powerful ones, such as Beirut, Dunnington, Reesgem, Mosi. The images of these figures appeared in Linley's mind. "Sovereign, then Bibi and I will head out immediately," Linley said, bowing. Bibi had to swallow his discontent and bow before leaving as well. "Go then," the chief sovereign of death said calmly. "But I advise you that before heading to Tartarus, you should first become a lord of Tartarus. That will also be very helpful to you in actually entering the planar wars. Arthurs, you lead the way for Linley. Send them out of the abyssal mountain." "Yes, Sovereign." Arthurs bowed. "First become a lord of Tartarus, and then enter the planar wars?" Linley was rather puzzled. But Linley didn't ask any more questions. Linley and Bibi looked meaningfully at Bailey in an expression of goodwill, and then strode out of the sovereign's palace, following Arthur's and flying away. "Mistress, that Linley seems to be quite confident. It seems he knows almost nothing about the planar wars." By now, the silver serpent Yenaway was all smiles, quite delighted. Yenaway knew a great deal regarding the savagery of the planar wars and the struggles between the commanders. In addition, this was a war, not a one-on-one duel. Sometimes, multiple commanders of one side would join forces to attack another. "Thank you, Sovereign." The silver serpent, Yenaway, laughed while bowing. She believed that the sovereign had done this for the sake of letting Linley go and lose his life there as a way of helping Yenaway get revenge. "Thank you, Sovereign." The colossal gold snake and his 9 children all bowed in gratitude as well. The chief sovereign of death glanced calmly at them. "Enough. You can all leave now." "Bailey." Bailey's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked forward to the center of the palace. The chief sovereign of death finally was going to allow him to become an emissary. At the base of the abyssal mountain, Linley and Bibi parted with Arthurs. "Linley, before leaving, I must tell you something," Arthurs said solemnly. "Perhaps you aren't aware of this, but the sovereigns all have an agreement. At most, they will give their emissaries or their children a single sovereign artifact. Regardless of which sovereign's emissary it is, they will at most receive a single sovereign artifact." "A single one?" Bibi frowned. Linley was stunned. "Just one?" But yes, that was indeed true. For example, the Azure Dragon clan's patriarch, Gislason, only had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. The Grand Elder, Gaia, only had that armor-type sovereign artifact that merged with her scales. Given how much the sovereign Azure Dragon cared about his children, why would he give them just a single one each? Linley finally began to understand. The sovereigns don't wish for too great of an imbalance to appear amongst high gods either. Arthurs explained. If, hypothetically, a high god not only had an armor-type sovereign artifact that merged into his body, but also a soul-protecting sovereign artifact and an attack-type sovereign artifact, then tell me, even if this sort of high god was weak in terms of understanding the laws, wouldn't he be terrifying? Linley was stunned. If one's material defense, soul defense, and attack power was all powered by sovereign artifacts, this sort of person would indeed be monstrous. That'd be invincible. BB muttered. Supreme experts who acquire one sovereign artifact will naturally desire a second one. But sovereigns can't just give them one. But if they want to kill an emissary and seize the sovereign artifact, even if you kill the emissary and the sovereign doesn't deign to lower himself to killing you in retaliation, the sovereign will still take back his artifact. Arthurs said. What? Take it back? BB stared, wide-eyed. Linley felt surprised as well. Still, it made sense. Each sovereign artifact was the product of countless labors of a sovereign, who then gave it to an emissary. Not avenging the death of an emissary was one thing, but how could they not take back their artifact? Thus, if you want to acquire a sovereign artifact without being obstructed by a sovereign, there's only one method: to participate in the planar wars, and to have accomplishments in battle. If you kill 10 commanders, you'll be able to trade for a sovereign artifact you want. If you kill 20, you can trade for 2. Arthurs said. Arthurs, are you saying? Linley frowned. Arthurs said seriously, the more powerful a person is, the more one seeks perfection. The planar wars only happen once every trillion years. Some supreme experts who, because of their prowess in battle, have obtained a second sovereign artifact will then wish to acquire a third one. These experts are extremely powerful. Thus, you must be extremely careful. You cannot be the slightest bit incautious. There might even be high god paragons amongst them. After all, although they have perfected their mastery of the laws, they might not have a perfect set of sovereign artifacts. Linley had a sour taste in his mouth. This was completely understandable. If he were to have become a high god paragon, he too would then desire to simultaneously wield 3 sovereign artifacts. If he went to participate in the planar wars and encountered this sort of freakishly powerful individual, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. These people are too greedy. BB felt frightened as well. It isn't greed, it is desire. Arthurs laughed calmly. Only by having a desire will one have the motivation to move towards that goal. For those who have reached the peak, which one of them didn't have a firm goal in mind? Which one of them didn't have a desire? Everyone who can roam about in the planar wars is a supreme expert, the true kings of battle. Although I am a sovereign's emissary, I haven't participated in the planar wars a single time. That place is a slaughter field. The place where experts fall. But also the place where experts are born. Linley shook his head and laughed. Arthurs, thank you for telling me these things. I'm mentally prepared now. Linley laughed. Don't worry. BB said. If someone wishes to kill my brother, we'll first have to see if he's qualified to do so. When my boss and I simultaneously use our innate divine abilities, Arthurs glanced at Linley and BB. Just remember. It's not just the two of you who have innate divine abilities. In the vast, myriad planes, there are quite a few other unique divine beasts who also possess extremely terrifying divine abilities. The others who have reached the pinnacle without a divine ability also have their own powers to rely on. Arthurs chuckled. All right, I'll say no more. I wish the two of you good luck. Thank you. Linley and Bibi immediately bade Arthur's farewell, then transformed into two rays of light, flying away into the distance. From the abyssal mountain to Tartarus, the distance truly was too great. After flying for some time, Linley said apologetically, "Bibi, if we ride the metallic lifeform to Tartarus, we'll probably need 2 or 3 centuries. I don't have any time to waste, so I've decided to fly forward at full speed on my own power. I'm going to have to ask you to fly with me." "Ha, I love flying anyhow." Bibi understood what Linley was thinking. It would be rather tiring and taxing on his spiritual energy to wholeheartedly fly forward at high speed, especially on such a long journey. Very few people would rely on their own bodies to fly. It was indeed much faster to fly on one's own, and one would travel far faster than a metallic lifeform, true, but it was too tiring. Still, what Linley needed right now was time. This was his only choice. Crackle, Linley instantly dragon-formed. And then, activating the laws of the wind, Linley flew towards the northern skies like an azure streak of light. If he were to fly at full speed, Linley would outstrip even Bibi, but Linley also used his divine wind power to help Bibi slightly. "Boss, have you told this to my grandpa yet?" Bibi asked while flying. "My divine fire clone has already gone to the forest of darkness to ask your grandpa. We will have some results soon. I don't know what your grandpa will say." Linley wasn't confident about this journey either. Fortunately, his divine fire clone remained in the Yulan continent, and so he could go ask Beirut about this. Moments later. "Your grandpa has a reply for us," Linley said. "What did he say?" Bibi immediately asked. "He should allow us to participate in the planar wars, right? Actually, it doesn't matter even if he refuses. He isn't in the netherworld." Your grandpa agreed. Linley chuckled. "Based on what your grandpa said, we need to be careful and not be greedy. He also said that you, Bibi, should go experience some real danger and so hopefully gain some insights. This would be of assistance to you in improving your understandings of the profound mysteries of the laws." Linley still remembered the tone in which Beirut spoke. According to what Beirut had said, men were supposed to adventure. If they were always hiding and afraid of danger, it would be very hard for them to be successful. Right. Grandpa has already done enough for me. It's time for me to work hard. Bibi pursed his lips. An azure streak of light flashed through the skies of the netherworld, traveling at such speed that no bandits who saw them would dare to stop them. Even if they were hot-headed, they still wouldn't dare to stop them, nor would they be able to catch them. Rumble, a vast, endless sea of water was undulating slightly. Staring into this deep, fathomless sea was like staring at a titanic, man-eating beast. This was the Nether Sea. The Nether Sea, which was even greater than the infernal realm's chaotic sea. Suddenly, a streak of azure light flashed past the skies above the sea, then in the blink of an eye disappeared from sight. "Boss, we're almost at the Tartarus region," Bibi said. "Based on the islands we saw earlier, we'll need just a bit more time before arriving at Tartarus." Linley couldn't help but feel much better as well. After having flown at full speed for more than 30 years, Linley's original body hadn't rested at all for those 30 years. Fortunately, he was able to withstand this sort of exhaustion. And in the past 30 years, Linley's divine clones were all focused on training. However, in 30 short years, his power didn't improve that much. Fortunately, the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, which had the bandage over the flaw be broken through by the colossal golden snake, had been re-repaired quite a bit, after 30 years of effort. "Boss, look! An island!" Bibi called out jubilantly. Linley looked over, and saw that extremely far in the distance, land could be seen. "We've finally reached Tartarus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 2, Flamebone Mountain. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 2, Flamebone Mountain. Tartarus was divided up into a total of 81 territories. Although they were called territories, in actuality, they represented 81 enormous islands. In the past, when the Overgod of Death had created the Netherworld, he had left behind this unusual region deep in the Nether Sea, Tartarus. These 81 islands were all comparable in size and very close to each other. If one looked at a map of them, one would see that they were arranged into a round shape. Tartarus, the gathering place for the experts of the Netherworld. Linley stood there in midair, stared at the distant islands. Tartarus was just like the infernal realm's purgatory. Many experts who loved to do battle gathered there. They were arrogant and unyielding, and they loved to fight. After the passage of countless years, the 81 territories of Tartarus had given birth to 81 lords. The lords of Tartarus were thus supreme experts. Upon becoming a lord of Tartarus, one would then have to face the challenges of other experts. Upon being defeated, the new, stronger expert would take the position. Swoosh, dot. An azure streak of light flashed past the skies, quickly descending on the nearest island. Although it was described as an island, that was just in comparison to the vast Netherworld continent. If the Yulon continent were to be compared to it, the entire Yulon continent would be but a speck. Every single one of these 81 islands had a circumference of millions of kilometers. As soon as they landed, Linley and Bibi stared at their surroundings. This was a desolate, dreary land with almost no people. After having flown for so long, I still have no idea which of the 81 islands this island is. Linley frowned slightly. The Nether Sea was too vast. Linley had relied on some unique waypoints to sketch out a rough journey. But the vastness of the Nether Sea meant that even the slightest deviation in direction would result in one ending up in a different island. Their only choice was to first figure out which of the 81 islands they were currently on. That way, Linley would be able to be certain of the locations of the other islands and so go find that interspatial gate. Boss, that's simple. Find someone and ask. However, there really are so few people here, completely different from the Netherworld continent. Bibi said with a frown. Linley laughed. Everyone who dares to come to Tartarus is an expert. Even if 10 million or 100 million people were present, given how large the island is, that still would be a small figure. I imagine everyone would be clustered towards the center. Oh, hey, someone's over there. Linley's eyes lit up. From afar, a golden-haired male was flying forward at high speed. Let's go ask. Linley and Bibi flashed forward like lightning, piercing through the skies in pursuit. The golden-haired man turned back to look and was shocked. What fast speed! Not easy to deal with. Killings occurred in Tartarus at every moment. This golden-haired man didn't dare to flee, for fear of angering them. He came to a halt, waiting for Linley and Bibi to arrive and halt in front of him, then forced out a smile. What do the two of you need? However, he looked with a special surprise towards Linley, who was currently in dragon form. Don't worry, Bibi said soothingly. We aren't here to cause you trouble, just to ask you a question. Which of the 81 islands of Tartarus is this island? The golden-haired man let out an inward sigh of relief, then replied, This island is the Lotus Cliff Island of Tartarus. Lotus Cliff Island? It seems in our haste to get here, we did indeed go slightly off our mark. We were originally planning to head to Willowshoe Island. A map of the 81 islands of Tartarus appeared in Linley's mind, and he immediately knew where he was located, and where they should head next. Thank you, Linley said to the golden-haired man, then said, Bibi, let's go. Linley and Bibi, without resting, immediately flew into the air once more, flying directly eastwards at high speed. Phew! The golden-haired man, watching Linley and Bibi leave, finally let out a sigh of relief. The aura from the dragon-formed Linley was enough to cause him to be nervous. The centermost island of Tartarus, Flamebone Island. Flamebone Island's most famous location was Flamebone Mountain. Flamebone Mountain didn't have any supreme experts living there, but it was the place which held the interspatial gate leading to the planar wars. Each time a planar war was about to begin, large numbers of people would pass through from here to the planar battlefield. Flamebone Island. The vast land of this island had a few occasional ancient stone buildings scattered throughout it. Second brother, today, the bald man at the bloodbath arena really was powerful. He has at least fused 3 profound mysteries in lightning. 2 black-robed youths were flying in midair while chatting amongst themselves about what the battles they had just seen in the bloodbath arena. He was indeed fairly strong. He has already won 60 battles, including today's. I wonder if he'll be able to win 100. The other, slightly skinnier black-robed said with a sigh. So what if he does win 100 battles? Do you think he'll have the courage to go challenge the Flamebone Lord? The slightly fatter black-robed youth snickered. The 2 of us have been here in the Flamebone region for 100 million years, and have seen quite a few victors of 100 battles, yes? But there have been only 3 who dared to challenge the Flamebone Lord, and on those 3 occasions, you saw the Flamebone Lord's power as well. Those who challenged him definitely had the power of 7 star specters or even higher. They were far more powerful than that bald man, but they all died within one exchange. They didn't even have the chance to fight back. However, no one will have the chance to challenge the Flamebone Lord for now, even if they want to. I hear the Flamebone Lord entered the planar battlefield. Right. The planar battlefield. That's a place where even 7 star specters will end up being slaughtered. However, if they manage to make it out alive with some accomplishments, then it'll be incredible. I hear that one can acquire Sovereign's Might, or at the higher levels, even a Sovereign Artifact. The 2 black-robed men chatted amongst each other, rather jealous. The greater the danger, the greater the rewards. However, the vast majority of people would turn green with fear when discussing the planar battlefield and not dare to enter. The black-robed brothers suddenly turned to stare into the distance. 2 blurs streaked across the sky in a flash, advancing forward at high speed. They were so fast that the 2 black-robed brothers immediately grew alert. They came to a halt, and saw that it was a youth dressed in a long, sky-blue robe and a youngster wearing a straw hat. The youth said with a smile, "Apologies. There's something I would like to ask. Do either of you know where Flamebone Mountain is?" Lindley knew that the Flamebone Island had a Flamebone Mountain, but had never been there before. Flamebone Mountain. The 2 black-robed brothers felt their hearts tremble, and they forced smiles onto their faces. Flamebone Mountain. Just head in that direction for a few 100,000 kilometers, and you'll see an enormous mountain blazing with fire from afar. That is Flamebone Mountain. The slightly fatter black-robed youth said with a laugh. Thanks, you two. Lindley chuckled, and then he and Bibi immediately flew towards the direction the black-robed youth had pointed towards at high speed. Phew! The black-robed brothers glanced at each other, shock in their eyes. Heading to Flamebone Mountain at a time like this? It seems they are headed for the planar wars. However, it won't be so easy for them to get in. The slightly fatter black-robed youth's eyes lit up. Second brother, tell me, which of those 2 is someone on the level of the Tartarus Lord? Lindley and Bibi flew in the designated direction for a short while. They soon saw, in the distance, an enormous mountain which was covered by swirling, dim, dark red flames. This mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. Although it wasn't as tall as the Abyssal Mountain, it was quite high for an island. Flamebone Mountain. Lindley's eyes narrowed. We've hurried all the way over here. At least we finally have reached Flamebone Mountain. Bibi revealed a smile as well. Lindley immediately returned to human form. For now, there was no need for them to hurry. After staring at Flamebone Mountain for a short period of time, Lindley and Bibi immediately flew straight to the base of the mountain. Flamebone Mountain was pitch black, and there was no hint of any vegetation about it. It seemed as though it was completely made from black stones. The surface of the mountain was covered with swirling, dark red flames. These dark red flames had never been extinguished, despite the passage of countless years. Even at the base of the mountain, Linley could sense the strange, bizarre aura emanating from those dark red flames. Linley raised his head, staring towards the tip of the Flamebone Mountain. At the tip of this Flamebone Mountain, which was perpetually covered in flames, an extremely large black castle was constructed. This black castle was also surrounded by swirling, dark red flames. Swoosh! Swoosh! Linley and Bibi rose into the sky. Within a few moments, they arrived at the gates to the black castle. The castle was completely black, but the main gates were a dazzling bloody red color. Just looking at the door, Linley sensed a killing aura flooding towards him. There were more than 10 people standing at the entrance to the castle, all dressed in black armor. "Newcomers, halt!" One of the guards barked. "We are entering the planar battlefield," Linley said directly. "Hurry up and get out of the way." Bibi barked coldly. The 10+ guards looked at each other, rather stunned. The look on the face of the first guard who had shouted immediately turned friendly. He immediately laughed. "So my lords are entering the planar battlefield. Might I ask which of you two lords is a Lord of Tartarus?" "Lord of Tartarus?" Linley and Bibi were stunned. Seeing the look on their faces, the guard frowned slightly, but he immediately said, "Then, of the two of you, my lords, which is a Lord Prefect of the Netherworld?" Linley and Bibi were both lost. "Hey, we're going into the planar battlefield. Why mention the Tartarus lords or the Lord Prefects of the Netherworld?" Bibi barked impatiently. "Hurry up and lead us to the interspatial gate and let us enter the planar battlefield. We're in a hurry and have no time to waste with you." The 10+ guards, who had been all smiles earlier, suddenly had cold looks on their faces. F***ck off. One of the guards barked coldly. "Don't cause trouble here. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for being merciless." Linley and Bibi, hearing this, were both stunned. Bibi couldn't help but grow enraged. "What did you say? If you let us in immediately, I won't quibble about what you just said, but otherwise. I told you to F***ckoff. The guard roared coldly. A long black spear suddenly appeared in his hands, and he casually pierced towards Bibi with it. The long black spear, when stabbing out, flew forward like a black dragon, causing ripples in space to appear. But Bibi just stretched out with his hand, easily clamping onto the tip of the spear. The guard was stunned. Enraged, he wanted to pull free, but he wasn't able to. The other guards were stunned as well. "Bibi, don't get in over your head. They are the soldiers of a sovereign, after all," Linley sent mentally. Bibi stared angrily at this guard. "Speak. If it wasn't for the sake of the sovereign, I would have killed you long ago. Speak. Why won't you let us in?" The guard finally realized how powerful the person in front of him was. Although he was a sovereign soldier, if he really did end up infuriating this person and being killed by him, that would be a terrible death. He hurriedly said, "My lords, it isn't that we won't let you in, it is that you truly cannot enter. This is the rule which the sovereign set. There has always been this rule, over countless years." "What rule?" Linley barked. To activate the interspatial gate and enter the planar battlefield, one person in the group must be a Lord of Tartarus or a Lord Prefect of the Netherworld. They are allowed to bring people in. But ordinary high gods are not qualified to enter on their own. The guard hurriedly explained. Linley frowned. He suddenly understood. The highest-ranked individuals in the planar wars were the commanders, figures on the Lord Prefect and Tartarus Lord levels. Only commanders were allowed to bring people in. Ordinary high gods were not granted entry. No wonder the sovereign said that you were to first become a Lord of Tartarus before entering. Bibi looked towards Linley. Linley thought back to what the chief sovereign of death had said to him as well. Are you saying that I must find a lord of Tartarus to bring me in, and that's it? Linley asked again. Right. The guard said hurriedly. Are there any other rules? Linley asked. The guard added, the planar battlefield is occupied by 2 warring planes. There are only commanders and ordinary soldiers. Thus, ordinary high gods who entered are just soldiers who must obey the commands of the commanders. They aren't permitted to run about wildly in the planar battlefield. Milords, when you enter, you must obey as well. Only commanders are allowed to independently lead their forces to rove about and do battle within the planar battlefield as they chose. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 3, Target. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 3, Target. Linley now understood. No wonder the sovereign advised me to first become a lord of Tartarus before entering. If I entered with the status of a common soldier, I would have to follow orders. There'd be no way I would have the chance to go kill enemy commanders. Linley understood that only by traveling on his own would he be able to quickly kill enemy commanders. To be controlled by others, how could that be acceptable? Aside from these, are there any other rules? Linley asked. None. The guard said hurriedly. The rules are very simple. Commanders are qualified to take others into the planar battlefield. In the planar battlefield, the various commanders are allowed to move about as they please, while the soldiers follow orders. That's it. As for how many war merits need to be accumulated for how many rewards, it is written on the stone steel by the side of the interspatial gate. Linley nodded slightly. Military merits and rewards, Linley didn't care too much about for now. After all, he wasn't even qualified to enter, it was too early to bother about the other things. Bibi, let's go. Linley sent mentally. Linley and Bibi immediately flew away from this flamebone mountain. In midair, Bibi said frantically, Boss, what should we do now? If we want to go in, we have to rely on either a Tartarus lord or a lord prefect of the netherworld. We only have these 2 options, either to find one of them to lead us in, or we ourselves become one of the 2. The first route is unacceptable. Linley shook his head. First of all, in Tartarus, the lords who are not already inside the planar battlefield are the ones who did not wish to go inside and risk their lives. Why would they lead us in? In addition, if we go in as ordinary soldiers, we have to follow orders. My goal in entering is to kill enemy commanders. Bibi looked at Linley, then began to laugh. Boss, are you saying we have to come up with a way to become a lord of Tartarus? Linley said slowly. I approve. Bibi's eyes were shining, but then he frowned. But it won't be that easy. No, it won't. There are no weaklings amongst the lords of Tartarus. Linley also knew that every single one of the Tartarus lords, when defeated, would be replaced by another expert. This process, over the course of countless years, had resulted in the 81 Tartarus lords being individuals of terrifyingly great power. He himself knew Risjem and Mosi, 2 purgatory commanders of the infernal realm. Beirut, in turn, was the lord prefect of Indigo Prefecture. There should still be strong members and weak members amongst the 81 Tartarus lords. The strong would be like Beirut and Dunnington, but even the weaker ones shouldn't be weaker than me. Linley said. If I were to challenge an individual on the same level as your grandpa, Beirut, that would be throwing my life away. Bibi nodded as well. If we find a weak one, we'll still have a chance. But who is strong and who is weak? Linley frowned as he spoke. The other tricky thing right now is that we don't even know what the rules are for challenging the Tartarus lords. Also, which Tartarus lords are already in the planar battlefield, and which are still in Tartarus? I have to learn this as well. Even if we have decided already to do battle, we still need to find a target first. Not a single one of the 81 Tartarus lords will be easy to deal with. Linley didn't know anything about these lords of Tartarus. Bibi had a sour look on his face as well. He, too, had no idea, but he then said, "Boss, in the 81 regions, there are cities in each region, right? There must be many people in the cities. It will be easy for us to investigate there." Bibi said. "That's our only option." Linley nodded. In the central region of Flamebone Island, there was a city. Things clearly were much more lively within the city. In a restaurant, Linley and Bibi were seated facing each other. Linley glanced at his surroundings, discovering that just as expected, there were many high gods present here in Flamebone City. But there were gods and demigods present as well. It seems as though they are the children left behind by those high gods of Tartarus. Linley guessed. "The two of you, this is our restaurant's menu." A smiling god delivered the menu. Linley looked at him while setting up his god realm. The look on the waiter's face changed, and he looked warily at Linley, who just laughed. "Don't worry. I just want to ask you a few things. Please speak." The waiter was still able to maintain his calm. "Are there any rules in Tartarus to challenging the lords of Tartarus?" Linley asked. The waiter gave Linley a puzzled look, but then said, "That's easy. In the 81 regions, every single regional capital will have a bloodbath arena. As long as one consecutively wins 100 battles within the bloodbath arena, then, the victor of the 100 battles will be qualified to issue the local lord of Tartarus a challenge." "Oh?" Linley's eyes lit up. "Isn't that the same as Miluo Island?" Bibi began to laugh as well. Perhaps Miluo Island was copying the way things were done here in Tartarus. "I wish to know if there are any peculiarities about the 81 Tartarus lords. Who is strong? Who is weak? And also, which of them are here in Tartarus, and which of them have gone to the planar battlefield?" Linley asked in succession. The waiter said resignedly, "Milords, this, how should I know?" Linley chuckled. Waiters generally knew a great deal of information. Linley thus asked again, "Then tell me, who does know? Who knows the most?" The waiter said hurriedly, "In our city, there are intelligence reports regarding the various Tartarus lords for sale." "Intelligence reports for sale?" Linley's eyes lit up. It made sense. Wherever there was a demand, there would be a market. Most likely, many people had the desire to challenge one of the 81 Tartarus lords. Naturally, many people would want to know some details regarding the 81 Tartarus lords. "Where are they sold? Take me there, and I'll give you 10,000 inkstones." Linley said calmly. "Here are 5,000 inkstones. Afterwards, I'll give you 5,000 more." Linley immediately gave him the money. Inkstones could also be used here within the netherworld. 10,000 inkstones? The waiter's eyes instantly lit up. He wasn't worried that Linley would attack him within the city limits either. He immediately said, "Fine, but might I ask, when do you wish to go, milords? After eating, or right now?" Linley and Bibi both stood up. "All right. Please wait a moment. I'll go speak with the boss." The waiter was very friendly. "Boss, it really was simple." Bibi laughed as he looked at Linley. In a place like this restaurant, where the dragons mingle with the fish, these waiters will hear many things and learn many things. It is convenient to ask them. Linley let out a sigh of relief in his heart as well. So this city actually had intelligence reports devoted to the 81 lords. This made things much simpler. "Milords, follow me." After having taken their 5,000 inkstones, this waiter became very friendly, immediately leading the way. While walking on the streets, Bibi said, puzzled, Could it be that the 81 lords of Tartarus are not opposed to this sort of intelligence report sales? The lords of Tartarus are experts who are far above us. What could they possibly fear? The waiter said hurriedly. They don't care about this at all. Actually, even in our city's official castle, there are also reports regarding the 81 lords of Tartarus for sale. However, the price is too high. You need 1,000,000 netherstones for a copy. The place I am taking you to will be much cheaper. You only need 10,000 netherstones for a copy. Linley laughed. For this sort of intelligence report, once a single person bought a copy, that person could reproduce tens of millions of copies and sell them. This was a good line of work to get into. Most people don't know about these secretive places, but I've been in this business since I was a kid. The waiter said. Since you were a kid? Bibi said in surprise. The waiter nodded. Tartarus has no transportation arrays. Virtually everyone who originally came to Tartarus was a high god. We demigods and gods were all born here in Tartarus. I am weak, and am only capable of surviving in the city. It's not bad. There aren't too many people in Tartarus, so the prices of the houses are quite low. Linley laughed as well. In the continents of the Netherworld and Infernal Realm, the prices of the city houses were extremely high. However, here in Tartarus, there were many remote areas which were completely unpopulated. Clearly, each island had a fairly low population, and so naturally, the housing prices were much better. But although there weren't many people here, there were many experts. This fellow really is familiar with this city. Linley sighed to himself. The waiter led Linley and Bibi forward in a very practiced manner, passing through various small alleyways and remote paths in a constant advance. In but a few moments, they arrived in front of an ordinary little courtyard. Here we are. Right here. Linley glanced at the courtyard. He couldn't see anything special about it. Open the door. The waiter immediately knocked on the door. Soon, the courtyard door opened. A muscular, silver-haired man walked out, giving them a glance. After seeing the waiter, he laughed. So it's you, kid. What is it? Did you help me bring a customer? We need a set of reports regarding the 81 lords of Tartarus. Linley said. Please enter, you too. The silver-haired man said hurriedly. The waiter immediately looked towards Linley and Bibi. Linley laughed, then very casually pulled out 5 pieces of azurite, handing them to the waiter. The waiter immediately accepted them. Thank you, me lords. I'll leave now. You just made quite a bit, kid. The silver-haired man chortled. The two of you, please come in. Linley and Bibi followed him into the courtyard. There were actually more than 10 people seated there, 3 of whom were high gods, the others all gods or demigods. One of them, a red-haired youth, rose to his feet, smiling as he came to welcome them. The silver-haired man said, Second bro, they want a copy of the intelligence reports on the 81 lords of Tartarus. Right. Linley nodded. Oh, do you want the concise version, the detailed version, or the secret version? The red-haired youth said. Linley was startled. The intelligence reports were divided into 3 levels? I imagine there must be a difference in price as well. Bibi laughed. The red-haired youth nodded. Naturally. The concise versions are 10,000 netherstones. The detailed versions are 100,000 netherstones. As for the one with all the secrets, that costs 1,000,000 netherstones. The nearby silver-haired man said hurriedly, but of course, you can also use inkstones to trade. Describe the differences. Linley said with curiosity. The ordinary version introduces the 81 Tartarus lords, what laws they specialize in, and how many battles they have been in and won, as well as their living locations. The red-haired youth said. The detailed version has the laws they specialize in, their ultimate techniques, and whether or not they have gone to the planar battlefield. It also has detailed descriptions of each and every public battle they have been in. Every single one of them. The red-haired youth smiled. Bibi's eyes lit up, and Linley laughed as well. This was good. It even had the ultimate techniques and laws which the lords specialized in, as well as descriptions of each battle. This was indeed excellent. And the secret one? Linley said, curious. The secret one includes information on the family and friends of the 81 Tartarus lords, what they often do, what sort of temper they have, and whatnot. But of course, because this information is too closely held, I can't guarantee its accuracy. Aside from these written materials, many scryer recordings are also provided, all of them of the public battles of the 81 Tartarus lords. The red-haired youth said. Linley and Bibi glanced at each other. Good heavens, this was too detailed. Written information, paired with large amounts of scryer recordings. This would definitely allow for one to gain a clear understanding of those Tartarus lords. Bibi laughed, then we want the secret version. The red-haired youth and the silver-haired man all began to laugh. Excellent. We'll arrange for a copy to be brought over. 1,000,000 inkstones, to Linley, was nothing. And for this red-haired youth, these intelligence reports could be duplicated, and so their own costs were quite low as well. They too knew that many experts would choose the secret level version. And, to experts, 1,000,000 was nothing. Here they are. The silver-haired man walked out of a room, carrying a large chest. Within the chest, there was a large amount of written material, as well as quite a few crystal balls. Excellent. Linley walked over, sweeping them with his gaze. Lotus Cliff region. The lord here is Crimsonmite, and he lives within Lotus Cliff regions. Seeing a line of words atop one of the written documents, Linley nodded slightly. Fine. Here are 1,000,000 inkstones. Linley handed over a large piece of azurite. If the two of you need to know other information regarding the Tartarus region, just come find us. We give a 10% discount to repeat customers. The red-haired youth chortled. Linley just laughed and, with a wave of his hand, drew the entire chest into his interspatial ring. With such detailed information, he could now determine exactly who he should select. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 4, Redcliffe Lord. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 4, Redcliffe Lord. Flamebone region. Within an upstairs, private room and a restaurant. Enough. Unless we call for you, no need to enter. Linley instructed. Yes, sir. The waiter carried the platter out of the room, shutting the door on the way out. Boss, hurry up and bring out those documents and those scryer recordings. Bibi immediately urged. After acquiring the materials, Linley and Bibi had yet to carefully inspect them, as there had been no suitable place to read them. After all, they couldn't just start flipping through them on the streets, right? Don't be impatient. Linley laughed. With a thought, he made the large chest materialize, and it hovered above the table. Linley moved the 3 dishes and the wine on the table to one side, then placed the thick stack of materials onto the table. So many. Bibi stretched his hand out, grabbing the documents. Let's not waste time. Bibi, you and I will each take half. Let's all do a quick read-through of these documents and see which Tartarus lord is suitable to be our target. Linley said. While speaking, Linley began to flip through a large pile of documents, first reviewing the ones related to the rules of challenging the lords of Tartarus. If he was going to challenge a lord, it would be very important for him to know the rules. While reading, Bibi suddenly looked towards Linley and asked, Boss, should you go challenge, or should I? Linley lifted his head to look at Bibi, then laughed. Bibi, not just anyone can go challenge a lord of Tartarus. The prerequisite is that you have to be a victor of 100 battles in the arena, winning 10 consecutive battles each day for 10 days. Bibi, do you think you will find it easy to win 10 battles in a row? Of course. With my innate divine ability, God Eater, I refuse to believe anyone will be a match for me. Bibi said confidently. What if you didn't have access to the innate divine ability? Linley laughed while asking. Bibi was speechless. If he didn't have the innate divine ability God Eater, he, Bibi, simply had tough defense, but in terms of offense, the only thing he had to rely on was a God Spark weapon. He would be able to use it to defeat ordinary high gods, but not a single person who dared to participate in the bloodbath arena would be a weakling. Weaklings would simply be going to their deaths. It would indeed be hard for Bibi to win. But I do have my innate divine ability. Boss, your hypothetical is meaningless. Bibi argued. Linley wiped the smile from his face, then said solemnly, Bibi, if you want to rely on your innate divine ability to win 100 battles in a row, then first of all, your soul is only able to use it twice in succession. For the remaining battles, you'd have to rely on using amethysts and golden soul pearls to replenish your spiritual energy. It will be very taxing. And secondly, Bibi raised an eyebrow. Linley continued, secondly, we are going to go challenge a Lord of Tartarus. Thus, it's best if we don't reveal our trump cards right away. Bibi, think about it. When you are at the bloodbath arena, if you reveal your innate divine ability, then, the Lord of Tartarus would definitely learn of it as well. By then, he would definitely come up with a way to deal with your ability, but... Deal with my ability? Bibi was stunned. What sort of method could he come up with? Preemptively kill you. Linley said with a calm laugh. I'm not afraid. Bibi said. If he isn't confident in being able to kill you, perhaps that Lord of Tartarus would secretly leave the island, and then publicly say that he has gone out on an important matter. He would let you wait for 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Are you able to wait that long? Linley asked him. My understanding is that challenges can be deferred by up to 10,000 years. Linley just saw this in the rules. Bibi was speechless. Indeed, issuing a challenge to a Lord of Tartarus wasn't something which could be carried out immediately. If the Lord of Tartarus wasn't even in the netherworld, even if you challenged him, you'd have to wait for him to return and receive word of the challenge before you could fight. Bibi, we can't waste any time. Linley said solemnly. Oh. Bibi said helplessly. If Bibi were to fight, what Linley feared was, the Lord of Tartarus, upon seeing Bibi use his innate divine ability, God Eater, would be so terrified that he wouldn't even dare to fight, and would secretly slip away. This was actually quite normal. If a person knew that he had no chance of winning but still went to fight, that would be tantamount to suicide. But just admitting defeat was very humiliating. Thus, quite a few Lords of Tartarus would choose to secretly slip away and delay by 10,000 years. If he didn't accept the challenge within 10,000 years, then the position of Tartarus Lord would immediately be transferred to the challenger. This was a method by which the challenger would receive the position of Tartarus Lord, and the former incumbent would also be able to save a bit of face. Logically speaking, this was a win-win proposal, but to Linley, it was not, because he had to seize every minute of time so that he could enter the Planar Wars. The Planar Wars, however, only had 800 years remaining. He wasn't able to wait that long. Right. Bibi nodded slightly. Bibi, when I attack, I am capable of completely hiding my power. For example, if I don't dragon form and don't use my innate divine ability. But of course, I still have to show one thing off slightly, my Blackstone space. But I'll weaken even the gravitational power of my Blackstone space. It will be more than enough against those 5-star fiends, 6-star fiends, and 7-star fiends. Linley said with a calm laugh. He would lower the power of the Blackstone space to the level at which it was at when he was just a god. Linley's full-force Blackstone space was something which ordinary 7-star fiends might just barely be able to resist, even if they went all out, resulting in them being slaughtered at will. If he only exerted 1/10 of the power of the Blackstone space, that was already enough as far as Linley was concerned. Just by showing a bit of my power, I'll be strong enough to win 100 consecutive battles. I trust the Lord of Tartarus wouldn't be afraid to fight me just because I revealed a little bit of power. By then, when the time comes, I'll use all my strength. BB, what you need to do is carefully look through the materials and see who amongst them has a supreme technique that is perfectly countered by me. Linley said. BB laughed and said, "Haha, boss, you want to win in a backhanded way, eh? Fine, I'll take a look and see whose strengths are countered by you." Linley began to carefully flip through the materials as well. In total, there were 81 Tartarus lords, and of course, they couldn't all be perfect, invincible experts with no weaknesses. Perhaps some of them would just so happen to be countered by Linley's strengths. So powerful. While flipping through the materials, Linley couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The Lotus Cliff Lord, the lord of the first island I arrived at, has actually not been challenged in countless years for his position. His supreme technique creates a translucent flame which kills anyone it touches, without exception. Linley felt his heart turn cold as he read through the materials. Each of the experts who dared to challenge a Tartarus lord possessed confidence as well as their own supreme techniques. But without exception, each of them touched by that translucent flame was killed. Boss, this Flamebone Lord is so powerful. In the past 100 million years, 3 people came to challenge him, all of whom were killed in a single blow. BB called out in surprise as well. BB, these people have held their positions unshakably firm for countless years, and the challengers were all easily killed. For now, let's put these especially strong Tartarus lords off to one side. Linley said immediately. Linley didn't have confidence in being able to defeat those Tartarus lords who had never had their positions threatened and who had never been forced to reveal too much of their power. While reading through the many documents, Linley felt his blood beginning to stir. So many experts. One challenge after another, one death after another. However, the Netherworld had countless experts in pursuit of perfection. In their hearts, becoming a Lord Prefect or a Tartarus Lord was their dream. For the sake of their dreams, they wouldn't be afraid to sacrifice their lives. Occasionally, some would succeed and become a new Lord of Tartarus. So indeed, amongst the Lords of Tartarus, there are a few who are monstrously powerful, but some who aren't too terrifying. Linley, when reading through the materials introducing some of the other Lords of Tartarus, felt slightly more relaxed. The 81 Tartarus lords did indeed have invincible figures akin to Beirut or Dunnington. No one dared to challenge these people. This one isn't bad. Linley's eyes lit up as he carefully read through some more documents. Oh, an expert in the laws of water. Extremely strong spiritual defense. When he uses his divine power, his material defense can also reach a virtually undefeatable level. And his material attacks are extremely powerful as well. Linley carefully read through this person's description, and he began to feel a bit of confidence in his heart. He was choosing an opponent. Linley completely ignored the Tartarus lords who were legendary for their soul attacks. Linley had some degree of confidence in his ability to deal with material attacks, and in addition, this Lord of Tartarus he had taken an interest in had developed a monstrously powerful defense through using divine power in forming a constant, unbreakable layer of armor. If I were to use my innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, to change his flow of time, with time changed, the defense he controls with his divine power will definitely no longer be perfect, especially given that I'll also be using powerful gravitational powers on him through my Blackstone space. Linley couldn't help but begin to laugh, and he hurriedly began to review the documents regarding other details of this individual. But then, his face froze, because he saw a line of words on the second page. What? He went to the planar battlefield? Next one. Linley had no choice but to do this. There was nothing he could do. The 81 Tartarus lords were almost all proficient in soul attacks. Even if they weren't proficient, their soul defenses were generally quite strong. Linley's soul defense was actually quite strong as well. Given his spiritual energy was at the high god level, that he had fused 3 profound mysteries, and that he had that innate azure glow surrounding his soul as well as the damaged soul-protecting sovereign artifact, he was already beyond the level of most 7-star fiends. But his opponents were the Lords of Tartarus, after all. Truly supreme experts. "Boss, I have one here," BB suddenly called out. Linley raised his head and looked over. "Where is he?" "Not in the planar battlefield, I hope." "Nope. The intelligence report says that he is still within his realm," BB said hurriedly. "Tell me about him." Linley's eyes lit up. "He's the same as you, boss. An expert of Earth." BB laughed. "Oh?" Linley's eyes lit up. Linley actually preferred to deal with Earth-type experts, because he had thoroughly analyzed the laws of the Earth, and so it would be easier for him to deal with it. BB continued, "This person's soul defense is extremely strong. The recorded battles state that he didn't seem to be impacted at all by any soul attacks. His soul defense is absolutely monstrous. But he isn't specialized in soul attacks, nor has anyone ever seen him use any powerful soul attacks. The intelligence report hypothesizes that he probably has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact." Linley nodded slightly. Although the throbbing pulse of the world was related to the soul, the laws of the Earth still weren't that strong in soul-related matters. It was the edicts of life, the edicts of death, the edicts of fate, and the elemental laws of fire which were strongest in the soul. His strength is material attacks. He is able to easily break apart high god artifacts with one blow. His fists and his warblade are exceedingly, terrifyingly powerful. Also, he specializes in speed. He is monstrously fast. On quite a few occasions, those who challenged him were sent smashing backwards by his fist before even touching him. They admitted defeat. BB explained. Linley began to laugh. Speed? Material attacks? No matter how fast a person was, within Linley's full-force Blackstone space, how fast could he be? Material attacks, In dragon form, when using the Godspark weapon Mirage and executing the Firmament Splitter, Linley wagered that the power of his sword blows shouldn't be much weaker. And I also have my innate divine ability, Dragon Roar. Linley laughed. Boss, I've gone through this entire pile of documents. I feel that this particular Lord of Tartarus just so happens to be countered by your strengths. You should have a better than 80% chance of victory. Only, I'm not sure if this Lord of Tartarus was hiding anything in reserve. BB said resignedly. Hiding something in reserve? Someone who trained in the laws of the Earth, even one who understood spiritual attacks well, wouldn't possibly be as powerful in that aspect as someone who trained in the edicts of death or laws of fire. After all, much of the edicts of death pertained to the soul, and the edicts of fate were almost completely linked to the soul. Anybody is capable of holding something in reserve. However, since he is of the laws of the Earth, I have some confidence in dealing with him. Let me look. Linley immediately received the materials, taking it over from BB. He began to carefully review these materials. While reviewing the battles undergone by this Tartarus lord, Linley began to feel more confident. The specialty of this Lord of Tartarus was his speed and his material attacks. The two synergized well, making him almost invincible. Unfortunately, he just so happened to be countered by Linley. Perhaps this Lord of Tartarus would be able to easily defeat supreme experts who specialized in soul attacks, but upon encountering Linley. Redcliffe region, eh? Linley nodded slightly. Him it is. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 5, Sudden Emergence. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 5, Sudden Emergence. Linley and Bibi walked forward, shoulder to shoulder. Linley had a rare hint of a smile on his face. There, in the restaurant within Flamebone City, Linley and Bibi decided that their target would be the Redcliffe Lord, and also carefully reviewed the detailed reports regarding this Redcliffe Lord, and also viewed his scryer recordings. Seeing the scryer recordings, Linley sighed in amazement. The speed of this Redcliffe Lord was indeed monstrous. Linley had never seen anyone as fast as this individual. However, Linley was still completely confident. Those who specialized in speed, upon encountering the Blackstone space, even if they were originally as fast as a hare, they would become as slow as a tortoise. Battles are forbidden within the cities. Only in the bloodbath arenas are battles permitted. Linley and Bibi quickly arrived outside the bloodbath arena. The bloodbath arena, in size and scope, was comparable to the arenas which Linley had originally encountered at Miluo Island. However, this bloodbath arena was round. Even standing outside of it, Linley could sense powerful energy ripples emanating from within this bloodbath arena. Wawa-ah-ea. A wave of excited roars rang out. It's quite lively here. Linley laughed. Bibi, let us go take a look. Right. Bibi's eyes were shining. I can sense the atmosphere from all the way out here. It's even livelier than Miluo Island's arena. Similarly, to view the battles in the arena, one had to pay a fee, but the cost was lower than Miluo Island's. Each person only needed to pay 10 netherstones. Linley and Bibi paid the fee, then followed the corridor and quickly arrived within the bloodbath arena. But just as they drew near, they felt a surge of heated calls ring out. There should be nearly 1 million people here. Linley stared at the viewing platforms. The viewing platforms were occupied by a large number of spectators. Because the platforms took up a very large amount of space, from Linley's current position, what he saw was a tight cluster of people, like countless ants. There was an extremely high number of people here. The viewers included muscular men, callous and skinny youths, as well as some ancient-looking old people, along with icy ladies or energetic lasses. They were either calling out in excitement or just watching calmly and appraisingly. There were humans, as well as quite a few other races with strange appearances. There were 3-eyed figures, 4-eared individuals, 6-armed people, etc. It really is lively. The battles in the bloodbath arena should be the most exciting things in the entire Tartarus. Linley understood that virtually everyone who came to Tartarus loved to do battle and wanted to pursue perfection. In addition, the bloodbath arena just so happened to be a necessary route for challenging a Tartarus lord. This caused the bloodbath arena to have a very special status within Tartarus and thus have many spectators. Only now did Linley look towards the center of the bloodbath arena. 2 figures were battle in the air above the bloodbath arena. A streak of red flame slashed through the air as a blurry saber flashed through the skies, slamming against the body of the black-robed man in front. The black-robed man was knocked backwards by the blade chop. Blood splattered everywhere, and then his head exploded into tiny fragments. The black-robed man landed heavily on the ground, not moving at all. Dead. Linley frowned. Ray-a-roar. The red-haired figure landed on the ground, revealing his form. This was a youth with a head of unbound black hair. His fists waved in the air as he howled excitedly, then shouted with confidence, "Next, next, dut." The entire bloodbath arena was filled with joyful calls as well, although there were also many spectators who howled, "Kill him, friend! Go kill him!" Linley, watching this, smirked slightly. The atmosphere in this bloodbath arena really was explosive. And indeed, the bloodbath arena was perhaps one of the few entertainment areas in the entire Tartarus region. That person's power isn't bad. Bibi turned to glance at Linley. Laughing, he said, "Boss, you preparing to make him your first?" "Bibi, wait here. I'll go register." Linley rose. "Right." Bibi nodded repeatedly. He was completely confident in Linley. Oh. The two spectators seated next to Linley and Bibi, hearing these words, turned to stare at Linley in surprise. Clearly, they knew that Linley was going to fight in the bloodbath arena. Hey, you are bold. Immediately, a nearby woman with black hair and red eyes stared at Linley, her eyes flashing. Fight a few extra battles. I, your big sis, will support you. Linley glanced at the surrounding figures, and instantly, quite a few people began to call out towards Linley, most of them supporting and encouraging him. Just because Linley had chosen to sit around them, they all supported Linley. But of course, in the end, what mattered in the bloodbath arena was how strong a person was. Registering for the bloodbath arena was free, but the manager still looked at Linley in surprise. Mr. Lay, what did you say? 10 battles in a row? Right. Linley nodded with a smile. You can't do this in a rush. You can't just arrange for 10 battles in a row. After you win one battle, you can choose whether or not to continue with the next. The manager said. This was a rule as well. If the challenger died during the first challenge, how could the other 9 challenges be carried out? Linley glanced at the manager. Then just watch and wait. However, quite a few people would go participate in the arena. Linley had to wait for his turn. By the time Linley's turn came, 7 or 8 more battles had already occurred. That red-haired youth had left long ago. He had already won 10 consecutive battles. As he walked out from the corridor, he even swept Linley's group with an arrogant look. Linley just laughed calmly. Suddenly, an ocean of jubilant roars swept out from within the bloodbath arena, while a thunderous voice echoed out, our expert, Wu-Ti, has already won 3 battles in a row. Now, please allow the challenger, Lay, to step forward. Linley's eyes lit up. Lay was the name he had used to register himself. Mr. Lay, faster. The managerial staff hurriedly called towards Linley, who just laughed. With a flicker, he appeared within the challenger's corridor, passing through and arriving at the bloodbath arena, still reeking of fresh blood. The many people in the spectator platforms at the bloodbath arena all called out in celebration. They saw a person dressed in a long, sky-blue robe, who looked like an ordinary neighborhood youth, emerge from the tunnel and arrive at the bloodbath arena. He slowly rose into the air, and his opponent was a man with 2 scarlet eyes, dressed in a black uniform and wielding a long whip. They stared at each other. The entire bloodbath arena was filled with an explosive atmosphere. But Linley maintained his calm, as though he didn't feel anything at all. Boss, kill that kid. Suddenly, a clear sound rang out, echoing throughout the entire bloodbath arena. Linley couldn't help but grin as he turned to look. It was Bibi. Just as Linley turned his head, a hint of disdain flashed through the crimson eyes of the black-robed man. He dares to be distracted during a life-and-death battle. At the same time, he moved. Swish! He arced out through the skies like a ray of black light, instantly appearing in front of Linley. Linley had yet to react, and the black-robed man attacked without showing any mercy. A ray of dark light sprang out from the black-robed man. Rumble! Suddenly, an earthen yellow light instantly sprang out. Ah! The black-robed man, caught off guard, uncontrollably descended. Bang! He slammed hard into the bloodbath arena, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Swoosh! Linley descended lightning fast. The black-robed man, trapped within the blackstone space, wasn't even able to stand stably. Linley kicked out at his chest, sending him flying into the air. I admit defeat. His voice rang out, echoing throughout the entire bloodbath arena. Only now did the black-robed man stare towards Linley in amazement. Having felt the blackstone space, he was terrified. I am almost at the 6-star fiend level of power, but I'm not even able to control my speed. The black-robed man was nervous. So this fellow wasn't being overconfident. He was prepared early on. That kick of his, if it was aimed at my head, I'm afraid I'd be dead already. This person is too strong, too strong. But he had no idea. Linley had only exerted a tenth of the power of the Blackstone space. If he had used it full force, even 7-star fiends wouldn't be able to take it, much less him, a kid who wasn't even at the 6-star fiend level yet. Thank you. The black-robed man bowed gratefully, then immediately chose to depart through the tunnel. Linley continued to hover there in the air above the bloodbath arena. He had no grudge for that person. As Linley saw it, for him to be here in the bloodbath arena was already a case of him bullying his lesser. If he were to kill them, that would be going too far. Fighting to kill should be done against those who were at roughly the same level of strength, as there would be no way to hold back. Lay! Lay! Immediately, the entire viewing platform exploded with cheers, especially those demigods and gods who had grown up in Tartarus. Their cheers were the loudest. For Linley to be able to so easily trample that opponent, his power was easy to behold. Our expert, Lay, said earlier that he wants to fight 10 in a row. I didn't believe it at first, but from the looks of it, he really is going to fight 10 in a row. The next battle begins. Read, Lay te, step forward. That ringing voice once more echoed throughout the entire bloodbath arena. Upon hearing that Linley wished to fight 10 battles in a row, the spectators who had managed to maintain their calm and silence also called out in excitement now. Only this sort of expert would cause people to be truly excited. The second battle. One exchange. The Blackstone space was spread out, and Linley kicked the person down, embedding him into the bloodbath arena's ground. Linley won. The third battle. Still just one exchange. Linley won. The fourth battle. The Blackstone space, even at 10% power, was still very powerful. And these challengers weren't even at the 7-star fiend level. All of them were easily defeated by Linley. Bang! The adamantine heavy sword struck heavily against a silver-haired man's chest. Instantly, with a boom sound, cracks in space appeared and the silver-haired man was knocked backwards, a large hole in his chest. In midair, before he even landed, he hurriedly called out, "I admit defeat." The difference between them was too great. You aren't bad. Linley laughed calmly, looking at him. You forced me to use my sword. Linley had decided long ago that in the bloodbath arena, even if he had to use a weapon, he would just use his adamantine heavy sword or blood violet. As for his Godspark weapon, Mirage, that would only be used against the Lord of Tartarus. A victor of 10 battles. The officiator for the bloodbath arena called out in a high, clear voice. Lay said he would fight 10 in a row, and he has indeed won 10. Lay's power is indeed very great. As I see it, perhaps he will win 100 battles. It was much harder to win 100 battles in a row. After all, many experts normally couldn't even be bothered to fight. Only after meeting other experts would they fight. Quite a few people throughout the massive viewing platforms howled jubilantly and excitedly. Lay! Lay! Their jubilant cries rose up and crashed down like waves, but Linley just chuckled. Tomorrow, we continue. Linley said calmly to himself, then turned and left through the challenger's tunnel. The bloodbath arena was a place which the experts of the Redcliffe region paid very close attention to. Within the Redcliffe region, generally speaking, it was rare for even a single expert to win 100 battles despite the passage of many years. This was because, each time, after a challenger won a few dozen battles in a row, some true experts would feel their hands get itchy and they would come to participate in the battles. These experts wouldn't just come singly, often, they would come out in succession, causing the end result to be that very few would win 100 successive battles. As time moved on, the name Lay began to be known to quite a few truly powerful experts of the Redcliffe region. One day after yet another day of consecutive victories. On the 5th day, he still won 10 victories. On the 6th day, he still won 10 victories. Linley's successes clearly didn't require too much effort. This caused quite a few people to understand that Lei definitely had to have more power than just this. Thus, the past few days, a very large number of people came to watch at the bloodbath arena. Many of them had come to watch Linley. Many of them waited eagerly, hoping that Linley would to be able to continue and cause some truly powerful experts to come and battle him. And finally, an expert whom Linley would take seriously appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 6, Unstoppable. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 6, Unstoppable. Redcliffe Region. The Lord's Estate. Currently, the Redcliffe Lord was reclining on his chair, his eyes shut. The Redcliffe Lord was only 1.7 meters tall, and in the netherworld, he would indeed be considered a very small fellow. He looked very thin, and he was currently dressed in a sleeveless shirt, revealing his wiry arms. Although the shirt was over his body, it wasn't able to cover up the heroic, mighty aura that emanated from him. This was the Redcliffe Lord, one of the 81 lords of Tartarus. Your lordship. A black-robed, silver-haired youth walked to his side and bowed. The Redcliffe Lord opened his eyes. His pupils were vertical, and they were violet. They gave off a disturbing feeling. Your lordship, an expert has appeared within the bloodbath arena of our Redcliffe region. The black-robed, silver-haired youth said respectfully. This person is called Lei, and he has already won 60 battles. From his performance in these 60 battles, I expect that this person already has the power of a 7-star spectre. He specializes in the laws of the earth. Your lordship, will you go watch him battle? Laws of the earth? The Redcliffe Lord raised a black eyebrow, but then with a calm laugh shut his eyes again. Since he is an expert in the laws of the earth, there's no need for me to go in person. You, Ganmole, can go handle this matter. At the same time, record it all down with Scryer recordings. If anything appears that causes you to feel surprised, bring it for me to watch. Yes, your lordship. Ganmole bowed. Ganmole knew very well that although the Redcliffe Lord had yet to reach the stage of being a paragon in the laws of the earth, the Redcliffe Lord already knew all the various types of attacks of the laws of the earth. However, what the Redcliffe Lord didn't realize was Linley's Blackstone space had already exceeded the bounds of the profound mysteries. This was the innate divine ability of Riesgem, and Linley had to rely on the Black Stone in order to use it. The 7th day Linley was at the bloodbath arena. On this day, the bloodbath arena had an unusually high number of people watching. It had been a long time since someone in the Redcliffe region had consecutively defeated so many people. Many people wanted to watch, and see how far this man named Lei would be able to go, and if he really had the power of a 7-star spectre or not. This battle is over now. Everyone has been waiting for a long time, I'm sure. Next will be our victor of 60 consecutive battles, Lei. The voice echoed brightly. Suddenly, the entire watching platform began to ring out with jubilant cries. The previous battles were fairly low level, and some people were too bored to watch. But upon hearing that Lei was about to appear, all of their eyes lit up and they called out non-stop. And at this time, in an unremarkable corner of the watching platform, a black-robed, silver-haired youth and a middle-aged black-haired man were sitting, shoulder to shoulder. Ganmole. The middle-aged black-haired man laughed calmly. Are you here at the orders of his lordship? I'm just watching. Ganmole laughed. This person trains in the laws of the earth. He's not yet shown himself to be worth his lordship's attention. Right, Shepherd, Shie Oborda, are you interested in this Lei? I just came today to watch. However, my old friend, Pam, Bomu, has already gone to register. If he is able to defeat Pam, then I will go test to see how strong this kid is. The black-haired shepherd said with a calm laugh. Ganmole, hearing this, said with gleaming eyes, Pam is going to participate? as the two chatted. Bang! The adamantine heavy sword slammed into the opponent, sending the person flying back. I admit defeat, the man called out hurriedly. Linley retracted his sword, still standing there in midair. He shook his head mentally. I have to win 100 battles to challenge a Lord of Tartarus. This does indeed waste a good bit of time. Linley had already undergone 71 battles, but he had yet to feel even a hint of danger. The strongest of these opponents were at most at the 6-star fiend level. When Linley was a god, he was already capable of killing ordinary 7-star fiends. Now that he was a high god, he already had the power of an ordinary Asura. Against these people, of course, he found it very easy. Everyone, let me announce some news that will shock and please all of you. Lay's next opponent is a former victor of 100 battles here at the Redcliffe region, our very own Mr. Pam. Excited cheers swept the entire bloodbath arena, but then, the entire arena went silent. Even the chatting Ganmali and Shepherd turned to look. Pam is entering the field of battle. The black-haired Shepherd began to laugh. The momentarily quiet bloodbath arena suddenly once more turned raucous. The cheers rang out unabated, and many of the viewers bellowed, Lay, defeat that Pam. Pam! Lay! The entire bloodbath arena was at a boiling point of activity. Even many formerly calm individuals were now shouting to the point of hoarseness, each screaming their support for one of the two. Clearly, the shouts for Lay, who had recently won everyone's admiration, were somewhat louder. But Pam was also a former victor of 100 battles. A battle against two experts? Who would win? Such a large battle, the level of activity in the bloodbath arena reached a fevered level. Oh, a former victor of 100 battles? Linley raised an eyebrow, turning to look. At this moment, Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind as well. Boss, this is a former victor of 100 battles. Don't be reckless. If you were to lose, then it's my turn. I'll go challenge the Tartarus Lord. Linley, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Swoosh! A gray blur suddenly shot out from the tunnel, then hung there in midair. Linley looked carefully. This Pam was dressed in a long green robe. He had a pair of downwards drooping white eyebrows. Although his hair and eyebrows were white, his face was like that of a youth's. Pam had a perpetual smile on his face, and he was currently staring at Linley with narrowed eyes. Lay? It's so hard to find a good opponent, here at the Redcliffe region. Don't disappoint me. Linley laughed calmly. Make your move. Linley said. Oh, quite arrogant, eh? Pam laughed calmly. He suddenly swept out with his hand, and a green light sprang up. Linley and Pam's battle caused quite a few people on the watching platform to focus their attention. Even Bibi stared fixedly at the arena. Only Shepherd and Ganmali continued to chat silently through divine sense while watching as the great battle was about to begin. Ganmali, who do you say will be the victor? Shepherd sent mentally. It should be Lay. Ganmali sent back. This Lay, I have the feeling that his power is at least on your level. As for Pam, although he has reached the 7-star Spectre level, he is just barely at that level. Although both his physical attacks and his spiritual attacks can be considered strong, they aren't monstrously strong. However, he trains in the laws of water. It won't be easy to defeat him. Pam should be able to hold on for a period of time. I was thinking the same. Shepherd laughed as well. Originally, when I beat Pam, I had to spend quite a bit of effort. An expert who trains in the laws of water is very hard to deal with. But as the two were discussing this matter, their facial expressions suddenly froze. The entire bloodbath arena had turned silent. And then, an explosion of raucous noise. Many people began to chat amongst themselves, and the entire bloodbath arena turned cacophonous. Nobody could understand what they had just seen. It wasn't just them who didn't understand it. Even Ganmoli and Shepherd didn't understand it. How could that have happened? Ganmoli said in disbelief. Pam, did he lose on purpose? Shepherd didn't understand either. Just now, what happened during the battle was this. First, Linley had used his Blackstone space to entrap his opponent. Pam was indeed strong, he was able to force himself to stay up and not crash downwards. But his speed was now incomparable to Linley's. Linley, relying on superior speed and blood violet, began to attack. But clearly, Pam's defense was extremely strong. Without being able to dragon form, he was unable to breach Pam's defense with his attacks. Linley's dragon form was one of his trump cards. Linley wasn't willing to use his dragon form, and so he used his spiritual chaos instead. After reaching the high god level, Linley's spiritual chaos technique, once used, would cause even the likes of Pam, a 7-star fiend level expert, to have his soul enter a bewildered state. In that brief instant, Linley used a single blow of the sword to sever Pam's head. Pam's head flew upwards into the air, hurriedly reconnecting with the body. "Thank you," Pam said gratefully. If Linley had struck his head instead of his neck, Pam would have died. He didn't lose unfairly. The spiritual chaos of the Blackstone field was the supreme technique of Purgatory Commander Riesgem. It was natural for him to lose to this technique. In the viewing platform. Whoosh! Shepherd suddenly stood up, but one of his clones sat down. He stared at the distant Linley, standing there in the air above the bloodbath arena. Ganmoli, I'll go test him. He left behind his divine spark, as he was worried that Linley might use a killing technique. Although prior to this, Linley had shown mercy, that didn't mean he would always show mercy. Be careful, Ganmoli said hurriedly. Don't worry. It won't be so simple for him to beat me, Shepherd said, and he walked forward. In the bloodbath arena, many people began to call out in joy. Many of them were now treating Linley as a model for themselves. A target for them to surpass. Everyone, today, Lei has already consecutively won 9 times in a row, and one of his opponents was Pam. However, even Pam lost to Lei. And now, the 10th challenger for today is standing right beside me. To be honest, I am already excited over the battle that is about to begin. The person by my side is an expert even more powerful than Pam. Everyone, can you guess who he is? Immediately, everyone in the bloodbath arena turned to look, and many of them began to call out excitedly. It was already very rare for them to be able to watch a single battle between 7-star Spectre-level experts. But today, there would be a second? It seemed as though this one would be even more powerful. He is Shepherd. The host's voice rang out. In the air above the bloodbath arena. Linley still stood there calmly in midair, looking at the many spectators and how they were excitedly shouting. Linley was rather curious. Shepherd? How powerful could he be? Linley looked towards the entry passage and saw a black-haired, middle-aged man drift over. As soon as he flew into the bloodbath arena, he looked towards Linley. I didn't expect that you were capable of soul attacks, and such unusual ones at that. The black-haired, middle-aged man said. Just now, outside the challenger's tunnel, he had already met Pam and chatted with him. However, Pam only thought that Linley had used some sort of strange soul attack to cause him to enter a dazed state. Linley smiled slightly. Enough chit-chat. Let's fight. Shepherd frowned. Angered, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Swish. Swish. 2 rays of black light suddenly shot out from Shepherd's eyes, striking directly towards Linley. Linley couldn't help but retreat, flying at high speed. What an unusual spiritual attack. The speed of the spiritual attack was too fast. Linley wasn't even able to dodge before the 2 black rays of light entered his body. Crackle, Linley's spiritual energy struck out like the Voidwave sword, blocking in the area of the flaw. As for the black light, the majority of it exhausted itself against the soul-protecting sovereign artifact, while the remaining bit of power wasn't able to threaten Linley at all. The black stone space and the spiritual chaos almost instantly encompassed the enemy. Shepard's spiritual prowess wasn't particularly impressive. He, too, fell into a dazed state, and just stood there, letting Linley slice off his head with one blow. "You lose," Linley said calmly. The entire bloodbath arena once more fell silent. "What happened?" Ganmuli asked repeatedly. "What a powerful soul attack." Shepard shook his head. "I was instantly bewildered as well and defeated." "Soul attack?" Ganmuli felt relaxed now. "This Lay is indeed strong, but if he encounters his lordship, he will definitely lose." His lordship, the Redcliffe Lord, feared no spiritual attacks. Actually, this was one of the reasons why Linley displayed his spiritual chaos attack. When seeing Linley use this technique, the Redcliffe Lord wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear towards Linley. After the two major battles of the seventh day, no one further was able to hold Linley back from winning. Linley consecutively passed through the 8th, 9th, and 10th days. A complete success. He became the only victor of 100 battles which the Redcliffe region had seen in recent years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 7, Ablaze. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 7, Ablaze. Above the bloodbath arena. Many people were chatting amongst themselves, and the topic was virtually all related to Linley, currently standing above the bloodbath arena. Because just now, Linley had successfully gained his 100th victory. But his success caused them to all understand that most likely in the future, it would be hard for them to see Linley fight again. "Hey, just now, you were shouting so excitedly, 'Boss, boss!' Do you know Lord Lay?" A silver-haired young lady glanced sideways at Bibi. "Of course I know him. He's my boss." Bibi rubbed his nose and said confidently, "Yeah, sure. And he's my elder brother." The silver-haired woman snorted, and then continued to look at Linley with a rather worshipful gaze. The silver-haired woman grew up in Tartarus and was affected by the local environment. The admiration the people here felt towards experts was even stronger than in the other parts of the netherworld. "She doesn't believe me." Bibi was speechless in the face of the silver-haired woman's disbelief. Right at this moment, a deep voice echoed in the bloodbath arena. "Everyone!" The voice continued to ring out as the person's figure flew to the air above the bloodbath arena, standing next to Linley. This person was dressed in a long golden robe, and had a head full of long, dazzling gold hair. He was laughing while saying clearly, "Today, yet another victor of 100 battles has emerged from our bloodbath arena. He is, Lay. Linley smiled and made a nodding gesture towards the golden-haired man. Linley was waiting to be given his proof of having won 100 battles, the bloodbath emblem. With the bloodbath emblem, he would truly have the qualifications to go challenge a lord of Tartarus. "Everyone, quiet," the golden-haired man said in a clear voice. Instantly, the spectators of the bloodbath arena all halted their conversations and looked over. "Right now, I will give this medal of honor, the bloodbath emblem, to our victor of 100 battles, Lay." As he spoke, the gold-haired man withdrew a six-pointed star-shaped red emblem and, with a smile, gave it to Linley. "Lay, from today onwards, your name and your victories will be displayed within our bloodbath arena." Linley laughed and accepted it. "So this is it?" Linley lowered his head to give it a glance. The reason he had fought these 100 battles was for the sake of becoming qualified to challenge a lord of Tartarus. But of course, this bloodbath medallion also represents that you now are qualified to go challenge our mighty lord of the Redcliffe region. The golden-haired man said with a loud, clearly laugh. "Mr. Lay, I ask you this. Are you going to go challenge our Lord of Redcliffe region? These words caused the entire bloodbath arena to once more turn rowdy. Challenge his lordship. Challenge him. Lay, challenge his lordship. Many of the spectators in the bloodbath arena began to cry out. However, everyone understood that this was a question that would be asked each time the bloodbath medallion was handed out. As for the spectators, they were just shouting to be rowdy. Everyone hoped to see a battle over the position of Lord of Tartarus. But they all understood. This was just a formality. It was extremely rare for someone to actually challenge a Lord of Tartarus. Generally speaking, it would happen only a few times every 100 million years. Each time someone dared to challenge a Lord of Tartarus, that person generally had a certain degree of confidence as well as some special skills to rely on. Although Linley seemed quite good, as the spectators saw it, he was still quite a ways off from the level of a Lord of Tartarus. After all, whether it was Pam or Shepherd, compared to a Lord of Tartarus, they were like infants compared to an adult. You said Lay is your boss. Then tell me, will Lay challenge the Tartarus Lord? The silver-haired lady laughed while looking at Bibi, and Bibi nodded with absolute certainty. Without question, my boss will definitely challenge the Tartarus Lord. Ha! The silver-haired lady immediately began to laugh softly. You don't even know how to lie properly. If you don't believe it, just watch. Bibi said. To tell the truth, the reason I have come to the bloodbath arena to fight. Linley's voice suddenly rang out. The conversations around the bloodbath arena suddenly lowered in volume. Linley had a smile on his face. Was precisely for the sake of becoming qualified to challenge the Redcliffe Lord. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Everyone looked towards Linley. The golden-haired man by Linley's side looked at him in disbelief. No way. This Mr. Lay, can it be that today, he really is going to challenge the Redcliffe Lord? Too crazy, too crazy. Although victors of 100 battles were powerful, there would be one every so often. But someone who would challenge a Lord of Tartarus? This was something which would happen a few times every 100 million years. No way. The silver-haired lady grew nervous. She couldn't help but glance sideways at Bibi, who just laughed confidently towards her. Everyone listened carefully and eagerly. Now, I have finally acquired the necessary qualifications. Linley stared at them. Today, in front of everyone, I publicly proclaim that I am formally issuing the Redcliffe Lord a challenge. Challenge. His voice echoed throughout the bloodbath arena. Everyone was silent for a long time. This was the first time in the past 10 million years that someone within the Redcliffe region had issued a challenge to the mighty Redcliffe Lord. The Redcliffe Lord was exalted and powerful. Everyone who challenged him had perished. But the many experts amongst the spectators wouldn't give up. For the sake of their dreams, their goals. Even if they had to die, they would constantly challenge themselves, constantly clash. There would eventually come the day when they would defeat the Redcliffe Lord and become the next Redcliffe Lord. However, on this road, many would die. More than 1 million spectators were present, and they were staring at Linley in the center. In their eyes, Linley was a fearless warrior, a new challenger for the position of Lord of Tartarus. Lay! The silver-haired elder was the first to call out solemnly. Lay! Immediately, a large number of people in the surrounding area called out as well. Lay! The entire bloodbath arena reverberated with this unified chorus. It was like a thunderclap splitting the world. These people used whatever methods were available to them to express encouragement to Linley. In their eyes, everyone who dared to challenge a Lord of Tartarus was a hero. A fearless hero. Everyone in the Redcliffe region wished to challenge a Lord of Tartarus and become the next one, but they all knew that their own level of strength was insufficient, and so they didn't have the courage to do so. But deep in their hearts, they still had this desire. For Linley to now go make the challenge, this group of people very naturally came to feel that Linley was their representative. They hoped to see Linley win. Even though deep in their hearts, they believed that Linley would die, just like the previous challengers to the Redcliffe Lord. Within the bloodbath arena, in front of more than 1 million people, the winner of 100 consecutive battles, Lay, thus publicly issued his challenge to the Redcliffe Lord. This news quickly swept through the entire Redcliffe region, like a blazing wildfire burning through a desolate, dry prairie. The 100 million people populating the Redcliffe region all were discussing this. They were all eager to watch it. Eager for Linley to duel the Redcliffe Lord. Redcliffe City. Within a hotel's courtyard, Linley and Bibi were casually sipping wine. Bibi, tell me, the Redcliffe Lord should have heard of my public challenge by now, right? There's no need for me to go in person to his door to challenge him again. Linley said with a hint of uncertainty. Enough, boss. Just wait. Bibi said casually. The Lords of Tartarus, what sort of status do they have? They are like the Lord Prefects or Purgatory Commanders of the Infernal Realm. They are exalted figures. In terms of status alone, they are beneath only the sovereigns themselves. How could someone with that sort of status possibly ignore your open provocations? Linley laughed as he looked at Bibi. The way you put it is really. Linley suddenly turned, looking towards the courtyard door. Bibi looked as well. Knock. Knock. The sound of the door being knocked. I imagine his lordship's men have arrived. Bibi hurriedly ran over and opened the door. A black-robed, silver-haired youth was standing outside, looking towards the courtyard. When his gaze fell upon Linley, he revealed a smile on his face. Mr. Lay, I am Ganmuli, the steward for the Redcliffe Lord. Please come in. Linley said with a calm laugh. Bibi laughed while winking towards Linley and sending mentally, Boss, I was right, eh? His people have come. Ganmuli laughed while walking in, then said, Mr. Lay, I have come to represent the Redcliffe Lord in issuing you an invitation to make a trip to his estate and discuss your challenge to him. Discuss? Linley raised an eyebrow. Discuss the time and place? That's part of it. Ganmuli laughed. No need to discuss it. You can just proclaim a time and a place. That will suffice. Linley said with a calm smile. Mr. Lay, there are other matters as well. It's best to make a trip. Ganmuli said. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances, and then Linley rose to his feet, smiling. Since Steward Ganmuli and the Tartarus Lord invite us, then we two brothers will follow you, Steward Ganmuli, to make this trip. Bibi revealed a smile on his face as well while sending to Linley, Boss, the Redcliffe Lord isn't going to try and assassinate us secretly, is he? He shouldn't. If he wants to kill us, it is better to kill us publicly. To secretly assassinate us would not be keeping with his stature. Linley sent back. Right. Bibi sent in reply. Boss, your words make sense. Forget it. If he does try anything funny, I'll immediately use my God Eater against him. Under Ganmuli's guidance, Linley and Bibi quickly arrived at the residence of the Redcliffe Lord. The Redcliffe Lord's estate was surrounded by a large number of High God patrols. Linley swept them with his gaze. Quite a few people. The outer perimeter has nearly 10,000 people, all High Gods. The population of Tartarus wasn't very high. The vast majority of the people here, however, were High Gods. The patrolling warriors at the Redcliffe Lord's estate naturally were all High Gods as well. The Redcliffe Lord's estate was extremely large. Linley and Bibi followed for quite some time before they arrived at an empty martial training field. Here, a muscular youth dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and long trousers was standing, ramrod straight. Although he was a youth whose height and body shape seemed similar to Bibi's. However, this person seemed to emanate a vigorous, mighty aura. Your lordship, they have come. Ganmuli said respectfully. Linley couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked carefully at this short-sleeved, muscular youth. So he really does look just like he did in the Scryer recordings. Whoosh! The Redcliffe Lord turned to look at them. His two vertically oriented, violet pupils caused Linley and Bibi to feel startled. Although they had seen Scryer recordings, there was a limit to the clarity of the recordings. Linley was only able to see two figures fight, and wasn't able to see the pupils clearly. "Your Lordship," Linley said. The Redcliffe Lord, just by looking at Linley and Bibi, had the feeling that these two shouldn't be weak. He said calmly, "Today, I have invited the two of you over because I can't be bothered to go enter some battle for them to watch. At the same time, I have no interest in killing you, Lay. Thus, it's best for you to openly proclaim that you are giving up your challenge. Go back and keep training." Linley and Bibi were stunned. "Hey, why are you saying this?" Bibi couldn't help but speak out. "Redcliffe Lord, no need to say anything further. I am eager for the chance to battle you," Linley said. The Redcliffe Lord frowned as he looked at Linley. "Humph!" The Redcliffe Lord thrust his hand out. Whap! It seemed as though a whip had viciously lashed the air, striking space itself. This simple swipe of the hand, where the fist just punched into empty space. Boom! 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 One hole in space after another exploded forth, repeatedly giving birth to more, like a series of rings, one ring after another. Dozens of holes exploded forth into space, creating a giant tear in space which was more than 10 meters long. Only after some time did they fade away. What a terrifying punch! Linley's pupils suddenly contracted. Throbbing pulse of the world. Essence of the earth. Profound mysteries of strength. Vitality. From this simple punch alone, I can sense at least 4 types of profound mysteries. I can't be certain whether there weren't actually 5 profound mysteries. Too powerful. No wonder he was able to easily shatter high god artifacts with a simple punch. Linley had to admit, the level of understanding the Redcliffe Lord had with regards to the laws exceeded Linley's. If you are confident in being able to withstand this punch of mine, then choose to continue challenging me, the Redcliffe Lord said calmly. The nearby Ganmuli was chortling while watching this. He believed that Linley would definitely give up. "Then Redcliffe Lord, please tell me the time and the place for our battle." Linley gave his response. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 8, The Storm Gathers. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 8, The Storm Gathers. Oh! The Redcliffe Lord suddenly turned, his sharp gaze shooting towards Linley. Steward Ganmuli stared in surprise at Linley as well. Just now, the Redcliffe Lord had revealed his extraordinary power. But this mysterious Lay actually still had the courage to challenge him. Was this stupidity, or was this courage? Ganmuli took another, closer look at Linley. "But of course, I can give up my challenge as well." Linley suddenly changed the direction of the conversation. "Oh?" The Redcliffe Lord looked at Linley. "Boss," Bibi said, rather frantic. Linley said calmly, "Redcliffe Lord, the reasons I am challenging you are twofold. First of all, I wish to reach the peak of perfection in training, and becoming a Lord of Tartarus can be considered a way of verifying my current abilities. The second reason, however, is so that I will be qualified to enter the planar battlefield. If you, Redcliffe Lord, are willing to allow us two brothers to enter the planar battlefield, while at the same time follow us two in accordance with our wishes in roaming about the battlefield, then I can choose to forego my challenge." Linley's original desire was to enter the planar battlefield. If this Redcliffe Lord was willing to bring himself and Bibi within and also obey his orders, wouldn't that be much less troublesome? Planar battlefield? The Redcliffe Lord swept the two of them with his cold gaze. The two of you would dare go to the planar battlefield, for the sake of the sovereign's might? This courage alone makes you worthy of my admiration. Linley, hearing this, understood that the treasures one could acquire in exchange for accumulating military merits weren't just limited to sovereign artifacts. Sovereign's might was also possible. They are looking for death. The nearby Ganmuli said in a low voice. Whether we are or aren't, isn't something for you to worry about. BB snorted. There is no way I can agree to your request. The Redcliffe Lord said calmly. Then I will continue my challenge. Linley said very straightforwardly. The Redcliffe Lord's violet pupils were locked onto Linley. In a low voice, he said, Punk, you are looking for death, Hey, you haven't even fought yet. Nothing is certain. BB raised his head proudly as he spoke, and Linley laughed calmly as well. Redcliffe Lord, you have the honored status of a Lord of Tartarus. I have trained for many years, and in my dreams, I too desire to one day become one of the Lords of Tartarus. I trust, your lordship, you won't be afraid of my challenge. Boss, as I see it, he is afraid. BB immediately said. The Redcliffe Lord glanced at BB, but wasn't angered in the slightest. He instructed calmly, Ganmuli, send them away. Yes, Lord. Ganmuli bowed, and then said to Linley and BB, the two of you, please follow me. Linley and BB were both stunned, while at the same time, Linley noticed that the Redcliffe Lord had actually turned and left. Linley immediately felt frantic. What does this Redcliffe Lord intend to do? Is he trying to avoid doing battle? Today, when the Redcliffe Lord had invited Linley over, Linley had a strange feeling about it. Your lordship, you can't possibly be afraid, can you? Linley's voice rang out, but the Redcliffe Lord's figure had already disappeared from Linley's field of vision. Just as Linley and BB were feeling puzzled and somewhat frantic, a cold, calm voice rang out. 1 month from now, in the desolate wilderness east of the city. Since you seek death, I will give you what you desire. Hearing this voice, smiles immediately appeared on Linley and BB's faces. Mr. Lay, you really, ugh. Steward Ganmuli shook his head and sighed. I admire your spirit and energy, but you have no hope in challenging his lordship. Although your gravitational space is impressive, his lordship is extremely skilled in the laws of the earth. You won't be able to affect him. As I see it, he completely counters your strengths. Linley, hearing this, just laughed calmly. Generally speaking, when two experts who trained in the same laws fought, generally speaking, the person with a higher level of understanding would be able to counter the weaker one. However, there was one exception, if one side had an innate divine ability. Linley's Blackstone space was, in reality, the innate divine ability of Reesgem. The Redcliffe Lord didn't understand it at all. Let's go, the two of you. Ganmuli led the way while continuing to speak. It was so rare for his lordship to be in such a good mood as he was in today. He saw that you were talented. The reason he summoned you today, in truth, was that he wanted to accept you as his subordinate. When the time came, you would become the left and right arms of the Redcliffe Lord. In the Redcliffe region, you would be subordinate to only the Redcliffe Lord himself. But you, alas, why must you do this? Linley and BB exchanged glances. They couldn't help but laugh. Boss, his lordship wanted to recruit you as a subordinate. BB laughed. Linley now began to understand the purpose behind the invitation. But clearly, his reaction had caused the Redcliffe Lord to be extremely angry. He hadn't even said anything about inviting Linley to be his subordinate, he just immediately left. I truly am sorry for having disappointed his lordship. Linley said, his lips pursed in a smirk. Ganmuli, seeing Linley's reaction, just shook his head. As he saw it, Linley was the type of warrior that loved to do battle and pursued perfection. Ever since Linley stated that he wanted to enter the planar battlefield, Ganmuli had taken him to be that sort of madman. Without enough courage, without enough of a spirit for adventure, no one would dare enter the planar battlefield. On the way back, Linley and Bibi chatted casually on the streets. Having recently become famous within the Redcliffe region, Linley noticed that as soon as he appeared, many people would stare at him. Linley had to change his appearance and also make his robe an earthen yellow one, allowing him to be relatively unmolested. Fortunately, we got things done rather quickly this time. Linley laughed. Right. Based on what our intelligence reports said, generally speaking, a challenge might be extended for a few years, or even a few centuries or longer. Bibi nodded as he spoke. This was just a month, it wasn't that long. But suddenly, everyone! A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Wonderful news, excellent news. Just now, word came from His Lordship's estate. His Lordship and Lord Lay will, 1 month from now, engage in a formal duel in the eastern wilderness. This is the first time His Lordship has publicly battled in 10 million years. Linley and Bibi both looked over. In the center of the street, there was a golden-robed man speaking loudly. Instantly, virtually everyone flooded forth, surrounding him. What? In just 1 month? The eastern wilderness outside the city? Are you sure? In 1 month, His Lordship will battle Lord Lay? Countless voices rang out. In Tartarus, every single Lord of Tartarus was a supreme figure. Every single public challenge between a Lord of Tartarus and a challenger would attract a frenzied crowd to gather, and virtually 90% of the entire population in a particular region would hurry over to watch the battle. Hey, if you don't believe it, you can go to His Lordship's estate. This news is carved onto a stone tablet placed outside, next to the estate. The golden-robed man said hurriedly. It's true. I saw it as well. Let's all go to His Lordship's residence to look. The vast majority of the people who had been strolling on the streets now surged towards the Redcliffe Lord's estate. As deities who had virtually unlimited lifespans, the emergence of a victor of 100 battles was already enough to excite them, but 10 million years might pass without a single challenger to a Tartarus Lord's position. This was a major event for the entire region. Within the restaurant, the disguised Linley and Bibi were seated in a corner, drinking wine. Mad. They've all gone mad. Bibi muttered. Linley glanced sideways at the other people in the restaurant. The other people in the restaurant were, without exception, discussing the upcoming battle between Linley and the Redcliffe Lord. Quite a few were so excited that their faces were red, and others were discussing the previous accomplishments in battle of the Redcliffe Lord. Boss, this speaks to your charisma and magnetism. Bibi snickered. They care about this battle, not because of me, but because of the Redcliffe Lord. Linley laughed. The two chatted in their corner with their god realms set up to block out the sound. The Redcliffe Lord has a high, exalted status. His open, public battles naturally will arouse everyone's excitement. For example, back in the Yulan continent, the battles between saints would cause the ordinary people to become frenzied. Linley said with a calm laugh while continuing to listen to these deities discuss the upcoming battle with the Redcliffe Lord. He couldn't think back to that year when he dueled Olivier or Hadesun. That, too, had attracted the attention of countless experts. Right. If Grandpa was to publicly announce a duel with someone, I would excitedly go watch as well. Bibi chortled. There aren't many who would dare challenge Beirut. Linley said with a sigh. If he himself could have Beirut's level of power, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much time to painstakingly select an opponent who he just happened to counter perfectly. For someone like Beirut, he could just casually choose any opponent and then easily achieve victory. Time flowed on like water, passing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. The streets and restaurants of the entire Redcliffe city were almost completely empty. Unless they had something extremely important to attend to today, virtually every denizen of the Redcliffe region hastened to the eastern wilderness outside the city, awaiting the earth-shaking battle that was about to occur. The eastern wilderness. This area lived up to its name. It was completely barren and desolate. There wasn't even any grass. There was nothing on the ground aside from earth and stones. Normally, very few people would come here. Today, however, an ocean of people was present. Look! That's the challenger, Lord Lay. Forget about the Redcliffe Lord for now. If one day I was as powerful as Lord Lay, I would die a happy man. A man and a woman chatted with each other, and the youth dressed in a blue robe said, his eyes flashing with desire, I, too, wish to one day be watched by countless deities and duel one of the lords of Tartarus. If I can achieve that, even if I die, I would have no regrets. Stop dreaming. The woman next to him said dismissively. There was an ocean of people present in the eastern wilderness, standing on the ground. In midair, there was only one person, Linley. None of these spectating deities had flown into the air. They all watched from below on the ground, as a way of showing respect to Linley and the Redcliffe Lord. There are quite a few people here. Linley swept the ground below with his gaze. There are people in an area with a circumference of nearly 100 kilometers. There has to at least 100 million people present, or perhaps even more. Boss. Bibi's voice suddenly rang out in Linley's mind. Today, those who have come to watch are not just the people of the Redcliffe region. Even the people of the surrounding regions who were able to make it in time have come. Boss, with so many people watching, you have to win beautifully. Linley couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, Linley's gaze swept to the east. A blurred yellow shadow flew over at high speed, so fast that even Linley couldn't help but feel his heart clench. So fast. This flying speed is at least several times greater than mine, and this isn't his absolute limit. The previously chattering spectators seemed to, in harmony, lower their voices. In just 3 seconds, the 100 million plus deities in the desolate wilderness turned completely silent. The only sound that could be heard was the constant howling of the wind. Everyone raised their heads to look towards the only two people in midair. Linley and the Redcliffe Lord. Swoosh! The blurred yellow form suddenly came to a halt, revealing the Redcliffe Lord's body. His figure was physically small, but inspired dread in all who beheld him. He stood there in midair, dressed in a form-fitting short-sleeved shirt and long trousers. His strange violet pupils stared coldly at Linley. With a snicker, he said, "You came quite early. Even if you want to die, you don't need to be in such a rush. It's too early to say who will be the one to die," Linley said with a calm laugh. Just like that, with 100 million deities watching them, Linley and the Redcliffe Lord casually chatted with each other. Poof! The Redcliffe Lord snorted coldly, his voice suddenly turning fierce and ringing out, "No need to waste any time. The battle starts now. I'll give you one chance. Make your move." The Redcliffe Lord clearly intentionally spoke these words very loudly. His voice traveled to a distance of many kilometers, and all of the deities below within the area heard his words very clearly, especially given how acute their hearing was. The battle is beginning. All of the deities instantly held their breaths, staring at these two figures. Everyone was wondering. Would this earth-shaking battle be like the other ones, with the challenger dying and the Redcliffe Lord winning? Or, would a new Redcliffe Lord appear? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 9, A Battle Between Supreme Experts of the Earth. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 9, A Battle Between Supreme Experts of the Earth. As you wish, then. Linley's body suddenly emanated an earthen yellow aura, which instantly spread out to form a spherical space that was 1,000 meters long, immediately enveloping the Redcliffe Lord within. This time, Linley still didn't use his Blackstone space at full force. He only increased the Blackstone space to half power. But although it was only half power, it was still enough to startle the Redcliffe Lord. The Redcliffe Lord's body sunk downward slightly, but then he maintained his position in midair. He gave Linley a surprised glance. Gravitational space. What a strange gravitational space. But the Redcliffe Lord still stood there in midair, not moving. He said calmly, "Your gravitational space is excellent. Whatever techniques you have available, show them all off. If you wait for me to attack, you won't have the chance to." Confidence. The Redcliffe Lord was qualified to be arrogant. He didn't fear soul attacks at all, and as for material attacks? As an expert of the laws of the earth, the Redcliffe Lord was most confident in material attacks. His soul and material defenses were both powerful. This was the reason why the Redcliffe Lord was qualified to be confident. Linley smirked, saying to himself, "Just keep being smug. In a bit, you will be dead before you even have the chance to feel regret." Rumble. The black stone within Linley's sea of consciousness instantly spread outwards, quickly surrounding the Redcliffe ruler. Spiritual chaos. HRM? A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of the lips of the Redcliffe Lord. He mused to himself, so indeed, just as Ganmuli discovered, this powerful gravitational space is paired with a spiritual attack. It is indeed rather formidable. But against me, Linley had first used his gravitational space and then his spiritual attack, which had indeed caused the Redcliffe Lord to feel slightly numbed. But right at this moment. Die. A killing intent surged from Linley's mind, and he immediately moved. Boom. It was as though space had exploded. Linley's entire body shot towards the Redcliffe Lord as fast as a bolt of lightning, and while shooting towards the Redcliffe Lords, the robes covering Linley's body exploded apart as azure golden draconic scales instantly covered his entire body. Those savage spikes and that whip-like draconic tail all sprouted out as well. Instant dragon form. What? The Redcliffe Lord was still in a state of shock, and his body suddenly sank downwards. Blackstone space, supergravity. The power of the gravitational pull of the Blackstone space increased from half power to full power. This sudden increase in power did indeed throw the Redcliffe Lord off balance, especially combined with Linley's dragon form, which astonished him as well. No matter how foolish he might be, he now understood that this Mr. Lay in front of him had been hiding his true power this entire time. How laughable it was that he had wanted to recruit Lay as a subordinate. He's looking for death. The Redcliffe Lord howled angrily in his heart. The Redcliffe Lord's entire body flickered. Like a crab, his shoulders suddenly expanded outwards, and the strange thing was, the space around him, with a boom, began to tremble as well. The gravitational power generated by Linley's Blackstone space, in the area next to the Redcliffe Lord, actually began to distort and weaken. The Redcliffe Lord stared at Linley with a cold face. Seeing Linley charge towards him, he just swung out with right fist, whip fast. The counteracting of the gravitational pull to the counterattack happened instantaneously. The Redcliffe Lord's reaction time was extremely fast. Crackle. Right after the Redcliffe Lord swung out with his fist, his face suddenly changed. Swish. A giant tear in space suddenly appeared, as though space itself was only made of power. An invisible, shadowless sword instantly arrived at the Redcliffe Lord's forehead, between his eyebrows. The Redcliffe Lord, frantic, opened his mouth and let out a furious howl as though he were a trapped beast. A clear earthen yellow aura spat out from his mouth, striking directly against the invisible sword. Linley was stunned. This Redcliffe Lord is indeed even more powerful than I was aware of. Linley had suddenly dragon-formed, suddenly increased his Blackstone space to full power, and then in the final moment, suddenly revealed and attacked with his Godspark sword, Mirage. Especially given that Mirage left behind no traces and was completely invisible, this sort of sudden, powerful attack would be undiscoverable unless someone was paying very close attention. But clearly, the Redcliffe Lord was simply too strong. Only when Mirage drew close to the Redcliffe Lord did Linley realize that a strange, unique gravitational space had formed around the Redcliffe Lord's body. This gravitational space is actually centered around his forehead. Linley was completely unable to understand this technique. The vibrations which rippled out from the Redcliffe Lord formed into a unique gravitational space that was like two loops of power with different strengths. This caused Linley's sword to be affected. Despite that, however, Linley had hidden his power too deeply. The explosive triple combination of his dragon form, the Blackstone space, and Mirage caused the Redcliffe Lord to not have enough time to fully react. Slash. When Mirage was struck, it changed directions slightly. Suddenly, the Redcliffe Lord's right arm slashed over, seeming to attract Linley's sword towards it like a magnet. Linley just laughed coldly while exploding forth with his full power, and with a slash sound, Mirage instantly pierced through the Redcliffe Lord's right side of the chest, penetrating straight through to the Redcliffe Lord's lungs. Bang! The Redcliffe Lord's furious punch landed towards Linley. Rumble, space instantly exploded forth and blasted towards Linley. Swoosh! In dragon form, Linley moved as fast as lightning, instantly scurrying into the distance. As for the Redcliffe Lord, his eyes seemed to spit violet fire as he stared angrily at Linley. When he breathed, he was forced to cough, as his lungs had been slashed through. But of course, he quickly recovered. You hid your powers very deeply. The Redcliffe Lord stared at Linley. I'm just average. I trust, your lordship, that you too have a supreme attack that you've hidden away. Linley said calmly. Tell me your true name. Which elder of the Azure Dragon clan are you? I've never heard of the Azure Dragon clan having an expert named Laydot. The Redcliffe Lord said coldly. By now, after having seen Linley's dragon-formed appearance, it would be strange indeed if he wasn't be able to guess that Linley was a member of the Azure Dragon clan. Linley's dark golden eyes stared into the Redcliffe Lord's violet ones. Let me reintroduce myself. I, an elder of the Azure Dragon clan, am Linley. Linley said in a cold voice. Utter silence. The 100 million high gods watching this in the eastern wilderness were all stunned. Although in their heart, they knew that this sort of duel could result in the birth of a new Lord of Tartarus, they also knew that the possibility was very small. Almost everyone here believed that this battle was just a performance for the Redcliffe Lord. Perhaps this Mr. Lay's performance might bring some unexpected surprises for everyone, but virtually all the spectators had come for the sake of watching the Redcliffe Lord. But as soon as the battle had begun, they had become stupefied. In midair, there was a man whose entire body was covered in draconic scales, with his knees, elbows, and spine all covered with sharp, savage spikes, and with a draconic tail waving behind him. The former Mr. Lay now looked completely different, and their Redcliffe Lord, after the first clash in the battle, now had a huge hole in his chest as well as blood flowing out. In the very first exchange, the Redcliffe Lord had been injured. Linley? Everyone stared, wide-eyed. Linley, elder of the Four Divine Beasts clan. I've heard of him. He once killed 5 7-star fiends by himself. It's him. I saw his scryer recording before. Instantly, the entire eastern wilderness exploded with noise. Everyone became excited and agitated. They had all believed that this would be a one-sided show, but now, it seemed, this person was an amazing figure of legend, Elder Linley of the Azure Dragon clan of the Four Divine Beasts clan, and he was the one who would be engaging in this thrilling duel with their Redcliffe Lord. The cacophony suddenly faded away, as everyone once more focused their attention on the scene in midair. Because, the Redcliffe Lord had already revealed his weapon. A completely pitch-black knife. The Redcliffe Lord hefted the knife, staring coldly at Linley. So it is Linley. I was wondering how such an expert would suddenly emerge in our Redcliffe region. I must admit that based on our exchange just now, you are qualified to be my opponent. To show respect to you, I will attack with all my might. Linley just watched all of this coldly. It seems as though beating this Redcliffe Lord won't be so easy. Linley's thoughts spun through his mind. He had a tremendous advantage earlier. He had suddenly revealed his dragon form, his true Blackstone space, and Mirage, only then had he been able to wound his opponent. From this, one could tell how powerful this enemy was. What a bizarre gravitational space. The Red Cliff Lord shook himself, as though seeming rather uncomfortable and needing to get accustomed to this gravitational space. But that simple movement suddenly. HRM? Linley was startled. He could clearly sense how the strange gravitational space emanating from the Red Cliff Lord's forehead transformed as well. Although in terms of power, it was vastly inferior to Linley's Blackstone space, it was still able to ablate the influence of the Blackstone space. It was as though the Red Cliff Lord had been trapped in quicksand, but a protective layer of energy had suddenly surrounded him, allowing his movements to quicken. Swoosh! The Red Cliff Lord suddenly flashed forward in an arc, pouncing towards Linley. This strange arcing movement lanced at an incredibly high speed. He is indeed fast, but not as fast as me. Linley's speed reached a limit as well. Clearly, Linley was almost twice as fast as the Red Cliff Lord. The Blackstone space was the supreme technique of Reese Gem, after all. Linley had spent 500 years entrapped before gaining insight into it, and after having acquired the Black Stone, the power of his technique was already comparable to Ricegem's. Although the Red Cliff Lord adapted much more quickly than others to it, his speed was still dramatically lessened. Swish! It moved as fast as a bolt of lightning. A tear in space suddenly appeared as the completely invisible Mirage pierced directly towards the Red Cliff Lord. The only thing the Red Cliff Lord was able to sense was a terrifying power oncoming, a power that could easily rip apart the spatial walls of the Netherworld. Faced with this attack, the Red Cliff Lord's body suddenly paused. Whap! He threw out his arm, and his fist suddenly shot forward like a rock from a catapult. That faint, earthen yellow light was emanating from his fist, while also flowing with a black light. Bang! The fist collided directly against the tip of the Godspark sword, Mirage. And just as the fist shot out, the Red Cliff Lord actually borrowed the powerful surge of force, swiveling slightly as he stabbed with the black knife in his left hand towards Linley's head. Swish! Where the black knife passed, space itself blew apart. This attack was so terrifying as to make a person's face change color from fear. But Linley seemed to instinctively strike back with his own left fist. The clenched draconic claws pressed down like an entire mountain, as the terrifying divine earth power completely exploded forth, firmament splitter. Bang! Dot! The black dagger and the fist collided, and space instantly blew apart. Swoosh! Swoosh! Linley and his opponent were both knocked backwards. What a powerful fist! Linley stared coldly at his opponent. The Red Cliff Lord had actually dared to use his fist to fight against Linley's Godspark weapon. What a sharp sword! The Red Cliff Lord glanced at his right fist. The sword had pierced through the bones of his right fist. His fist was comparable to a high god artifact, but it had actually been wounded. Actually, he couldn't be blamed, it was a Godspark weapon which he faced, after all. The Red Cliff Lord then glanced at Linley's fist. Your fist is pretty tough as well. Some of the draconic scales covering Linley's fist had been shattered as well. That short exchange of blows had caused both Linley and the Red Cliff Lord to understand something. They couldn't let the enemy hit them in their vital points. Linley had to rely on his fist executing an attack with his understanding of the profound mysteries in order to block the dagger. If the enemy managed to strike him in the head, the draconic scales would definitely not be able to block them. And the opposite was true as well. If Linley's sword was to stab into the enemy's forehead, he would definitely pierce through and kill the enemy. The countless people watching this duel in the eastern wilderness were completely breathless. Above them, two supreme experts were battling, and they were absolutely too powerful. That elder Linley has an invisible weapon. His lordship is incredibly powerful, he dared to use his fist to accept that blow. Lord Linley is powerful as well. He too dared to use his fist to block his lordship's knife. The 100 million spectators were completely cowed by the might and strength of these two experts. All of them watched unblinkingly, wanting to see what would happen. "Ah, look, what's going on? What's going on? How is that possible?" Many people's faces suddenly changed dramatically. His lordship can transform as well? Linley's face changed dramatically as well. He had never watched the Redcliffe Lord transform in any of the scryer recordings he had seen. In the past, when I challenged the previous Redcliffe Lord, he wasn't able to force me to transform. Congratulations, you are the very first person I have encountered since becoming the Redcliffe Lord capable of making me use my full power. The Redcliffe Lord's violet eyes stared at Linley. His entire body was undergoing a sudden change. His shoulders began to bulge, and his entire body began to emanate a black light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 10, The Final, Supreme Technique. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 10, The Final, Supreme Technique. Crackle. A black aura surrounded and swirled around the body of the Redcliffe Lord. His shoulders began to bulge more and more extravagantly, until with a crunch sound, two black, knife-like shoulder blades spread out like a pair of black wings that folded against each other. It was like a black cape was hanging from the Redcliffe Lord's back. From the forehead of the Redcliffe Lord emerged a pair of sharp black horns as well. The Redcliffe Lord's entire body was now pitch black, and he stared at Linley with those violet pupils. Those vertical violet pupils looked different from an ordinary person's. I should have guessed long ago. Linley, seeing the Redcliffe Lord before him, mused to himself. This Redcliffe Lord was actually able to transform. Naturally, his power had increased as well. Linley felt some pressure now as well. Would he be able to win this battle? Linley wasn't completely certain. All he could do was to sigh to himself that not a single person capable of becoming a Lord of Tartarus could be underestimated. Linley! The Redcliffe Lord stared at Linley with his violet eyes, smirking. No matter what the results are, I will forever remember you. As soon as the words fell, the Redcliffe Lord's knife-like blade wings suddenly trembled, and the surrounding area was instantly formed into a bizarre, double-ringed gravitational field. Swoosh! Moving like a flying bird, the Redcliffe Lord gracefully glided at high speed forward. His speed did indeed increase slightly. However, it's far from being enough. Linley didn't back down in the slightest. He, too, transformed into an arcing blur, his translucent mirage sword mercilessly piercing towards the Redcliffe Lord's skull. This stab caused a hole to be torn through space. The Redcliffe Lord thrust out his arm. Clang! That black knife, flowing with an earthen yellow knife, collided with Linley's mirage. Boom! The two were both knocked backwards by the collision once again, but then the two instantly charged towards each other at high speed yet again. In terms of speed, Linley clearly held the advantage. The Redcliffe Lord wouldn't possibly be able to dodge every time. However, the strange gravitational field surrounding the Redcliffe Lord caused it so that each time Linley's sword drew near, it would be affected just slightly. But that slight effect was enough to change the outcome. Swish! An incredibly fast sword blow. The Redcliffe Lord was, after all, slightly slower. However, once the mirage fell into the strange dual-looped gravitational field, it couldn't help but change direction slightly. The Redcliffe Lord's wings once more trembled, as though he was going to block once again. Humph! Linley instantly caused the divine power within Mirage to explode forth. Boom! Mirage stabbed directly into the Redcliffe Lord's left shoulder, sending fresh blood flying everywhere. After having landed this blow, Linley didn't hesitate, he immediately retreated. And as he did, Linley once more relied on his speed to launch an attack. Although, in terms of material attacks, it could be said that by relying on his Godspark weapon, Linley was able to fight to a standstill. Linley wasn't able to take the counterblows head-on. He had to rely on Mirage and his speed to repeatedly leave wounds behind on his enemy's body. As for the Redcliffe Lord, even though he had transformed, he was still much slower. He could just barely protect his vitals and ensure that his head wasn't struck, but he was unable to protect the other places on his body. There, in midair, within an enormous gravitational sphere formed of earth and yellow light, their two figures clashed repeatedly, as fast as lightning. Linley's invisible mirage sword occasionally left behind wounds on the Redcliffe Lord's body. The Redcliffe Lord appeared to be in rather bad shape, but he didn't look the slightest bit discouraged, continuing to go all out against Linley. As soon as Linley backed off, he might immediately receive a strong counterattack. This looks troublesome. It seems victory and defeat won't be determined within a short time frame. BB said with a frown. It is a bit troublesome. Although the Redcliffe Lord's speed increased after transforming, Elder Linley clearly doesn't dare to fight against him head-on, and so not a single one of his attacks has landed on Elder Linley. But Elder Linley is able to wound him. Elder Linley clearly has the advantage. A burly, green-robed man by BB said spoke out. The entire eastern wilderness held more than 100 million people. Because the battle above was simply too absorbing, discussions once more rang out from below. Linley currently had the slight advantage, as the Redcliffe Lord's body continued to shed blood every so often. However, small wounds like these didn't impact his strength much. Who would win, and who would lose? For now, it was hard to say. If things continue like this, how long will it take? Quite a few people were puzzled. What these spectators liked to see were those true, all-out, frontal assaults. Those sorts of battles might only last an instant, but generally speaking, life and death would be determined within a few blows. Those battles would cause the spectators to feel nervous and to feel their blood pumping. But now, Linley and the Redcliffe Lord clearly weren't fighting in such a way. Hey, that's weird. It seems as though the Redcliffe Lord is getting a bit faster. Someone suddenly said. Right. He did speed up. It seems as though it no longer is so easy for Elder Linley to wound the Redcliffe Lord. Quite a few spectators slowly discovered this. BB noticed this as well. He instantly grew nervous. The spectators below were leisurely watching Linley and the Redcliffe Lord battle, but they themselves didn't dare to slacken off in the slightest. If they did, they might end up being killed in that instant. That sword is too bizarre. The Redcliffe Lord's mind was constantly in a state of tension. The Godspark sword, Mirage, would constantly stab towards him. If it wasn't for the fact that he could rely on using gravity to change its direction and block it, Mirage would have pierced through his head long ago. All he could do was hold on. Keep waiting, just keep waiting, in a bit, it'll be time for you to be in trouble. The Redcliffe Lord mused to himself. Linley had a bad feeling as well. His speed is continuously rising. Or, to be precise, the gravitational field around his body is transforming. Linley discovered that the Redcliffe Lord's wings were filled with divine power, and were trembling at high speed, creating two surges of unique vibrations. These two unique vibrational surges were influencing each other. This was causing the gravitational field to transform as well. As time went on, the constant transformations caused by the two vibrations caused the ability of the gravitational field to resist Linley's Blackstone space more and more effectively. A gravitational space was actually created by relying on divine power transformed into gravitational power. If an opponent was also skilled in it, the opponent would be able to ablate its effects. Although the Redcliffe Lord didn't understand this Blackstone space, while within it, he could sense and slowly adjust his own gravitational field, continuously perfecting it in its ability to deal with Linley's Blackstone space. This made it so that as time went on, his speed became faster and faster, but... Linley, time for you to have a taste of what it feels like to be trampled. The Redcliffe Lord let out a furious howl. He transformed into a ray of black light, shooting towards Linley at high speed. Although his speed was currently still slower than Linley's, the gap was low enough now that he could rely on his attack techniques to make up for it. The difference wasn't as great as it had been previously. Linley let out a calm laugh. It is indeed time for things to come to an end. Linley charged forward to welcome him. Whoosh! The black knife struck directly at Linley's head. Linley didn't hesitate at all. Mirage pierced forward at high speed as well. Clang! In the instant when the black knife and Mirage clashed. Swoosh! The Red Cliff Lord's wings trembled, and he suddenly increased in speed, and his right fist swung out towards Linley in a straight line. However, at the same instant of his attack, there was a bizarre, unique ripple. Rumble! A spatial whirlpool suddenly seemed to form, with that fist being at the center of the whirlpool. In an instant, the space around the fist seemed to have been trapped and activated, and even the direction of gravity was twisted. Linley felt his own body be impacted as well. This punch! Linley's face changed dramatically. The effect of this punch made Linley think of the Abyssal Inn. There, he had seen the Sovereign of Death use the laws of water to attack and achieve this effect. At that time, the Sovereign of Death had used a fishing line to distort space, capturing and binding that 7-star fiend-level expert. And now, this punch of the Red Cliff Lord had the same effect. Linley wasn't able to dodge in time at all. Whoosh! Linley gritted his teeth, then swept out with his left arm, his draconic claw filling with divine earth power and smashing down like a mountain. Firmament Splitter! Bang! Linley just felt a bone-piercing pain in his left hand before he was knocked flying backwards. What a powerful punch! Linley lowered his head to look at his fist. The draconic scales atop his fist were almost completely shattered. Fresh blood was leaking out, and the bones of his hand were faintly visible. Even when using Firmament Splitter, he had still fallen into such a state. I can't use my fist to take his head on. Linley immediately came to this conclusion. I have to use my Godspark weapon against his fist. Ha ha! Wild laughter rang out. The Red Cliff Lord stared at Linley with his violet eyes. His wings suddenly trembled, and he once more swooped forward. Linley's Mirage struck out as well, so fast as to cause even the Red Cliff Lord's laughter to come to a sudden halt. He immediately wanted to use his black knife to block it. But Linley suddenly withdrew his sword. Rumble! The Red Cliff Lord laughed coldly. The black fist covered by that flowing earth and yellow light once more struck out, causing that spatial whirlpool to form once more, distorting the nearby space and gravity. Linley could sense the power of that fist. Swish! Mirage came stabbing straight out. The Red Cliff Lord was very confident. He didn't dodge at all, allowing his right fist to smash straight against Mirage. But as Mirage drew close to the fist, it actually became uncontrollably affected by the spatial whirlpool and was attracted to it. The Red Cliff Lord's fist struck right against the flat of Mirage. And then, it glided forwards, straight towards Linley's head. Bang! Suddenly, the downwards gravitational direction of the Blackstone space changed into a repulsive force. The originally downwards gravitational pull suddenly disappeared, causing the Red Cliff Lord to uncontrollably surge upwards. Right at this moment, the repulsive force swept outwards, causing the Red Cliff Lord's body to uncontrollably be pushed backwards. Swoosh! Linley seized the opportunity to charge forward, sending Mirage out in a straight stab. The sudden change of the gravitational direction caused the upwards gravitational field the Red Cliff Lord had previously created to be ineffective, and his speed once more slowed greatly. This, followed by the sudden attack by Linley's sword. By the time the Red Cliff Lord reacted, the sword had already appeared in front of his eyes. Not good. The Red Cliff Lord's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly retreated. When impacted by the repulsive force, his retreating speed was still very fast. Linley smirked. Get over here. The gravitational pull once more changed. The repulsive force transformed into an attractive force, centered towards Linley. The Red Cliff Lord's body couldn't help but sway. Slash! As he frantically dodged, Linley's sword only managed to pierce through the Red Cliff Lord's chest. Impossible, impossible. The Red Cliff Lord frantically tried to resist the gravitational pull. He hurriedly retreated, staring towards Linley in disbelief. Your gravitational space, how can it casually change directions? How can it be? The Red Cliff Lord suddenly thought of a person. Reese Gem. The Red Cliff Lord stared at Linley in disbelief. This sort of gravitational space which allowed for casual control of the direction of the gravity was the supreme technique of Reese Gem. Even a supreme expert like the Red Cliff Lord, when faced with this sort of constantly changing directional pull, would find it hard to control his movements perfectly. Given this sort of situation, all he could do was struggle to preserve his own life. Swoosh! Linley once more shot forward at high speed. The Red Cliff Lord immediately flew backwards, but the gravitational pull acting on his body once more changed directions, into an upwards gravitational pull. Caught off guard, the Red Cliff Lord's body couldn't help but sway upwards. Bastard, this is the innate supreme technique of Reese Gem. How could someone else learn it? How? The Red Cliff Lord still couldn't believe it. Rumble. A strange, powerful ripple suddenly spread out. What? The Red Cliff Lord's face suddenly changed. Linley was currently staring at him, while an enormous azure dragon phantom that was 10,000 meters long lay coiled behind Linley. The azure dragon phantom was hovering behind Linley, staring emotionlessly at the Red Cliff Lord. Suddenly, a unique sound began to echo in the Red Cliff Lord's mind. Innate divine ability, Dragon Roar. Linley's final, supreme technique had finally been unleashed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 11, Victory and Defeat. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 11, Victory and Defeat. The Dragon Roar contained a spiritual attack component, but it wasn't able to affect the Red Cliff Lord at all. However, the most monstrous property of the innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, was the impact it had on time. There was no type of law or edict that was able to change the rate of time. Only this sort of unearthly innate divine ability was capable of it. Innate divine abilities were things which surpassed the limits of the laws. As for the Azure Dragon clan, their innate divine ability was able to change the speed of time. In the region where the Red Cliff Lord's soul was located, the speed of time began to change. Swish, dot. Linley, while executing his innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, also shot forward like a blur of light, the Godspark sword mirage mercilessly piercing straight towards the forehead of the Red Cliff Lord. His most powerful blow. Firmament Splitter. Bang! A hole appeared in the Red Cliff Lord's forehead, and mirage passed straight through it, piercing against his soul. Silence. Utter stillness. The enormous azure dragon phantom in the sky had yet to vanish. The 100 million plus spectators on the ground, upon seeing the enormous azure dragon phantom appear, felt shock and awe in their hearts. But when Linley's mirage sword pierced straight through the Red Cliff Lord's forehead, everyone below was truly stunned. The Red Cliff Lord died. Although they couldn't see mirage, even the weakest of the spectators below was at the demigod level. After having watched for so long, they were able to guess that Linley was wielding an invisible sword in his hand. Judging from Linley's posture, they were able to guess that the invisible sword had stabbed into the Red Cliff Lord's forehead. Caught in a patch of slow time, the Red Cliff Lord only felt that before he even had a chance to react, Linley's mirage had come stabbing straight into his forehead. The Red Cliff Lord felt as though Linley's attack speed had suddenly increased tenfold, perhaps even 20-fold. This sort of speed was something he couldn't react to at all. Mirage pierced into his sea of consciousness. An invisible black barrier was currently protecting the Red Cliff Lord's soul. This was the soul-protecting sovereign artifact which the Red Cliff Lord possessed. By relying on this soul-protecting sovereign artifact, the Redcliffe Lord was able to stably sit on his throne as a Lord of Tartarus. However, a soul-protecting sovereign artifact only protected against soul attacks. It was much like how a soul attack could ignore the body and ignore all physical barriers, passing through to attack the soul, or be blocked by a soul-protecting artifact. It was the same principle. Material attacks would ignore soul-protecting artifacts. If someone used a soul attack to try and block a material attack, that would be an utter joke. A soul-protecting sovereign artifact was, by its very nature, formed to be used against soul attacks. Against an incoming material attack, it might as well not be there. Mirage pierced directly through the soul-protecting sovereign artifact's protection, and the artifact itself wasn't damaged in the slightest. They didn't even touch. Although time had slowed, the Redcliffe Lord still knew, at the moment that Linley's sword came stabbing in, that the moment of his death had come. But his thinking speed was simply too slow. There was no way he could react in time. The only thing he could do was bang. Deep within his sea of consciousness, within the hands of a divine clone, a drop of death-type sovereign's might exploded forth. A terrifying surge of sovereign power spread out, according to the laws of the earth, forming into countless blades and swarming towards Linley's mirage, smashing against it. By now, the Redcliffe Lord had almost gone insane. All he knew was he had to block it. Thus, he now used his most powerful attack while relying on Sovereign's might to block Mirage. Boom! As he stabbed down, Linley sensed a terrifyingly powerful force surge out from the Redcliffe Lord's sea of consciousness, and then surges of power slam against Mirage. In addition, the power of every single surge was tremendous. Linley couldn't help but be shaken, and he flew backwards while staring at the Redcliffe Lord in surprise. What's going on? Linley didn't understand. Rumble, powerful death-type light emanated from the Redcliffe Lord, and the wounds on his body quickly repaired. The Redcliffe Lord's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared angrily at Linley. Linley! With the might of sovereign power filling his body, if he were to attack using the profound mysteries, he would clearly now be much stronger. The impact of Linley's Blackstone space would be greatly lessened as well. Bastard! After having nearly been killed, the enraged Redcliffe Lord prepared to charge forward. Do we have to continue? Linley's voice rang out. The Redcliffe Lord's body trembled, and he came to a halt. Although his body was brimming with black light, and although his power had indeed risen tremendously after using that sovereign's might, to a level that was indeed enough to kill the current Linley, he wouldn't be able to kill what Linley was about to become. Because currently, in Linley's hand, there was floating a drop of earth and yellow liquid, Earth-type sovereign's might. Do we have to continue? Linley's voice still echoed in the air. The Redcliffe Lord stared at the drop of sovereign's might hovering in Linley's palm, his heart filled with resentment. But if this continued, the result was obvious. When an expert of the laws of the earth used a drop of Earth-type sovereign's might, the power unleashed would be at a peak. Without using his sovereign's might, Linley, by relying on his Blackstone space and his innate divine ability, these two supreme techniques, was already at a slight advantage. If he were to use his sovereign's might, even though the Redcliffe Lord had used a drop of Death-type sovereign's might, against Linley's Earth-type sovereign's might, the result was obviously that Linley's advantage would rise dramatically. By then, the Redcliffe Lord would definitely perish. Arg! The Redcliffe Lord suddenly bellowed, face towards the skies. A wild blast of Death-type sovereign's might blasted out in every direction, and the surges of wild, powerful might caused multiple tiers in space to appear around him. The aura was so powerful as to cause the countless spectators below to feel shocked. None of them knew what the results of the battle were yet. I admit defeat. A hoarse, growling voice rang out. Linley laughed. This was all as he had expected. If they were to continue to fight, Linley was completely certain that by relying on his Earth-type sovereign's might, he would be able to win and kill this opponent. But if he did that, although his opponent would be dead, he would have used up his only drop of Earth-type sovereign's might. It absolutely wasn't worth it. And, perhaps the enemy might have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, true, but even if he acquired it, in the future, its sovereign would come reclaim it. Thus, Linley didn't wish to continue this battle. He chose to preserve his one and only drop of sovereign's might. This drop of Earth-type sovereign's might had been awarded to him after he had used up the previous drop in order to save Elder Garvey during the final battle between the 4 Divine Beasts clan and the 8 Great Clans. The clan had naturally replenished Linley with another drop, if for no other reason than to show gratitude for Beirut having helped the 4 Divine Beasts clan. Linley! The Redcliffe Lord stared at Linley. To be honest, I'm very reluctant to admit defeat in this battle. In terms of profound mysteries, you are far inferior to me. As I see it, you have at most fused 3 or 4 different profound mysteries. The Redcliffe Lord, based on his astuteness, naturally was able to tell that how many profound mysteries each of Linley's attacks held. I admit this. Linley nodded. However, you have Rystom's innate divine ability, as well as your Azure Dragon clan's innate divine ability. With those two matched up with your decent understanding of the laws, the Redcliffe Lord let out a self-mocking chuckle. Linley was a single individual, but he actually possessed 2 powerful, supreme innate abilities. Rystom's supreme innate ability. In all the countless planes, he's the only person I know capable of this. The Redcliffe Lord sighed. This sort of supreme innate ability that allows him to constantly change the direction of a gravitational pull does indeed make others feel envious. This alone makes it so that virtually no one can surpass him in close-quarters combat. Linley nodded slightly. I lost. Having lost to 2 such supreme innate abilities, I have nothing to say. The Redcliffe Lord sighed. Linley laughed calmly. He could tell how reluctant to admit it the Redcliffe Lord was. But so what if he was reluctant? Innate divine abilities were a part of a person's power. For example, Bibi, he had fused no profound mysteries at all, but once he unleashed his innate divine ability, God-Eater, how many could resist him? There was nothing for it. This was an innate ability. As for Linley, he had 2 powerful innate abilities. Because he had fused a low amount of profound mysteries, this made it so that Linley's potential was tremendous. But as for the Redcliffe Lord, he had already tapped out all his potential. Redcliffe Lord, let's publicly announce the results. Linley laughed calmly. Just now, the conversation between the 2 of them after the battle came to an end had intentionally been separated from the spectators through Godrealm, so that no one below could hear them. Fine. The Redcliffe Lord nodded. The Redcliffe Lord looked down at the countless spectators, then said in an emotionless voice, "This duel is concluded. From today onwards, Linley is the next lord of this region." After speaking, he transformed into a black blur, streaking towards the west. Clearly, he was going to leave the Redcliffe region. Silence. The countless spectators below instantly fell silent, and then erupted into a cacophony of cheers and chatter. Actually, when they saw Linley's sword stab through the Redcliffe Lord's forehead, they had already expected this. Now that the Redcliffe Lord had openly announced it, the results became confirmed. Linley! Someone cheered jubilantly. Linley! The cheer seemed to be infectious, and the countless people below all began to cheer in celebration. They all knew. Yet another miracle had occurred. Having defeated the previous Redcliffe Lord, a new Redcliffe Lord, Linley, was born. Swoosh! Bibi flew into the skies. He flew to Linley's side, excitedly looking at Linley. "Boss, you succeeded." "Ha ha! A Lord of Tartarus. That's someone on the same level as a Purgatory Commander or a Lord Prefect of the Infernal Realm." Linley stared down at the scene of the countless thronging, celebrating masses. He couldn't help but have a feeling as though he was apart from the rest of the world. He still remembered how, when he just entered the Infernal Realm, he had hidden within the Black Dragon tribe. How nerve-wracking the fiend trials had been. It seemed as though, in the blink of an eye, he had somehow become a lord of Tartarus. "BB, we are finally qualified to enter the planar battlefield." Linley laughed. "Right." BB laughed happily as well. Linley and BB, these two brothers, were currently high in midair chatting. They didn't notice whatsoever that an old, familiar face was currently amongst the countless thronging masses below them. A man dressed in a white robe, with long, unbound black hair, and a pair of scarlet eyebrows. He was smiling as he looked at Linley and BB in the air. This person, amazingly, was the supreme expert who had provided guidance to Linley when Linley was young, Bluefire. It seems Beirut was worried over nothing. Linley's power is even greater than I had imagined. There's no need for me to remain here, and the planar wars are currently proceeding. I need to come up with a way to enter the planar battlefield and watch. Bluefire immediately turned and left. His body was very real, but when he walked away, it seemed to become like a mirage. In the blink of an eye, he easily traversed the massive, dense crowd of 100 million deities. When exited the crowd, his body seemed to transform into a blurry, fiery illusion. Transforming into red flash of light later, he disappeared into the horizon. In terms of speed alone, he was, amazingly enough, even faster than the former Redcliffe Lord, who had shocked Linley with his speed. From today onwards, the estate of the Redcliffe Lord was now Linley's estate. "Your Lordship," Ganmuli said respectfully. Ganmuli now had the feeling as though there truly was no such thing as permanence in this world. Not long ago, he was leading Linley to pay his respects to the former Redcliffe Lord, but in the blink of an eye, Linley had become the current Redcliffe Lord. But of course, he knew that Linley was actually an elder of the Azure Dragon clan. Linley glanced at Ganmuli, then said, "Ganmuli, I wish to ask you something. If I wish to enter the planar battlefield, do I need to bring any proof of my status?" "No need." Ganmuli laughed immediately. "Your Lordship, don't worry. Once a person defeats the previous lord and replaces him, the news will, within a single day, become known throughout the various estates of the lords of Tartarus. At the same time, information regarding you will also spread to Flamebone Mountain." Linley nodded slightly. "All you need to go is head over there, Your Lordship. They will naturally recognize you, Your Lordship. At most, Your Lordship, you might just simply reveal that legendary sword of yours, which can become invisible." Ganmuli laughed. "A single day?" Linley nodded slightly. "BB." Linley turned to look. BB was currently seated on a distant chair, chomping on some of the fruit that was local to the netherworld. "What is it, boss? In a day, Flamebone Mountain will have my information. Tell me, when should we head out?" Linley laughed. "A day?" BB immediately leapt to his feet. "Damn, flying over to Flamebone Mountain a long period of time as well. Boss, let's hurry up and head out right away." "Right away?" Linley was stunned, but then he laughed. Ganmuli was rather surprised as well. "Right." BB suddenly turned to stare at Ganmuli, then instructed, "Ganmuli, these fruits aren't bad. Prepare some extras and bring them over. I plan to eat them on the way." Yes." Ganmuli acknowledged. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 12, 4 Badge Colors. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 12, 4 Badge Colors. Flamebone Mountain. The entire mountain swirled with flame. Two blurs streaked through the horizon, pausing in the air above Flamebone Mountain. It was Linley and BB. Crunch! BB viciously bit into a fruit, lowering his head to stare down at the mountain peak below. "Boss, last time we came to this place, we were blocked by those guards. It was because we weren't Lord Prefects or Lords of Tartarus. It's only been 2 or 3 months, right?" Boss, you are a Tartarus lord now. I wonder what sort of looks those guards will have on their faces. As he spoke, he casually tossed the core of the already eaten fruit off to one side. Let's go. Laughing calmly, Linley flew into the skies, with Bibi following behind. Atop the mountain peak, there was a completely pitch-black, ancient-looking castle. It, too, was wreathed in flames. There were still many guards patrolling outside, and at the front gate, there were more than 10 people, divided into 2 lines, standing there. Upon seeing Linley and Bibi, one of the black-armored guards stepped forward slightly. Eh? Them again? This black-armored guard, amazingly, was the guard who had received Linley last time. It had only been a few months, after all. The guards here were very rarely changed. Hey, why did you two run over here again? The black-armored guard couldn't help but frown as he spoke. Last time, I told you two already. We can only open the interspatial gate to Lords of Tartarus or Lord Prefects. Linley and Bibi landed. Boss, these guards don't seem to know your status. Bibi said, puzzled. Didn't that guy say that in one day, your information would spread to Flamebone Mountain? Why don't these guards know? We spent quite a few days flying from Flamebone Mountain to this place. Boss, your information should have arrived here long ago. Linley glanced at the guards, then laughed calmly. Information regarding me should have made its way to the high-level members of Flamebone Mountain, but these ordinary soldiers haven't gotten the word yet. Linley didn't want to waste words with these ordinary guards, and so he immediately strode forward. His sudden movement forward naturally caused these guards to all feel surprised. Halt! More than 10 guards stared at Linley. The two of you, this is no ordinary place. You can't just barge in. We aren't able to stop you, but you don't dare offend the sovereign either, right? The leader of the black-armored guards stared at Linley and Bibi with his blue eyes. Last time, they already learned of Linley and Bibi's power, and so they didn't dare to act too wildly. I am the Redcliffe Lord. Linley said calmly. Eh? The 10+ black-armored guards were instantly stupefied. You must be joking. The black-armored guard couldn't believe it. Laughing, he looked at Linley. It's only been a few months. First, 100 victories in the arena. Then, the challenge to a Lord of Tartarus, resulting in victory. All in just a few months? This sort of speed was far too fast. The black-armored guards didn't dare to believe it. Stop wasting words. Bibi shouted impatiently. If my boss tells you that he is, then he is. Hurry up and find your leader. He will definitely know the news regarding the new Redcliffe Lord, Linley. Eh? The black-armored guards looked at each other, then studied the looks on Linley and Bibi's faces carefully. Captain, they seem to be telling the truth. The black-armored guards whispered to each other secretly through divine sense. But it's only been a few months. This is too wild. Although the black-armored guards all felt it was crazy, the leading black-armored guard still said, Fine, I'll go make the inquiries. Please wait here, the two of you. After speaking, the black-armored guard immediately flew into the depths of the castle, while Linley and Bibi waited patiently outside. The remaining black-armored guards continued to stare at Linley and Bibi in surprise. These black-armored guards clearly didn't dare believe it. Quite a while later. Redcliffe Lord, Redcliffe Lord. A deep voice rang out. Linley and Bibi turned to look, only to see a muscular, blue-armored man who was slightly taller than even Linley stride out with big steps. The black-armored guard behind him stared at Linley in amazement. The blue-armored man's gaze fell directly upon Linley, and his eyes immediately lit up. Redcliffe Lord, we just received word not long ago, and we weren't in a hurry to pass it down. Who would have imagined that you would come here so quickly, Redcliffe Lord? The blue-armored man chortled as he spoke. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Dylas, Gilasai. Linley. Linley laughed in acknowledgement. Hearing Linley report his name, the muscular, blue-armored man nodded and laughed. Given that we received information regarding you already, we are certain of your status, especially upon seeing this youth by your side. However, your lordship, please still provide some small bit of proof for us. You can either dragon form or show off that invisible, godly sword you possess. Linley just stretched out his right hand. Azure golden scales instantly covered his hand. That's more than enough. The muscular, blue-armored man laughed. Please pardon us. We do indeed need to be cautious. Let me lead the way, your lordship. Please follow me. Linley and Bibi followed this muscular, blue-armored man inwards. Bibi turned his head to glance sideways at the black-armored guards, intentionally letting out a sniff. He really is a lord of Tartarus. The leader of the black-armored guards rubbed his nose, sighing in disbelief. How long has it been? Last time, we waved them off, but in the blink of an eye, he's a lord of Tartarus. This Lord Linley is fairly good-tempered. If it was the likes of the Flamebone Lord, Captain, and you dared to be so disrespectful, you most likely would have been killed in a fit of anger. The nearby black-armored guards smirked and laughed. Although this castle belonged to the sovereign, the normal affairs of the castle were carried out by a sovereign's emissary. The sovereign's emissary was the one who arranged for these guards to be present. If a lord of Tartarus killed a petty guard, would the sovereign's emissary get into a dispute with a lord of Tartarus, for the sake of the petty guard? When I think about it, it is rather frightening. Still, I continue to feel as though I'm in a dream. The black-armored guard couldn't help but look towards the direction in which Linley and Bibi had just walked, shaking his head and sighing. Linley and Bibi, under the guidance of the blue-armored Dylas, continued to advance down a wide corridor. This wide corridor actually slowly went deeper into the ground. Although it went downwards, it was still wide enough for more than 10 people to traverse simultaneously, and was at least 10 meters high. Only, given that they were underground, it was rather dark. The interspatial gate was built in the heart of the Flamebone Mountain. The muscular Dylas walked while laughing and explaining. The planar battlefield is connected to the 7 divine planes and the 4 higher realms. In total, there are 11 interspatial gates. According to legend, this great work was completed by the 4 overgods working in unison. In unison? Linley said, amazed. Indeed, only the likes of an overgod could construct interspatial gates of this level. However, Linley hadn't imagined that the 4 overgods actually joined forces for it. Your lordship, that's just what I've heard. Dylas chortled. Overgods, they are so powerful, but I've never seen one. Bibi muttered. Dylas just said with a laugh, never seen one? The overgods are always around you. Oh? Bibi stared. We are always surrounded by and live within the laws and the edicts. The 4 overgods are the embodiment of the 4 great edicts. Naturally, they are always by your side. Dylas said with a smile, and then he glanced towards the front. Oh, we're almost there. The interspatial gate is just up ahead. His lordship is there awaiting you too. Linley looked forward. He could faintly sense a unique aura from up ahead. At the end of the corridor was an extremely wide, heavily guarded chamber. In the center of the chamber, there was a black pool that was around 10 meters in diameter. In the center of the pool, there was a gate that was 5 meters long, 10 meters high. This gate stood there in the center of the pool, emanating a black light. Linley could sense that the unique aura was coming from within it. Lord Linley. A voice rang out. Linley turned and saw that in the left side of the hall, there was a silver-haired elder as well as a group of blue-armored guards. The silver-haired elder smiled as he walked over. We just saw the news regarding you not long ago, Lord Linley. So you are a member of the Azure Dragon Clan. I am old friends with Patriarch Gislason of your Azure Dragon Clan. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Galen. Mr. Galen. Linley smiled. I wish to enter the planar battlefield. I'm not sure what I need to do. This is simple. The silver-haired elder made a pair of palm-sized badges appear in his hand. These two badges emanated a black aura, but although both were covered with black light, they were made from different materials. One was made from a completely blood-red material, while the other was made from a completely black material. Of the two badges, the blood-red one represents a commander, while this black one represents an ordinary soldier. At the same time, it also represents that you two belong to the side of darkness in this battle. As he spoke, he delivered the two badges, which flew to Linley and Bibi. Linley accepted the blood-red badge, while Bibi accepted the black one. Please bind them and take them into your body. The silver-haired elder laughed calmly as he spoke. After you enter the planar battlefield, if you encounter someone on the same side, once you draw near, you'll be able to sense each other's badge's aura. Linley laughed. This was the same concept as the badges of the Four Divine Beasts clan. Linley and Bibi immediately bound the badges by blood and took them into their bodies. The two of you, the stone tablet over here has some information regarding military merits carved into it. Please take a look. The silver-haired elder pointed to a nearby stone tablet that was erect against the wall, roughly 1 meter wide and 3 meters tall. Military merits? Linley and Bibi's eyes lit up. This time, Linley had come especially for the sake of accumulating military merits. He immediately walked to the stone tablet, looking through it carefully. The information on the stone tablet was quite simple, but upon seeing it, Linley took a deep breath. How brutal! Linley said to himself. The rules of the planar wars. Each war was divided into two sides. One side's commanders would have red badges, with the soldiers having black badges. The other side's commanders would have gold badges, with the soldiers having white badges. To become a commander, one had to be a Tartarus lord, a lord prefect, an Azura, or someone on the same level. As for soldiers, they had to be high gods. For example, Linley and Bibi. If they killed someone on their own side, they wouldn't have rendered any military merits. Only by killing enemies and acquiring 100 white badges would they acquire a single drop of sovereign's might. Upon acquiring 10,000 white badges, they would be able to acquire a sovereign artifact. But of course, if they gained 10 gold badges, they could also trade for a sovereign artifact. However, there was one thing: gold badges couldn't be traded for sovereign's might. To trade for sovereign's might, one had to acquire white badges. This destroyed any chance of one being able to acquire a large amount of sovereign's might. In addition, if one managed to kill 5 enemy commanders during the planar wars, after the battle concluded, the military merits could be recorded. Once the next planar wars began, if one killed 5 more commanders, the total military merits rendered would be 10, and by then, one could still trade for a sovereign artifact. So it is cumulative? Linley sighed. And one has to kill ordinary soldiers? Isn't that just butchery? Although it seems simple, the ordinary soldiers are all gathered in one place. To kill 100 of them? You'd most likely suffer the attacks of 10,000 soldiers. Most 6-star fiends and 7-star fiends possess spiritual attacks that are a tenth the power of a lord prefect's. But an attack from 10,000, even a lord of Tartarus would have to flee, and would be killed if he didn't flee fast enough. The silver-haired elder, Galen, said with a calm laugh. Linley couldn't help but nod. If a commander encountered 10 or perhaps a few dozen soldiers, it wouldn't be too hard to massacre them. But if the commander encountered 1,000 or more than 10,000 soldiers, attacking would be suicide. Every single commander is hard to kill. Everyone who dares to enter has their own ways of preserving their lives. Thus, that's why military merits can be accumulated over time. The silver-haired elder, Galen, said with a calm laugh. If you take part in several planar wars, you'll be able to accumulate enough military merits. But of course, you also might lose your life in the planar wars, resulting in all your efforts being for naught. Linley nodded slightly. Mr. Gallon, we'll head in, then. Linley immediately said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 13, Dangerous. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 13, Dangerous. Then let me wish you, Mr. Linley, a successful venture in return for the two of you. The silver-haired elder, Jelen, laughed calmly. Suddenly, he thought of something and said hurriedly, Right, Lord Linley, I don't know if you know or not, but once you participate in the planar war, you will only be permitted to depart once this planar war concludes. Eh? Linley turned to look at him. Lord Linley, so you really didn't know? The silver-haired elder, Jelen, laughed. This is a rule. You can choose to enter at any time, but everyone who enters must wait for the war to conclude before leaving. You are not permitted to leave in the middle, nor is it possible for you to leave in the middle. I have to wait 8 centuries? Linley frowned. His original plan had been for him and Bibi to seize every available moment to complete their mission early on, then hurry back. I'm thinking too highly of myself. How could commanders be easily killed? 800 years, I'll have to just fight for 800 years within then. Linley now understood why so many Lord Prefects, Tartarus Lords, and others weren't willing to enter the planar wars. Even if you rendered military merits, you would have to wait until everything concluded, and even if you didn't attack others, others might attack you. Boss, let's go on in. Bibi was completely fearless. Linley nodded, then flew with Bibi towards the interspatial gate. 5 meters wide, 10 meters tall, and emanating with that black aura. Linley and Bibi flew through the interspatial gate, and as they did, it was like entering a pool of water. The two disappeared from the wide hall. I wonder if they'll return alive. Jelen shook his head slightly. When Linley had been in the Yulan continent, he had passed through an interspatial gate to arrive at the necropolis of the God's Plane. But this time, the passage through the interspatial gate was a completely different experience. This interspatial door is actually an extremely long corridor. Linley was rather surprised, while Bibi also stared at their surroundings in surprise. The 5-meter wide, 10-meter high corridor had walls which were covered with flowing streaks of light. Everything seemed so beautiful and dazzling. Linley and Bibi followed the direction of the interspatial corridor, flying towards the front. Linley was stunned. This corridor seems to distort space itself. While flying, Linley had the sense of space being distorted. Boss, tell me, if I were to attack this corridor, would it collapse? Bibi said. Linley couldn't help but feel his heart clench, and he gave Bibi a glare. Bibi, don't cause trouble. If this interspatial corridor really collapses, you and I will be trapped within a region of chaotic space. That would be disastrous. Linley knew very well that even the most powerful of high gods, upon entering a region of chaotic space, might be finished. I'm just saying. Bibi mumbled. Suddenly, Linley noticed that there was a faint glow coming from the front of the tunnel. Eh? We made it? Linley and Bibi immediately exited the tunnel. Welcome, me lords. A voice that was neither humble nor loud rang out. Linley and Bibi turned to look towards the voice before even having a chance to inspect the battlefield. The ground in front of them was dark and gloomy, and standing atop the ground was a large group of people. Linley swept them with his gaze. Hundreds. Only, Linley also noticed the aura from their badges as well now. They were on his side. Only now did Linley let out a sigh of relief. The person who had just spoken was a red-haired, grim-looking woman. She continued, "My lords, is this your first time in the planar battlefield, or have you had previous experiences?" Linley couldn't help but frown. "My lord, please don't be upset." The red-haired, grim-looking woman hurriedly smiled. "We are under orders to guard the interspatial gate that leads to the planar battlefield from the netherworld. Our Lord has instructed us that if there is anyone who is new to the planar battlefield and isn't familiar with it, that his lordship can receive you and also provide you with some information, milords. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances. Boss, let's go. What's there to fear? Bibi sent mentally. Linley, too, felt that given how they were completely unfamiliar with this planar battlefield, it was best to get a better understanding of it. Fine, then. You lead the way. Linley said. Please follow me. The red-haired woman said, then immediately led Linley outwards. Linley and Bibi, when advancing, carefully applied his senses to his surroundings. When he did, he sighed in astonishment. The gravity in this battlefield is actually even greater than that of the netherworld and the infernal realm. This is the plane with the greatest gravity I have ever seen. In addition, divine sense is restricted to an incredible extent as well. Linley realized that his divine sense was now constrained to a range of just 100 meters or so. My two lords, according to the legends, this battlefield was created jointly by the four overgods. The red-haired woman laughed as she spoke. Even the higher realms, such as the netherworld or the celestial realm, were created by the four overgods separately. This battlefield, in terms of stability, is far more stable than even the higher realms. In this place, it is hard for even commanders to be able to tear open space. Linley couldn't help but feel secretly surprised. The more stable a plane was, the more powerful gravity generally was in it, as well as the restrictive, binding force. Linley glanced at the air. In the air above this plane, there were no stars. Extremely high in the sky, there were some wild, chaotic, multicolored regions of chaotic space. The entire plane was covered in darkness, and only those multicolored patches of chaotic space were able to provide some illumination. This caused the battlefield to always seem dark and gloomy. Hey, what's going on up there? Bibi spoke out. The red-haired woman laughed. The space above the planar battlefield is very dangerous. As you fly upwards, once you reach a certain height, you will occasionally encounter spatial tears. If you go up even farther, the spatial tears will become more dense, until you enter the region of chaotic space. Thus, when battling, be careful not to let yourself fall into the chaotic space. Linley and Bibi glanced at each other. It seemed as though the environment in this damnable place was quite vile as well. The battles of the planar wars have one prescription: one cannot fly too high, or too deep into the ground. The red-haired woman said with a calm laugh. If you dig deep into the ground, if you go a bit too deep, you will very possibly encounter more spatial tears. The deeper you go, the more numerous the spatial tears will be. Linley nodded slightly. How troublesome. Bibi mumbled. While chatting, Linley noticed that the surrounding soldiers were growing more and more numerous. Clearly, they had arrived at a headquarters. The red-haired woman, in a very familiar manner, led Linley to an ordinary tent, then instructed Linley and Bibi, "My two lords, please wait here for now." Linley and Bibi were rather puzzled. They couldn't even go close to the tent? But they didn't ask. The red-haired woman said respectfully towards the tent, "Your lordship, just now, two lords have arrived from the netherworld. I brought them over." Oh? A figure strode over from within the tent. This was a muscular bald youth, dressed in a thick black robe. His forehead had a red spot on it. He gave Linley and Bibi a glance, then said, rather puzzled, "I don't seem to have met you two before." "My boss is the new Redcliffe Lord," Bibi said directly. "Oh." The black-robed, bald youth glanced sideways at Linley, not fully convinced. He said calmly, "Since you have come over, it would appear that this is your first time. I have a map of this planar battlefield here, with descriptions of various areas. You can take a look." As he spoke, he waved his hand, tossing a very thin piece of parchment with black seals atop it. Linley laughed calmly while accepting it. "Thank you. Boss, this baldy seems to be on guard against us," Bibi said. In fact, he even maintains some distance from us and doesn't invite us in. We just arrived from the netherworld and are on his side. Why is he so guarded against us? I don't get it. He is indeed guarded, but let's not worry about that. We'll leave soon. Linley, as well, had noticed that this black-robed, bald youth was wary of the two of them. Although he didn't understand why, he still said, "The two of us have some other matters to take care of. We won't tarry here. We're leaving now. Then be careful on your journey." Only now did the black-robed, bald youth reveal a hint of a smile on his face. "Niana, na, you represent me in escorting these two away." "Yes, your lordship." The red-haired woman bowed. And then, under her guidance, Linley and Bibi left the headquarters. At the borders of the headquarters, the red-haired woman bade farewell to Linley and Bibi. She watched as the two left. How strange. His lordship should have invited them over for the purpose of allying with them. But, his lordship actually didn't recognize them. What a pity, what a pity. For them to enter the netherworld on their own meant that one of the two definitely had to be someone on the Tartarus Lord or Lord Prefect level. The black-robed bald youth had wanted to show them some hospitality, but unfortunately, he didn't know Linley at all, nor did he offer to work together. Atop the vast earth, Linley and Bibi were currently seated shoulder to shoulder, in the valley of a mountain, flipping through some information which gave a basic introduction to the planar battlefield. This planar battlefield really is small, with a circumference of just 1,000,000 kilometers. However, it is separated by the Stellar River and divided into two parts. Our Divine Darkness plane is on this side of the Stellar River, while the Divine Light plane's armies are on the other side. Linley, after reading, learned many things. Bibi sighed in amazement. "Boss, so the most dangerous places aren't the skies, the most dangerous places are deep underground. And the Stellar River." "Right." Linley nodded as well. In midair, one could still fly to a certain height. Only after flying even higher than that safe height would one occasionally begin to encounter some spatial tears, with the higher regions growing increasingly dangerous. Because there was an orderly increase in the danger, everyone was prepared, and they would be careful not to exceed the safe height. But the Stellar River was different. There were very few safe zones in the Stellar River. The vast majority of it was extremely dangerous. This planar battlefield seems like two smaller planes that were joined together. This Stellar River is the line at which the juncture was made. Some juncture points are safe, but the areas around most juncture points are wild, chaotic space. Linley shook his head. The description given by this book seemed to be rather frightening. But Linley and Bibi had never before seen the place, and so weren't able to tell for now how dangerous the Stellar River really was. "We're going to go kill commanders. It seems we have to go past the Stellar River," Bibi murmured. No, Linley shook his head. "Just like us, there must be many commanders who have come to help out. Perhaps there are many who are moving independently as well. They want to kill our people, and so they too will cross the stellar side and arrive here on our side. There's no need for us to go there for now. We'll run into them here." Bibi, hearing this, couldn't help but nod. "Boss, these planar wars have been going on for 100 years now," Bibi suddenly said. "Right, thus, the enemy leaders have sent probably quite a few who have come to this place." Linley looked around himself vigilantly. "Now that we are in an unfamiliar place, we need to constantly be on guard. This is a battlefield, after all, not an arena for challenges. They won't necessarily act openly and honestly. What is there to fear? I want to run into them." Bibi was completely confident. "Then let's head out for now." Linley and Bibi immediately stood up. There were no stars in this planar battlefield. If one wanted to differentiate between the directions, the only way was to use some tall mountains and rivers as landmarks. "Then let's head that way." Linley saw a squat mountain in the distance, and immediately spoke out. Linley and Bibi both carefully made their way through the planar battlefield. Aside from some army camps which seemed quite active, the other places were all extremely quiet. What they didn't know was if that behind the quiet silence, there was a hidden expert commander or not. Or perhaps an expert on the level of Beirut. Bibi suddenly turned his head and looked towards the distance. "Boss, there's someone there." Linley stooped down, carefully relying on the grass to block his presence as he stared from afar. Roughly 1,000 meters away, a blurred, black light suddenly appeared and was advancing straight for them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 14, Ambushed. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 14, Ambushed. They had only been flying in the planar battlefield for less than half a day, but ended up actually encountering a lone traveler. Linley knew that ordinary soldiers couldn't possibly be traveling alone. "Move closer," Linley said mentally. What Linley now had to do was discover if this was someone on their side or an enemy. Linley and Bibi quietly advanced through the grass, drawing closer, not daring to release even the slightest hint of energy, for fear of enemy discovery. Moments later, the distance between the two was reduced to 200 meters. I can't sense the badge aura from him," Bibi sent. Linley couldn't help but feel excited. An enemy. People on the same side would be able to sense their allies' badges. Being unable to sense the badge meant it was an enemy. I didn't expect that as soon as we arrived in the planar battlefield, we'd encounter an enemy. It is probably a commander. Bibi's eyes lit up. "Boss, hand this one to me. I'll get rid of him." "Right." Linley suppressed his excitement. Swoosh. Bibi suddenly flew into the air. A blurry, enormous illusion of a god-eater rat suddenly appeared behind Bibi. At this moment, Bibi, not hesitating at all, used his supreme technique, his innate divine ability, God-Eater. But the strange thing was that the figure didn't collapse, it turned to look towards Bibi. "Boss, I can't sense his divine spark or his soul," Bibi said frantically. "Right, there's another person nearby. I can sense the aura from his badge. He's not too far from us. He belongs to our side." Right at this moment, someone suddenly appeared in the distance. This person knew that he had been discovered. "The two of you," the gray-robed figure said clearly. "Stop attacking that black-robed figure. That's my death god golem." "Golem?" Bibi and Linley were stunned. So it was a golem. No wonder I couldn't sense its aura. No wonder, when Bibi used his innate divine ability, he failed. Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. The gray-robed man turned and was about to leave, but Bibi called out, "Hey, don't leave in such a hurry." As he spoke, he flew over. Swoosh! The death god golem immediately flew over, wanting to block Bibi while speaking in the human language. "What are you intending to do? We are on the same side. Can't I ask a few questions?" Bibi stared at the death god golem. The gray-robed figure himself was already far away. The death god golem he left behind naturally wasn't something he was worried for. Even if he lost it, that just meant he had one less golem. "The two of you," the death god golem said calmly. "How do I know if you are on my side? Perhaps the two of you killed some ordinary soldiers of my side, and then bound the badges with blood and used them to disguise yourselves. Who can be certain as to whether or not you two are fakes?" Linley and Bibi were stunned. It was possible to be imposters? But when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. All they had to do was come up with a way to kill an ordinary soldier, then remove their own badge before binding an enemy badge. Thusly done, they would have a disguise. Once the planar war ended, they could simply put their own badges back on. Linley and Bibi hadn't thought of this yet. Even if you aren't imposters, people on the same side can still kill each other. The Death God Golem said, then laughed. Linley and Bibi didn't try to stop the Death God Golem. Boss, I'm starting to understand why that allied camp commander was so wary of us. Bibi said. He was just like that previous person, afraid we would act against him. Bibi also understand that it wasn't that they were afraid of the two of them, rather, they couldn't be bothered to kill people on the same side. This was because even in success, there would be no military merits gained. But in failure, one's life would be lost. Naturally, the gray-robed man had chosen to leave. He was afraid we'd kill him? Linley said helplessly. But I won't gain any military merits for killing him. Oh, wait. Linley had a sudden thought, and he finally understood why it was possible for people on the same side to want to fight each other. Bibi looked at Linley, puzzled. People on the same side might kill each other as well. Linley sighed emotionally. How can that be? Bibi didn't understand. It's simple. Two people who are close friends. One enters the side of the divine darkness plane, the other enters the side of the divine light plane. For example, Bibi, you and I might be located in opposing camps. I'll kill people on my side and obtain red badges, which are useless to me, but I can give them to you. And when you kill someone on your side and acquire a golden badge, you can give it to me to use. Linley smiled bitterly. Bibi now understood as well. The Lord Prefects, Tartarus Lords, and others who were supreme amongst high gods had many friends at the same level. For example, Beirut, he might even have friends of the same level in the celestial realm. They absolutely could join different camps and use this strategy. Thus, we can't trust people on our side, unless we know them well. Linley said with resignation. No wonder the black-robed, bald youth, upon realizing that he didn't recognize Linley, immediately had Linley leave. It seems we need to be careful as well. Bibi pursed his lips. Even if we encounter allies, we can't be too careless. Right. Linley, too, began to feel how dangerous these planar wars were. Aside from true friends, outsiders were not to be trusted. And the status imparted by a badge might not be true. Just now, that fellow was quite clever to use a Death God Golem as bait. Bibi said with a chortle. Boss, we can do this also. Nobody, regardless of the side, will be able to sense the aura of a badge on a Death God Golem. They'll take the golem to be an enemy and ambush it. We'll hide nearby and counter-ambush them instead. Linley couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed a good method. The planar battlefield was 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter. If one flew at high speed, it wasn't a very long distance, but in this sort of place, where attacks and battles occurred in secret, in such a large area, the few dozen or a few hundred commanders would be like drops of water in the sea. If they were hidden somewhere, it would be very hard to find them. Within a mountain cavern. Linley and Bibi were within the cavern, while each of them also controlled a Death God Golem, flying not too far away from them. We encountered a person when we first entered the planar battlefield, but now it's been another month, and we haven't encountered anyone. Bibi mumbled. Based on what you said, boss, we have to be careful even when just traveling around. This sort of slow, plodding pace, how long is it going to take for us to reach the Stellar River? Don't be impatient. Linley laughed as he spoke. He was very patient. It is possible for battles to occur between commanders in any location here in the planar battlefield. We don't need to run around wildly. Doing so would be very dangerous, and the chances of encountering someone isn't that high either. If we occasionally set up an ambush, our chances might be higher. But if everyone is waiting in ambush, then nobody will encounter anybody. Bibi rebutted. That's why we'll advance a little bit every few months, changing every so often. Linley said calmly. We have 8 centuries. Plenty of time. What was most critical in a place like this planar battlefield was patience. Whoever became impatient and revealed their traces would most likely be observed by others, which would make things dangerous. Linley knew how much power he had. A commander specialized in soul attacks would make things tough for him. And most commander-level experts were skilled in soul attacks. If you aren't able to keep waiting, you start training, Linley said with a laugh. Got it. BB pursed his lips. Linley, too, had his true body in a state of maximum vigilance, while his divine clones were focused on training. Who amongst the commanders weren't elites? In addition, quite a few of the commanders had been in the planar battlefield before. All of them had their own strategies. Linley's cautious, guarded approach produced no results in the first 3 months. Although they did encounter one person, that person was on their side as well, and so Linley and BB didn't attack. Let's change places. Most likely, there are very few enemy commanders who will pass through this place. Boss, you should have made this decision long ago. As I see it, let's go to the other side of the Stellar River. I imagine that the enemy camp must have quite a few enemy commanders. After having waited for 3 months, in the end, Linley still decided to leave this mountain cave. That very day, Linley and BB slept away, advancing forward towards the Stellar Sea. Within a squat but large mountain, there was actually a spacious room. A violet-robed, black-haired man was currently seated in the meditative position, while 3 people were seated next to him. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the stairs below. Bowing, he said, "My lord, our people outside have discovered the forces of the divine plane of darkness. One is a youth, while the other is a youngster." Master, these 2 people aren't in the documents you provided. Oh, strangers? The violet-robed, black-haired man opened his eyes, a hint of violet light flashing through them. Yes, master. The figure bowed. Very good. It's time to go hunting. The violet-robed, black-haired man's body swayed, then disappeared from the secret room. In the planar battlefield, Linley wanted to ambush others, but others wanted to ambush Linley as well. It all came down to whose detection skills were better, whose stealth skills were better, whose strategies were better. This was Linley and BB's first time on the planar battlefield. They had too few experiences to rely upon, and so it really was quite hard for them to attempt to ambush others. But now, they had been locked onto by others. Boss, which place should we set up camp? How about let's head directly to the side of the Stellar Sea, right over there. If someone comes over, we'll go fight them. BB sent mentally. He had no hesitation in his eyes, rather, he had a hint of excitement. If we just set up camp by the river, we'll be treated by others as a punching bag. Linley's forehead suddenly creased. What is it? BB said, puzzled. Swoosh. Linley suddenly turned his head, only to see a blurry, translucent white arrow instantly arrive in front of him. Linley's first reaction was rumble. An earthen yellow light exploded forth from his body, instantly encapsulating a region of 1,000 meters. This was Linley's supreme technique, Blackstone Space. The direction of the gravity was towards Linley. Crunch! The translucent white arrow entered his body. The speed was too fast. Linley wasn't able to dodge at all. BB, kill that assailant. Linley only had the chance to give this single shout through divine sense, then wholeheartedly focused on defending against the soul attack. Bang! The translucent arrow continued to inexorably strike towards Linley's soul, but when it smashed against the translucent scaled membrane, it instantly shattered, transforming into white specks of light. These specks of light instantly discovered that the defensive power at the damaged hole was weaker, and immediately attacked there. Crackle, Linley's azure spiritual energy transformed into rays of invisible sword ripples, repeatedly smashing against the white spots of light. Who is this? Reese Gem? The appearance is completely off, but the gravity is so strong. Fortunately, I started far away. The violet figure was originally within a few hundred meters of Linley when he launched his ambush. If he had been closer, Linley and BB would have discovered him. Although Linley's blackstone space was set up to cover a large distance, the violet-robed figure was very fast. While resisting the power of the gravity, he managed to flee the blackstone space region. But as he fled from the region, BB reached a distance of just 200 or 300 meters from him. Scree-ee. The enraged BB once more used his innate divine ability. The violet-robed man, who had continuously paid attention to the space behind him, was terrified upon seeing the enormous phantom of a god-eater rat. Just now, that was Reichtum's supreme technique, but this one is Beirut's. The violet-robed man's body suddenly exploded with white light. It was Sovereign's might. His speed instantly increased to a new limit. Rumble. The strange ripples of BB's innate divine ability flew towards him at high speed. Damn it, I let him get away. BB said discontentedly. His innate divine ability was executed through relying on his spiritual energy, and there was a process of waves, as well as a distance limit. BB had been 200 or 300 meters away to begin with. Given that in this moment of crisis, the enemy had also used up a drop of Sovereign's might to flee at full speed, the enemy had managed to put enough distance between them. What is going on? Those two young strangers, one actually had Reichtum's supreme technique, while the other had Beirut's supreme technique. What incredibly bad luck! Today, Wuna, very nearly died in their hands. I didn't get anything, but ended up using a drop of Sovereign's might. Geez. The violet-robed man felt extremely discontent as well. Not good, as my Sovereign's might continues to leak outwards, it'll definitely attract the attention of other commanders. Terrible, terrible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 15, A Choice. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 15, A Choice. BB was still staring unhappily towards the direction in which the violet-robed man had ran. Unfortunately, the violet-robed man's speed was normally above his to begin with. After using Sovereign's might, he vastly outstripped BB. BB could do nothing besides just watch as the man fled. If it hadn't been for the fact that he was slower, BB wouldn't have used his innate divine ability at the earlier distance of 200 or 300 meters. Just consider yourself lucky. BB glanced warily at the surrounding area, then turned and shot back towards Linley like an arrow. Boss, are you alright? BB asked, worried. Linley opened his eyes and glanced at the surrounding area. The battle just now might have drawn the attention of others. BB, let's move first and talk later. Amongst the commanders of the planar battlefield, Linley could only be considered a low-level one, while BB at most would be a mid-level one. The two weren't yet powerful enough to be able to openly welcome challenges from others. Swoosh! The two transformed into blurs, disappearing from the skies. Moments after they left, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared in midair. It paused here for a moment, glanced around, and then left. In the planar battlefield, only high-ranking commanders would dare to fly in the air, as they were confident in being able to fight any opponent. After all, it was easy for people on the ground to see those of them in midair. For example, Linley and BB only moved about on the ground. After hiding in a deep cave, Linley and BB let out sighs of relief. BB, you weren't able to catch him? Linley said with a laugh. Nope. That fellow was hidden really far away. Boss, when you spread out your blackstone space, he quickly escaped from it. I used my innate divine ability, but I wasn't able to reach him with it in time. BB said unhappily. That fellow really is a bastard. He hid so far away when he attacked. He didn't even dare to draw too close. Linley shook his head. This is the planar battlefield, not a dueling ground. Everyone's strategies are different. In addition, there are more experts here than just those of the Divine Darkness Plane and Divine Light Plane. Even supreme experts from other planes have decided to come in support of one side. Thus, the experts here are from throughout the 4 higher realms and the 7 divine planes. This is a terrifying battleground. It makes sense for everyone to be so cautious. BB felt the pressure now, as well. Aside from the planar battlefield, what other place could possibly attract these supreme experts to all gather in one place and think of ways to kill each other? I wonder how many commanders are here. BB mumbled. As I see it, the Divine Darkness Plane and Divine Light Plane each have at most 20 or 30 commanders. The other planes, all combined, should have more. If 10 come from each higher realm and from each divine plane, more than 100 would be present. Linley sighed. In addition, that's a conservative estimate. Aside from commanders, there are some other experts who previously were Lord Prefects or regional lords who might have retired long ago, but who have only grown in power. They might come as well. BB nodded. Indeed, those people came in as ordinary soldiers. For example, Linley and BB. BB was here as an ordinary soldier, but in terms of power, was BB weak? It was the same principle. In the planar battlefield, there were perhaps only 100 or so true commanders, but there were more who held commander-level power. Over the course of countless years, quite a few supreme experts had given up their positions, possibly because they knew that they were weaker than their challengers. Some couldn't be bothered to fight over power, and so gave up their positions. As for others, well, it wasn't good to underestimate anyone. Only very few dare to act arrogantly in the planar wars. Linley shook his head and laughed. Those who were arrogant without sufficient strength died early on. The only people who dared to be arrogant now were the likes of Dunnington. Thus, that person who attacked me can be considered to have used an excellent method. If the first blow was unsuccessful, immediately flee. Too diabolical. BB muttered. It is diabolical, but it is also safe. Linley took a deep breath. BB, as I see it, we should use his method in seeking out targets. We'll launch sneak attacks, and if we fail, immediately leave without any hesitation. Heh, it feels bad being ambushed by others, but pretty great ambushing them. BB's eyes lit up. Linley laughed resignedly. Who wanted to be ambushed? But there was nothing they could do. If they fought openly, they would die upon encountering more powerful experts. When ambushing, the two of us will work jointly. Linley had been planning this on the way back. He immediately said, when we find a target, BB, use your innate divine ability, God Eater. I'll immediately execute a material attack. There are very few people capable of blocking my Mirage Sword. Linley was very confident. BB's God Eater ability acted on a person's soul and divine spark, while Linley used material attacks. BB, against what sort of person would your God Eater ability fail? Linley asked. He had to know the power of BB's God Eater ability in order to plan things out. Oh. Grandpa mentioned a few things before. Those who are at the Paragon level should be able to resist my innate divine ability. BB said. Linley nodded. Anyone else? Those who have soul-protecting sovereign artifacts should be able to block as well. BB said, then began to laugh. But don't worry. Very few people have sovereign artifacts. Most likely only a portion of commanders have sovereign artifacts, which are divided into 3 types. There are very few soul-protecting sovereign artifacts, and also very few people in possession of them. Linley wasn't too surprised by BB's response. Soul-protecting sovereign artifacts were made by sovereigns to protect their own souls. It was natural that an artifact which a sovereign used to protect his own soul would be effective against BB's technique. BB, if the enemy uses sovereign's might, would he be able to block it? Linley asked. This was the real question which he cared about. Haha, someone who uses Sovereign's might won't be able to block me, Bibi said confidently. My innate divine ability, God Eater, will go through any possible opening. Unless the soul protection is completely flawless, as soon as it encounters any opening, it will seep through, locking onto the soul and divine spark. Linley nodded slightly. It seems that it would be hard for me to block this technique as well. Linley laughed. Had ha. Bibi nodded smugly. Unless, boss, you completely repair that soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Completely repairing it, how difficult a task it is. Linley laughed in response. During the course of this conversation, Linley had come to understand how terrifying Bibi's innate divine ability truly was. Any commander who was not a paragon or who did not possess a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, upon encountering this technique, would probably find it hard to escape. The only method was to do what that violet-robed man had done, immediately pull away. Once one was attacked within the range of the technique, one would be finished. Amongst the commanders, only a portion of them possess sovereign artifacts. Even fewer have soul-protecting sovereign artifacts. Linley was filled with confidence. Bibi, just by relying on this technique, should be able to deal with the vast majority of commanders. No wonder Beirut said that by relying on this technique, Bibi's attack power would be close to Beirut's own. Linley was already filled with confidence regarding the planar battlefield. After all, it wasn't just Bibi who had a supreme technique. Linley's Blackstone Space and innate divine ability, Dragon Roar, when combined with his godly weapon Mirage, this was also a very frightening triple threat. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Within the cave. Boss, it's been 2 more months. We only found a single person, and it was someone on our side. This rate is really low. Bibi was rather impatient. They wanted to hunt enemy commanders, but they hadn't even found any targets. They had power stored up but nowhere to spend it. Linley nodded. Bibi, there should be enemies on this side of the Stellar River as well. But although they have come over, all of them are extremely careful. Finding them is very hard. As I see it, let's go straight to their base. Boss, are you saying? Bibi's eyes lit up. Pass through the Stellar River and go to the other side. The planar battlefield didn't have a sun, a moon, or stars. Upon raising one's head, all one would see was the multicolored patches of chaotic space high in the skies. Although it was beautiful, it was also very dangerous. The only reason the battlefield had any light at all and wasn't steeped in utter darkness was because of the chaotic space high up above. The Stellar River. It divided the battlefield into 2 sides, and was one of the danger zones of the planar battlefield. Boss, so this is the Stellar River? How can you call this a river? Bibi and Linley were currently standing amidst the grass, staring towards the distant Stellar River. The Stellar River was extremely long. According to the descriptions on the map, it divided the entire planar battlefield in 2, and so naturally it was 1,000,000 kilometers in length. There was no way one would be able to see to the end of it with the naked eye. And its width. It must be 1,000 kilometers wide. Linley looked towards it. The Stellar River was 1,000 kilometers wide. At a glance, it seemed incomparably brilliant and beautiful. But upon taking a closer look, they discovered that the brilliance wasn't generated from river water. Rather, it was from countless spatial flows. The Stellar River was filled with countless spatial tears, which could be seen everywhere. The spatial tears were so common that they formed into a thick, dense river, a river completely formed from chaotic spatial tears. How are we supposed to go past this damn place? Bibi said with a frown. Linley looked carefully as well. The number of spatial tears that appeared and disappeared here were innumerable. But of course, given that it was 1,000 kilometers wide, there were some safe zones as well. There were some meteors, mountains, and hills that floated throughout the Stellar River. They just hovered there. Clearly, the regions in which they resided had no spatial tiers. However, they were in the center of this river. Linley couldn't just teleport there. The Stellar River has 2 wide corridors, Linley said. Only, these 2 corridors both have army headquarters stationed at each end and are under guard. Our side isn't so bad, our people guard it and won't attack us. But if we pass through the wide corridor to reach the other end, we will suffer enemy attacks. The 2 sides of the planar battlefield were actually connected to each other solely through those 2 corridors. Boss, are we really going to? BB raised an eyebrow. Right. All we can do is find a safe corridor through the regions of chaotic space and spatial tears. Linley looked forward carefully as he spoke. BB, some places have no spatial tiers. Let's look carefully for them. No other choices. BB mumbled. Linley and BB both focused their attention on the Stellar River. Linley quickly discovered that within the Stellar River, there were some places with neither spatial tiers nor chaotic space. By connecting these safe spaces, a sinuous pathway could be traversed. What Linley had to do was to find a small pathway that would allow him to reach the other side. Boss, look over there. It seems that place is passable. BB pointed and said. However, I can only see to a distance of a few hundred kilometers. It gets blurry after that. The small spatial tiers can't be seen clearly past that distance. Linley gave it a look, then shook his head. Doesn't work. The path that I found is the same, there's no way to be certain as to whether or not the latter half is passable. How about this, BB, let's head to those floating boulders in the center. Once we reach those spaces, we'll look for a path that reaches the opposite shores. All right. BB had no options as well. Then let's follow that path. It just happens to lead to the millstone-like boulder over there in the center. Linley immediately decided. Linley and BB, while paying attention to their surroundings, transformed into 2 rays of light, quickly advancing to the sides of the Stellar Sea. But upon reaching the sides of the Stellar Sea, Linley and BB felt pressure from what they were going to do. The river path they had selected was filled with countless spatial tiers above and below it, as well as regions of chaotic space. Let's go. Linley sent. Linley and BB instantly passed through the Stellar River. The 2 agilely and nimbly threaded their way through, moving up, down, left, and right at high speed, avoiding one dangerous region after another. At this moment, it was as though Linley and BB were dancing atop the blade of a knife. The situation was extremely dangerous. But at their level, their self-control was at a very high level as well. They didn't make a single error in any of their movements. Sometimes, they all but pressed against those spatial tiers as they moved past them, but they still managed to dodge one danger after another. Up ahead. Linley said, delighted. Up ahead, there was an enormous floating boulder that was tens of meters wide. It hovered there, and despite having been there for so long, there were no cracks on it. Clearly, this region didn't have much danger. Swoosh. Swoosh. Linley and BB advanced, one up ahead, one behind. They landed on the surface of the millstone-like boulder. Phew. Only now did Linley let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his surroundings. The surrounding area was filled with spatial tiers and chaotic space. Linley couldn't help but say with a laugh, BB, I feel as though we are back in the Yulan continent, in the secret room below Dragonblood Castle. However, that secret room had that membrane which blocked out the spatial tiers and the chaotic space. Now, however, we don't have any protection. Boss, BB suddenly said. Do you think there might be commanders hidden within the central boulders of the Stellar Sea? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 16, Murderous Blows. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 16, Murderous Blows. In the center of the stellar river. Atop the giant, millstone-like floating boulder. Linley and Bibi were standing there. If we were to be surrounded and attacked, it would be dangerous. Bibi looked at their surroundings. Hiding around the central boulders of the stellar river? Linley couldn't help but look at the surrounding areas, then laughed. Bibi, stop imagining things. I think no commander would be willing to battle within the center of the stellar sea. If you aren't careful, you'll immediately fall into the spatial tears or the chaotic space, and be finished. Oh. Makes sense. Bibi couldn't help but rub his nose and chortle. Enough. If we stay here in the center of the stellar river, we'll easily be discovered. Let's hurry up and find a way out and arrive at the opposite side in a hurry. Linley said quickly. Right. Bibi also began to immediately inspect the surrounding spatial tiers and chaotic space. If someone from the other side was paying attention to the center of the stellar river, Linley and Bibi would be easily discovered. No, this route doesn't work either. Linley shook his head, negating another pathway he had just discovered. Sometimes, a pathway seemed promising, but after 100 meters, spatial tears and chaotic space completely blocked it off, providing no chances for advancing. Linley and Bibi continued to search rapidly. Boss, I found a path. Bibi said in surprised delight. Oh? Which one? Linley couldn't help but feel delighted. Right over here. Look, follow this line, then there, take a big turn. The route after that is fairly clear. Bibi said excitedly. Linley's gaze quickly swept down and followed the route, all the way to the other end. He wanted to make sure this route was passable. Let's go. Linley immediately gave the order. Tarrying too long in the center of the stellar river would make it easy for those on the other side to find them. Generally speaking, the easiest time for others to discover and ambush you would be during the process of traveling from one shore to another. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flashed through the stellar sea like bolts of lightning, occasionally curving and occasionally shooting forward, then curving again, in short, constantly dodging past one dangerous region after another. Captain, look, over there. Two people. On the other side of the shore, a group of soldiers had discovered Linley and Bibi, advancing at high speed. Just two of them? The leader, a silver-haired, sharp-eared, callous-looking youth looked over, then gave the instructions. These two definitely are commanders, or perhaps just one of them is. Let's immediately move out, while at the same time, second bro, you go make the report to the Lord Commander. Should we let them go, or should we attack? Understood. A figure left, flying at high speed. Linley and Bibi had no idea that there was a camp located right at the part of the shore they had selected as their destination. Unfortunately, the camp was blocked by a small hill, and so Linley and Bibi didn't discover it at all. Linley and Bibi's attention was completely focused on the dangerous path they were traversing, and didn't realize at all that people in the distance were staring at them. My brothers, all of you, step back. Don't fight head-on. The few dozen of us present won't be able to stop them. The silver-haired, sharp-eared youth instructed. When the main army arrives or the Lord Commander arrives, then we'll see. They were nothing more than a small patrol of the camp, and were more than 10 kilometers away from the headquarters. They were no fools. The few dozen of them, go fight head-on against a commander-level expert? That would be suicide. If there were hundreds or 1,000 of them present, then they might be confident. They've almost arrived. The soldiers stared. They had retreated long ago, drawing close to the tall grass close to the hill next to the headquarters. The commander orders them to be killed. The order from the commander came. Brothers, let's go. The silver-haired, sharp-eared youth immediately shouted. It wasn't just them, now, a large number of people had arrived from the main camp as well. Rumble. The soldiers of the camp located in other areas had all come, and they too charged forward, attacking alongside the patrols. There were more than 1,000 attacking soldiers. Swoosh! Swoosh! Linley and Bibi landed on the shore, moving lightning fast. "Boss, there are people here." "Many," Bibi said, stunned. Linley now noticed as well that in the distant grassy area, a large number of figures had suddenly emerged and were moving towards them at high speed. At the same time, more than 10 meters away, in the distance, there was a short tent, with other tents blocked by the hill. "Not good. This is an enemy camp. We need to hurry and leave." Linley didn't dare to hesitate, immediately fleeing alongside Bibi. "Attack!" The order came. There was nothing they could do. In terms of speed, these soldiers couldn't compete with Linley and Bibi. If this continued, the distance would only grow greater and greater. It was better to immediately attack. With that order, instantly. Rumble. Boom, dot. All sorts of rays of light, translucent soul attacks, and other things shot forward at high speed, traversing the kilometers of distance and attacking Linley and Bibi. But Linley and Bibi fled very quickly as well. Bang! Bang! The various attacks rained down, covering Linley and Bibi. Multiple attacks landed on Linley and Bibi's bodies. Within the exploding sounds, Linley and Bibi continued to flee quickly, soon disappearing from the field of vision of the pursuing soldiers. "Commander!" The 1,000 soldiers suddenly all turned and bowed towards a single person. This person was a man with long golden hair as brilliant as the sun, a face that was as white and pure as a woman's, and who was dressed in a long golden robe. He casually glanced at them. "You let them escape, dot. We didn't catch up to them," the military officer who gave the order to attack said. "If you didn't catch up to them, then forget it. We were already quite lucky to even encounter them, given the close distance to the stellar sea and how fast commanders move. If we were able to so easily kill 1 or 2 commanders, then my luck would have been too great. Enough, let's return." The golden-haired commander laughed calmly as he gave his orders. In a patch of grass, Linley and Bibi were hiding. "What bad luck!" Bibi twisted his lips. "Boss, you alright?" "I'm fine. Just 4 material attacks landed on me, along with 1 soul attack. There wasn't much of an impact." Linley felt they were unlucky as well. The stellar river was 1,000,000 kilometers long. They had randomly chosen a place to come over, but who would have imagined that the opposite side would have a camp? Linley then laughed. "Still, we at least made it safely to the enemy side." "Right." Bibi's eyes lit up. "Boss, are we going to search for our target now? Let's start to set up camp. I imagine on this side, things will be much better than at our side." Linley and Bibi set up the same camping strategy they had on the other side. They dug a fairly shallow hole into the ground, then calmly began to train in the hole. At the same time, they each controlled a death god golem, which began to sneak around, with the goal of attracting nearby commanders. A muscular man dressed in short sleeves and long trousers who was 3 meters tall was currently stealthily moving forward. He had a head of golden, lion-like hair, an upwards hooked nose, and a large mouth. His golden eyes paid constant attention to the surrounding areas, searching for a target. "Oh!" The golden-haired man's eyes lit up. He saw that in the distance, there was a figure that was stealthily advancing. He couldn't help but let a huge smile appear on his face. "I didn't expect I'd actually encounter one." "Right. No badge aura. An enemy." The golden-haired man immediately shot forward as though he were a bolt of lightning. Right at this moment, that figure just so happened to turn, spying the golden-haired man charging at him. Swoosh! Not hesitating at all, the figure immediately fled. "Fleeing? But your speed is inferior to mine." The golden-haired man's eyes lit up. In the underground cave, Linley and Bibi were quietly seated in the meditative posture. "Boss, we have a target. He's chasing after the death god golem I am controlling." Bibi suddenly opened his eyes. Linley, excited, opened his eyes as well. The encounter rate is much higher on the enemy side. "This is only the 7th day, but we've found someone. Let's hurry up and move out." Linley and Bibi didn't hesitate at all, immediately moving out from underground. If the enemy discovered the target was just a death god golem, he would definitely know that it was just bait, making the chances of their ambush being successful much lower. Linley and Bibi had been controlling the death god golems at a close distance. Because they were keeping them close, that made it easier to control them, and it was currently fleeing towards the two of them. Within the grass, Linley and Bibi laid there in wait, staring at the two distant, running figures. The death god golem was a high god artifact level death god golem, and it was still quite fast. However, normally speaking, a commander level expert should be far faster than this death god golem. This golden-haired fellow isn't that fast. Linley immediately came to this judgment. "Boss, I don't sense any aura from his badge. He should be an enemy," Bibi said, delighted. Linley's eyes lit up as well. Good heavens! They had lain in wait for half a year on their own side without anything to show for it, but after having waited here for just 7 days, they had encountered an enemy. The efficiency rate here really was much higher. "Bibi, prepare to act," Linley sent mentally. "Don't worry, boss." Bibi grew excited as well. Linley and Bibi just watched as the golden-haired man continued to chase after the death god golem. Finally, the golden-haired man caught up to it. The muscular man, his head wreathed in large amounts of golden hair, let out a large howl as he swept forward with his right palm. With that blow, space itself rippled as though space-time was water. So powerful. The faces of Linley and Bibi changed. The stability of the planar battlefield was far greater than even the higher planes. The death god golem struck back as well. Their fists met. Bang! The death god golem's right arm immediately transformed into shattered pieces, while the entire body then began to tremble before immediately collapsing. This scene badly startled Linley and Bibi. To break through a high god artifact sword with a punch wasn't frightening. However, when this golden-haired man had broken the death god golem's arm, then somehow caused a powerful vibration that made the entire death god golem collapse. This sort of attack was simply too awe-inspiring. Eh? The golden-haired man stared. There was no divine spark on the ground, nor any badge. Not good. The golden-haired man suddenly raised his head. He saw that 100 meters away, an enormous god-eater rat phantom had suddenly appeared in midair. A youth was staring at him coldly. Rumble, a strange ripple instantly spread out. The golden-haired man wasn't able to dodge at all, and was immediately struck by it. A strange energy pressed down on his mind. Innate divine ability, God-Eater. Rumble, an earthen yellow light instantly vibrated outwards, pressing down on the golden-haired man. Swish! An azure golden blur shot forward as well. Based on Linley and Bibi's plans, regardless of whether or not Bibi's technique succeeded, Linley would still use his most powerful sword attack in that moment. Someone capable of blocking God-Eater wouldn't necessarily be able to block Linley's sword. Ray-a-ray-a-or. The golden-haired man let out an angry roar. He's actually still alive. Bibi couldn't help but curse to himself. The enemy was either a high god paragon or possessed a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. The enemy camp they had encountered when they had just arrived had been a thorny problem, and now here came another one. What horrible luck! Swish! The invisible Godspark sword, Mirage, shot out, Firmament Splitter. This most powerful technique was executed through the invisible Mirage sword, and the sword pierced straight towards the man's forehead. Bastard! The golden-haired man sensed the sharp aura and hurriedly moved his head aside to dodge. Slash, dot. Mirage stabbed directly into the right side of the golden-haired man's face, but as it stabbed down, with a crackle sound, Mirage just barely managed to cut through the golden-haired man's face, and it was unable to go any further. What sort of defense is this? Linley was stupefied. Aside from Bibi and Beirut, Linley had never before encountered such powerful, terrifying defense. Most likely, even Patriarch Gislason of the Azure Dragon clan was far inferior. His most powerful sword attack was aimed at the enemy's face, not the enemy's fist. He had only been able to cut slightly into the skin of the face. This was too ridiculous. Die! The golden-haired man let out a bellow, smashing out at Linley with an angry fist. Linley, terrified, retreated with explosive speed. That attack just now had been launched from just half a meter away from Linley. However, just as Linley thought he had dodged it, a golden yellow light suddenly shot out from the golden-haired man's fist. As it shot out, it actually caused space itself to tremble. There was no way to dodge. Boom! The golden light struck Linley on his chest, and with a boom sound, it shot straight through Linley's chest, creating a large, fist-sized hole within it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 17, Hammers. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 17, Hammers. His material attack is actually this powerful. Linley felt stunned in his heart. Even the former Redcliffe Lord's material attack wasn't as monstrous as this. An attack passing through empty space is actually able to penetrate my body. Linley was very confident in the defense of his dragon form, but today, this punch had stunned him. That man's eyes were filled with rage, and his messy golden hair began to tremble. You dare to injure me, Hammers? Die! A deep voice echoed in Linley's mind, and the golden-haired man's right leg lashed out. That thick right leg was flowing with a golden yellow light. As it lashed out, it created ripples in space, as though it were moving through water. The power of this kick was so great that even before it reached Linley, Linley already had a bad feeling. Given the power of that fist, which didn't even directly hit me, just passed through the air, if I'm hit by this kick. Linley didn't dare to hesitate. Blackstone space, repulsive force. Linley willed it, and a powerful repulsive force was applied to the terrifyingly powerful body of that Hammers. At the same time, with a whap sound, Linley's whip-like draconic tail slapped the ground hard, borrowing the counterforce to retreat hurriedly. Bang! This kick of Hammers missed. Boom! Although it missed, a surge of golden ripples still shot out from his leg, shooting towards Linley. This material attack was simply too fast. It wasn't bound by the Blackstone space, and its speed vastly outstripped Linley's fleeing speed. However, live and learn, after having suffered last time, Linley was prepared this time. Linley's Godspark sword, Mirage, unhurriedly swung out to meet it. It seemed to move slowly but was actually fast. The flat of Mirage struck directly against the golden yellow ripple. Bang! A powerful collision. Mirage was knocked backwards, slapping against Linley's body, while Linley's sword-wielding right arm actually had its draconic scales shatter and blood leak through. Swoosh! Linley once more borrowed the counterforce to retreat. What a monster! Linley cursed in his heart. The power of kick, when passing through a Godspark weapon, is capable of shattering my draconic scales. So in the planes of the universe, there is someone besides Beirut who is so monstrous. Previously, Linley had seen Beirut use his bare hands to stop a sovereign artifact. One could imagine how much strength that took. But it seemed as though this golden-haired man was about the same. The distant Bibi's eyes instantly grew wide and round. Not hesitating at all, he transformed into a blur, shooting towards the golden-haired warrior while sending mentally in a frantic voice, "Boss, hurry and flee, I'll block him." "Bibi, don't waste time, let's hurry up and leave." "You won't be able to block him." Linley hurriedly sent back. At the same time, Linley increased his fleeing speed. BB had no choice but to follow Linley in fleeing. You want to escape, dot. The golden-haired man stared furiously at the two fleeing figures, then violently stomped forward. Bang! Bang! Every single step was like a meteor striking the ground, and the golden-haired man's speed thus reached his limit as he pursued and attacked towards the fleeing Linley and BB. Boss, that big fellow is in pursuit. BB called out in alarm. He's actually this fast. Linley glanced backwards. Originally, when the golden-haired man had been in pursuit of the death god golem, he hadn't been this fast. Clearly, this person called Hammers was utterly enraged now. It's fine. Once he enters my Blackstone space, he won't be able to catch up to us, Linley said with certainty. Indeed, dot. As soon as the golden-haired man entered the Blackstone space region, he sensed a powerful repulsive force. Speed was never his forte to begin with, and although when going all out, he could compare to Linley and BB, as soon as he entered the Blackstone space region, he became vastly inferior to Linley and BB. Linley and BB were fleeing in front, hurriedly pulling away. This caused the golden-haired man to once more escape the Blackstone space, and as soon as he did, his speed increased again, allowing him to close in on them once more. In short, the two sides maintained a distance of roughly 500 meters. Boss, that big fellow keeps chasing us. What should we do? BB said frantically. Can it be that we will have to use Sovereign's might? Not for now, dot. Linley didn't want to waste a drop of Sovereign's might. The situation wasn't critical yet. BB, within a few hundred meters, this Hammers is able to clearly see us. How about this? We will immediately enter the ground and tunnel downwards. He won't be able to see us, and will probably find it hard to find us. Linley sent mentally. Unless the situation was life-threatening, Linley wouldn't easily use up his Sovereign's might. Enter the ground? Fine. BB agreed. The two of you, don't even think of escaping. The angry bellows continued to echo and shake the world. This big idiot. Isn't he afraid of attracting attention by bellowing like this? BB couldn't help but sent angrily. BB, I imagine this Hammers really isn't afraid of others coming. He didn't even fear your God-Eater ability. He should have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. And look at his material defense. This is absolutely an opponent who has no weaknesses. His only weakness, actually, is that he has no long-distance attacks and no soul attacks. Enough, let's go underground. Linley and BB, in virtually the same instant, with a swoosh of underground. Humph, fleeing underground? The yellow-haired man let out a cold laugh. And then, the yellow-haired man lifted up his thick leg, viciously stamping on the ground. With a thunderous sound, the ground trembled and a ray of golden light rippled out from his leg and entered the ground, spreading outwards in every direction. Over there! The burly golden-haired man's eyes lit up. He moved towards the left in hot pursuit, then lifted his feet up once again and viciously stomped on the ground. That golden light once more entered the ground and rippled out. Although by fleeing underground, one couldn't be seen, in terms of fleeing speed, the blocking dirt naturally made it slower than fleeing above ground. What sort of weird technique is this? BB could clearly sense how the golden energy ripples were like ripples of water, with each ripple landing on himself and Linley. However, the energy of these ripples didn't possess much power to harm. Bang! A violent tremor came from above. This fellow knows where we are, Linley said frantically. There's no way to escape his pursuit from underground. Boss, what should we do? BB said frantically. There's one final option. If this method doesn't work, then we'll just have to use up our Sovereign's might. Right at this moment, a powerful golden ripple shot downwards, charging straight through the obstructing dirt. Not good. Linley's face changed. Bang! Bibi viciously threw a punch straight towards it. "Bibi, are you alright?" Linley was rather nervous. "I'm fine. This attack was pretty strong though, my fist feels numb. But I'm not injured." Bibi sent back. Linley, hearing this, let out a sigh of relief, and then a sigh of praise. Bibi's defense really was terrifying, comparable to or exceeding the hardness of a Godspark weapon. Bibi, upon reaching the high god level, had only been injured by the abyssal fruit tree's sovereign. Others weren't even able to scratch Bibi's skin. Unfortunately, Bibi's attack power was too weak, inferior to even Linley's. It was only because of his innate divine ability that he was able to threaten commander-level experts. "Bibi, let's go above ground together," Linley said hurriedly. That expert named Hammers clearly had a method to determine where they were. If they were underground, they would be moving slowly and would be beaten around like punching bags. Linley and Bibi immediately transformed into rays of light, quickly emerging from underground. "Ha, you finally came out." Loud laughter rang out, and the golden-haired man drew closer. So close. Upon leaving the ground, Linley and Bibi discovered that this golden-haired man was less than 100 meters away now. Linley was so startled, he immediately set up his blackstone space, once more repulsing the golden-haired man. By relying on his speed, he was once more able to pull away. "Bastard! This damn thing again. Just like Reesgem, how damn annoying." The golden-haired man howled furiously. He was currently filled with rage. In the blackstone space, he wasn't able to draw near Linley at all. Right at this moment. "Eh?" The golden-haired man stared. Linley, while running at full speed, suddenly turned to stare at him. At the same time, an enormous, sinuous, coiled illusion of an azure dragon suddenly appeared behind Linley. The azure dragon phantom's golden eyes were staring coldly at the muscular Hammers, while at the same time, the sound of a dragon's roar began to ring out in Hammer's mind. Innate divine ability, Dragon Roar. Time drastically slowed down in the region Hammer's soul was in. Hammers was stunned. Within his field of vision, he watched as Linley and Bibi seemed to suddenly move tens of times faster, and with a swish disappeared from his field of vision. But of course, it wasn't that Linley and Bibi actually moved faster, it was that Hammers himself had slowed down by tens of times. The effect of the Dragon Roar had finally brought an end to this pursuit. Dragon Roar? The Dragon Roar of the Azure Dragon clan? What terrible luck. Hammers rubbed his big nose. Still, I really am too slow. Given the repulsive force of the gravitational space of that kid of the Azure Dragon clan, even if I use Sovereign's might, I would only be able to barely maintain parity with him while under the effects of that repulsive force. Hammers couldn't help but shake his head. In pure fleeing speed, Linley and Hammers were roughly the same, and when going all out, Hammers actually held the advantage. But by relying on the Blackstone space, Linley made it so that even if Hammers used Sovereign's might, the two would still roughly be on par. Still, speed was never my forte. There's nothing I can do. Hammers shook his head. The best thing for me to do is to beg a sovereign to create a long-distance sovereign weapon for me. For example, something like a javelin, and by then, given my attack power, who would be able to block it? This is my third time participating in the planar wars. Altogether, I'm still missing 3 commander badges. I have to work hard and see, after the conclusion of this planar war, if I'll be able to come up with enough military merits. Hammers shook his head, leaving with large strides. Hey! Hammers shouted towards the distance while leaving. You people, stop watching over there. If you have the ability to do so, come closer to me. Hammers, looks like you failed again, huh? A loud laugh rang out from afar, and then the laughter faded away. A group of cowards. Hammers snorted, then laughed. In the distance, 3 people were together. 2 male youths, along with a violet-haired, violet-robed girl. The violet-robed girl laughed softly. Hey, did the 2 of you see that? There was someone who was so foolish and hot-headed as to go offend that fellow Hammers. Don't they know that Hammers is one of the top-ranked experts of the entire Divine Earth Plane? Most likely, those two aren't familiar with the various commanders yet. One of the three, a black-horned, silver-haired youth, laughed calmly. But those two aren't weak either, they were able to battle Hammers without dying. Unfortunately, we came too late and weren't able to find out where the two ran off to. The other male youth of the three, a person with dazzling golden hair and strange silver-white eyes, said, "Let's go. Let's leave this place. If Hammers makes trouble for us, that will be a pain in the neck." The three immediately slipped away. Amidst the grass, Lindley and Bibi were lying down and resting. "Boss, where did that freak come from? Your full-force sword blow was only able to barely pierce his skin. And his punches, they went straight through your body," Bibi sent mentally. "And that's because my body is very strong," Lindley said with a self-mocking laugh. "Bibi, you don't know this, but when that punch pierced through my chest, a strange, rippling power seemed to shake my entire body. Fortunately, my dragon-formed body is far tougher than a death god golem. Otherwise, I would have ended up the same way. Just like the death god golem, my entire body would have collapsed." When Lindley had seen that, he had felt shocked. "Alas. Boss, although there are quite a few commanders we can deal with here in the Planar Wars, there's also a good number we can't. We weren't so bad off this time, this one was weak in speed. But if next time, we really slam into a metal wall, that would be terrible," Bibi said with a frown. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 19, Chapter 18, List of Names. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 18, List of Names. If we really slam into a metal wall? Lindley was rather worried now as well. Amongst commanders, there were indeed a number of figures who could be described as being invincible. If they ran into such a figure, he and Bibi would be in true danger. This universe was capable of giving birth to a terrifying divine beast such as the God-Eater Rat, as well as a divine beast capable of altering time such as the Azure Dragon. It could also give birth to other terrifying divine beasts. Beirut was only reputed to be the number one figure beneath the Bloodridge Sovereign. There were most likely some people who were comparable to him. Lindley didn't dare to underestimate any commander. Forget it. In the planar battlefield, for commanders to slaughter each other is what happens anyhow. Bibi mumbled. "It comes down to luck, I suppose. We are at a major disadvantage." Lindley shook his head. The commanders who have come to participate in the Planar Wars are all very familiar with the other commanders. We know too little, this will cause us to blindly attack enemies. For example, that Hammers. If we knew who he was in advance, we could have just let him pass and not anger him. Lindley was resigned. After all, he had just barely reached the Azura level. We are indeed at a disadvantage. We know too few people, Bibi said helplessly. Lindley's eyes suddenly lit up. Lindley slapped himself on the head, hard, then laughed at himself. "Bibi, look at me. My mind's gone muddled. You and I don't know them, but can't we ask others?" Eh? Bibi was startled. "My divine fire clone is at the Yulan continent. I can go ask your grandpa Beirut." Lindley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Bibi instantly began to laugh as well. Right. Grandpa definitely knows a great deal. Why didn't I think of this? After having come to the Planar Wars, Lindley and Bibi had completely focused on the dangerous, warlike environment. They had only been thinking of hunting and killing other commanders and so hadn't thought about other things. "Bibi, let's not go out for now. First, let me get a clear picture of the various commanders of the other planes, and get a sense of who is hard to deal with, who is easy to deal with. Then we'll make our choices." Linley laughed. BB nodded as well. They did indeed have plenty of time, and weren't in a rush. The Yulon Plain. The Forest of Darkness. Whoosh! The world was bathed in white. Drifting plumes of snow fell down from the skies, while a fiery blur was currently passing through the air above the Forest of Darkness at high speed. At this moment, a fiery, red-robed Linley with fiery red hair was flying at high speed towards Beirut's metallic castle. This metallic castle was very familiar with Linley, and didn't bar his way at all. As Linley landed, he directly entered into the metallic castle. Within the front courtyard of the metallic castle, a black-robed Beirut was standing there, holding a book and seated beneath a great tree formed from the metallic lifeform. The thick leaves completely blocked out the falling snow. Lord Beirut. Linley bowed respectfully. Beirut turned and laughed calmly while giving him a glance. Oh, Linley, is there something you need? Did you encounter some difficulties in the planar battlefield? After speaking, Beirut once more lowered his head to flip through the book in his hands. Lord Beirut, BB and I are doing pretty poorly in the planar battlefield. We found a target, but who would have imagined the target was so powerful that even BB and I combined weren't a match for him. Fortunately, speed was not one of his strengths, nor was he skilled at long-distance attacks, so we managed to escape with our lives. Linley said ashamedly. Beirut, surprised, closed his book. You and BB combined weren't a match for him? Beirut asked. The two of you against one person, one uses an innate divine ability against the soul and divine spark, while the other uses a material attack. You two complement each other very well, there aren't many commanders who can block that. His name is Hemmers. Linley reported the name. Him? Beirut couldn't help but start to laugh. Ah, you two really are fearless. You even dare go irritate that big, boorish fellow. Others run as fast as they can when they see him. The material attack of Hemmers can be ranked in the top 10 of the entire universe. Even your patriarch, Gislason, can't withstand a punch from Hemmers. I only learned that afterwards. Linley said, laughing bitterly. Lord Beirut, how can Hemmers' punches be so powerful? Linley was completely confused. I, too, train in the laws of the earth, and saw the attacks of the Redcliffe Lord. But I don't understand why Hemmers' punches and kicks could be so. Linley shook his head, indicating his confusion. The previous Redcliffe Lord was skilled in material attacks as well, and he had fused 5 profound mysteries. His power was extremely great. When Linley and him had exchanged punches, Linley had been slightly inferior. That's his innate gift. Beirut began to chortle. Innate gift? Linley was startled. Do you know how many profound mysteries he has fused? Beirut laughed. No idea. Linley shook his head. Is it high, or is it low? He has fused 4. Beirut laughed calmly. This is something I heard from the sovereign when I was by his side. Linley was stunned. Fusing 4 profound mysteries put him at the 7-star fiend level, but the power which Hemmers had displayed was terrifyingly strong. If one could be so breathtakingly strong after having fused just 4 profound mysteries, the strength of his innate gifts could be easily imagined. This Hemmers was born and blessed with incomparably great strength, and his defense is tremendous as well. According to legend, when the divine earth plane was first created, a small golden mountain was formed. After countless years of nurturing, it eventually transformed into a living creature. Hemmers. Beirut laughed. Do you know? As soon as he transformed upon reaching the demigod level, he became a sovereign's emissary and was given a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. Linley was speechless. A sovereign's emissary as a demigod? His body is indestructible. Given that he also has a soul-protecting sovereign artifact, to kill him is virtually impossible. Because his body was formed from that unique golden mountain that was formed alongside the plane itself, his power was extremely great from birth. Even without using any profound mysteries, a punch from him can shatter space. Now that he has fused 4 profound mysteries, there aren't many people who can take a punch from him. Beirut said in praise. Linley couldn't help but feel speechless. Some innate divine abilities really were ridiculous. I, a god-eater rat, refined divine sparks to strengthen my body. But Hemmers was born with such a powerful body. Beirut laughed calmly. However, purely in terms of physical toughness, Hemmers is still slightly inferior to us god-eater rats. Linley understood this as well. The bodies of god-eater rats were comparable to divine sparks, after all. Lord Beirut, we were at a huge disadvantage this time. Thus, I want to ask you, Lord Beirut, if you can give me some information regarding the Azura-level experts of the various major planes. Let me get an understanding of them. That way, we won't rashly compete against some truly supreme experts again. Linley said hurriedly. Beirut nodded slightly. I guessed that you would come find me. Beirut waved his hand, and a bluish copper-colored chest suddenly appeared in front of him. This chest has a great deal of information within it, as well as scryer recordings. Take a close look and get a good understanding of the various supreme experts of the various planes. Linley couldn't help but look excitedly towards the bluish copper chest. With this thing, he would be prepared to deal with the enemies. Read it here. If there are any questions, you can ask me. Beirut laughed calmly. Thank you, Lord Beirut. Linley immediately went over and opened the chest. Inside were a large number of scryer recordings, as well as thick realms of documents. Linley immediately moved the chest to one side and then began to read carefully, right there in the courtyard. Magnus, Majinuasai, Celestial Realm. A supreme expert who ranks in the top 5. Trains in the Edicts of Fate. Seems to be a high god paragon. Linley began to truly read in earnest. The information regarding one supreme expert after another entered Linley's mind, and Linley now truly began to understand. So each of the 11 great planes had such a high number of experts hidden in reclusion. It must be understood that the 7 laws and 4 edicts alone had a total of 77 sovereigns. How could the number of supreme high god experts be lacking? In but a single day's time, Linley finished reading all of the materials and viewed all of the scryer recordings. Linley now truly had the feeling that there were so many experts in the universe. The 11 great planes, it seems as though there are less than 30 high god paragons. Linley was secretly amazed. In other words, each plane has, on average, just 2 or 3 high god paragons. And these are only those who are suspected to be paragons. As for the sovereigns, the 11 planes each have 7 sovereigns. Linley finally realized how truly rare high god paragons were. As for commander-level experts, there were far more. For example, in the Infernal Realm, there were 108 Lord Prefects and 108 Purgatory Commanders. The Infernal Realm alone held 216 commander-level experts, and that didn't include many retired experts or supreme experts who never formally held the title of Lord Prefect. It was truly hard to calculate how many had retired. In fact, the Infernal Realm alone had hundreds, perhaps nearly 1,000 experts who were at the commander level of power. And the other 3 higher realms and the other 7 divine planes? There really are so many. Linley said to himself in amazement. Only, the vast majority of them won't participate in the battles at all. This was because the 11 great planes had existed for too long. When Linley had been with the Azure Dragon clan and encountered some of the elders of the clan, he realized that these elders had lived for unknowably long periods of time already. From this, one could imagine how long the histories of the various planes were. It made sense that after countless years, many experts had arisen. Thud. Linley shut the chest. At this time, Beirut walked over from the courtyard. With a calm laugh, he said, "Oh, done reading?" "Yes." Linley took a deep breath. This list of names of powerful experts allowed Linley to truly understand the concept of a heaven beyond heaven. Although he had just barely crossed the threshold of an Asura, there were many Asura-level experts, after all. The infernal realm alone had 216, not even counting the retired or hidden experts. After learning these things, don't be overconfident in the future. Beirut said with a calm laugh. The planar battlefield is a place of life and death. Thus, commanders who aren't very confident generally won't show their real faces to people. Won't show their real faces? Linley was stunned. Then isn't it pointless for me to read these things? After having viewed the materials and scryer recordings, Linley learned what these people looked like and what their supreme techniques were. But if they changed their appearances, how would he tell them apart? Don't worry too much. It is only the weak who change their appearances. As for the experts who are truly, completely confident in themselves, they can't be bothered to change their appearances, because they fear no one. Beirut said. Linley couldn't help but nod. It was hard to judge superiority or inferiority amongst the truly high-level, supreme experts amongst the Asuras. For example, some high god paragons could only be said to be in the top 3 or the top 5 of a particular plane. There was no way of saying if he was definitely the best. After all, after training to the very peak, even if there were slight differences in power, it would be hard for one of them to kill the other. Lord Beirut, in other words, as long as I encounter someone I don't recognize, I should attack. Linley laughed. Right. Beirut laughed as well. Actually, the planar wars are very pointless. Beirut suddenly shook his head. It's simply a charnel house meant for reducing the number of supreme experts, but of course, it will also give birth to a few supreme experts. Linley was startled. Charnel house? Lord Beirut, what are you saying? Linley couldn't help but speak out. Beirut said with a calm laugh, there are too many people and too many experts in the various planes. In addition, these planes have existed for countless years. Their long existences have resulted in countless experts. The planar wars are a tool meant to be used to reduce the number of experts. Every trillion years, every plane will undergo a planar wars, thus reducing the number of experts. A single planar war will continue for 1,000 years. In the course of those 1,000 years, it is virtually only the commanders who will fight against and slaughter each other, while those who don't wish to battle hide in their camps. At the very end of the planar war, the armies of both sides will fight each other at the bridges through the stellar sea and engage in a wild slaughter. Beirut said with a chuckle. To the vast majority of people, this is suicide. But to a few people, this is an excellent opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 19, Chapter 19, An Untended Willow Grows. Book 19, Metamorphosis, Chapter 19, An Untended Willow Grows. Linley now understood. When he originally entered the planar battlefield, Linley had discovered that many army camps were situated at each side of the stellar river, and yet there were no signs of activity. Linley didn't understand why. Only now did he understand that at the final part, the two armies would begin to kill each other. That's too vicious. It's tantamount to suicide. Linley couldn't help but say. Although it is vicious and cruel, it's also a good chance to earn military merits. Beirut said with a calm laugh. In that sort of chaotic battle between two great armies, even commanders might die. And if one is lucky, one might be able to instantly acquire a large number of soldier badges and even commander badges. That is the time when the rewards are greatest, but yes, also when the danger is greatest. In Linley's mind instantly floated an image of countless high gods launching attacks against each other, with commanders amongst them. Indeed, that was a terrifying scene. It'd be best for you to acquire enough commander badges prior to this event. Beirut laughed calmly. Linley nodded. When the two armies battled chaotically, that was indeed a time of great reward, but also a time of tremendous danger. If, within 1,000 years, I don't collect enough commander badges, then I'll have to go participate in the mass battle. Linley said to himself silently. For the sake of his family and friends, Linley wouldn't cower. The planar battlefield, within a fairly black mountain. Linley and Bibi were together. This sort of lifeless black mountain could be seen everywhere throughout the planar battlefield. Crunch! Bibi was eating some fruit. Linley, seated in the meditative posture, suddenly opened his eyes. Hey, boss? Did you get the news from my grandfather? Bibi's eyes immediately lit up. Linley smiled and nodded. Right. I now have an understanding of most of the commander-level experts of the various planes. From today onwards, how about this? I'll control the Death God Golem by myself to draw in commanders. They had enough time. Linley was in no rush. Right. Bibi chortled, then nodded. All right. I was wanting to take more naps anyhow. When you find a target, boss, call me. Bibi, even in the planar battlefield, was always in the mood for napping. More than 800, close to 900, years are left before this planar war concludes. We need to put this long period of time to good use. Perhaps during this period of time, I'll fuse my fourth profound mystery of the laws of the earth. Linley said with a sigh. 4? Right, boss, didn't you already combine the throbbing pulse of the world, the profound mysteries of strength, the essence of the earth, and gravitational space? Finishing the fusion should be fairly quick. Bibi mumbled. I've combined them, but what I now need to do is to separately fuse the profound mysteries of strength with the essence of the earth and gravitational space as well. Only after I complete this will all four have been completely fused. Most likely, in another century or so, the separate fusions will be finished. Linley said with a calm laugh. Actually, Linley had already improved significantly in the past 60 or 70 years he had spent here in the Netherworld. After all, once the fusion had started, fusing up to the bottleneck was just a matter of time. Hey, boss, once you fuse 4 profound mysteries, your attack power will rise greatly once again. Bibi said excitedly. Actually, I already have a direction in my mind. Linley said with a calm laugh. After having seen the attacks of the previous Redcliffe Lord and of Hammers, Linley had already gained some insights. Bibi either napped or trained, in short, he was always just waiting. Linley's divine clones focused on their training, while his original body controlled the Death God Golem outside. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 2 more months passed. It's only been 1 month, but I've lost a Death God Golem already. Linley shook his head helplessly as he spoke. Half a year ago, when I saw that supreme expert of the Divine Light Realm, I wanted to control my Death God Golem to make it flee, but that person pursued and attacked, forcibly destroying my Death God Golem as well as the surrounding area. Fortunately, I hid deep enough, and his divine sense didn't extend all the way down to me. Bibi opened his eyes and laughed. It is just a Death God Golem. It is cheap. It's nothing. If I knew, I would have brought some more here with me. Linley said. At this moment, Linley was controlling another Death God Golem, patrolling outside. In 2 months, we haven't seen a single suitable opponent. Bibi let out a sigh. Don't sigh. If we hadn't gone to your grandpa Beirut and found out some information, most likely against that previous person, we would have gone to go fight against that supreme expert of light. Fortunately, we avoided that disaster. Linley laughed. Just as Linley and Bibi were sighing, suddenly. Boom! The entire mountain trembled violently, and quite a few rocks smashed down atop Linley and Bibi. What's going on? What's happening? Bibi said with a frown. Wait a moment. The Death God Golem that I'm controlling is thousands of meters away. Oh, the Death God Golem sees it. 2 experts are battling. Linley said, surprised. Next to the mountain where Linley and Bibi were residing, there were two figures clashing. One was a violet blur, while the other was a white blur. One violet saber flash after another flew out of the body of the violet blur, with one of them landing viciously against the nearby small mountain. Bang! An explosive collision. The two were both knocked flying back by the collision. The violet blur was actually a green-eyed, violet-robed, vicious-looking youth, while the white blur was a handsome, silver-haired, blue-pupiled youth. The silver-haired youth's face was filled with rage. Lancelot, Lang Esiluo. Don't go too far. You and I are on the same side. Why must you insist on killing me? The silver-haired youth roared. Oomph, so what if we are on the same side? You should have been prepared for death the moment you entered the planar battlefield. The violet-robed youth let out a cold laugh. He said nothing else, immediately beginning to fill the surrounding area with violet bolts of electricity, and it seemed as though lightning bolts were beginning to fill the skies as well. The silver-haired youth's face changed. In terms of speed, he couldn't compete with the lightning element Lancelot. He wouldn't be able to flee. Battle was the only option. He knew that he was weaker, but all he could do was fight it head-on. With a low growl, he said, Lancelot, if you don't give me any chance, then I won't let you have an easy time of it either. The silver-haired youth's body began to glow with a white aura, and then, with a cold shot, a white spear suddenly appeared next to him, along with a translucent spear. The material attack and the spiritual attack converged into one. Swish! The two spears folded onto each other, and the illusory white spear shot straight towards the front. Die, then! The green-eyed, violet-robed youth said emotionlessly. Rumble, the lightning bolts in the skies suddenly crashed down in the form of an enormous lightning serpent. At the same time, a green bolt of lightning emerged from the body of the violet-robed youth, also in the form of an enormous serpent. These two enormous lightning serpents attacked from opposite directions, encircling the silver-haired youth. Right at this moment, the spear arrived before the violet-robed youth's body. Humph! The violet-robed youth let out a cold sneer. He stretched out his right hand, and between his fingers formed a ball of violet light, which he smashed directly onto the illusory spear. Bang! That illusory white spear was a combination material attack and spiritual attack. And now, the illusory white spear completely shattered. The material attack wasn't even able to damage the violet-robed youth's fingers. The spiritual attack was broken as well. Crackle! The violet and green electric serpents swirled around the silver-robed youth, whose face changed. The two different electric serpents actually created an unusual spatial electric field, causing the space itself to become electrified. That unusual electric field rippled throughout the silver-haired man's body. Ah! The white-robed, silver-haired youth raised his head, roaring angrily. A powerful aura swept out from his body, and the white glow strengthened. At a time like this, you want to fight by using up Sovereign's might? You use yours, and I'll use mine. Isn't the result the same? Lancelot laughed in his heart. His body also emanated forth a powerful aura, and the violet light began to fill his entire body as well. As the two experts both began to use their sovereign's might, Linley and Bibi also quietly slipped out of the mountain, moving underground until they arrived at a place with a large amount of random vegetation. The two hid there, staring at the experts battling in the distance. They are both so strong, Bibi said in praise. The white-robed youth is a commander of the Divine Light Plane, Roland, Yolanda. That green-eyed, violet-robed youth is a commander of the Divine Lightning Plane, Lancelot. According to the information provided by your grandpa Beirut, this Lancelot is an extremely hard-to-deal-with commander. Linley said mentally. Roland is specialized in spiritual attacks, while Lancelot is skilled in both spiritual and material attacks, and he is also extremely fast. In addition, he's also fused a defensive sovereign artifact into his body. Bibi couldn't help but feel startled. Fused a defensive sovereign artifact into his body? Isn't that the same as the Grand Elder? Linley nodded slightly, continuing to watch the two battle in the distance. That Lancelot should be unbeatable in terms of material defense, due to possessing a defensive sovereign artifact, and he is also extremely skilled in soul defense. Thus, to break through his soul defense is also very hard. This person is a very powerful commander. Lancelot was, indeed, virtually flawless. He trained in the laws of lightning and was thus very fast. He was strong in every single aspect. Even amongst the many commanders of the universe, he was considered a high-class one. However, Linley laughed. "BB, you perfectly counter him." To resist BB's innate divine ability, God Eater, one had to either be a paragon or have a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. This Lancelot had met his black star. Normally, Lancelot's soul defense should be considered incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, BB's innate divine ability wasn't something which a normal soul attack could compete with. Boss, leave him to me." BB grew excited. The battle is about to end. Linley sent mentally. Indeed, the white-robed youth, Roland, was in a completely inferior position. The violet-robed Lancelot launched a final material attack, causing Roland's entire body to blow apart. Lancelot laughed as he walked over, snatching up a golden badge as well as an interspatial ring from the ground. Right at this moment. Who? Lancelot barked irritably while turning his head. He could already sense that there were movements nearby, but he didn't care too much. There were very few, even amongst the commanders, capable of killing him. What Lancelot saw stunned him. He saw a black blur flying towards him at high speed, while at the same time, in midair, the enormous illusion of a God-Eater rat appeared. The God-Eater rat illusion was staring coldly at him, and when Lancelot saw this, his face couldn't help but change. Beirut? No! Lancelot had gone completely mad. He had almost no weaknesses, but that was only against the vast majority of commanders. It didn't mean he was completely flawless. If he was completely perfect and flawless, why would he even need to come to the planar battlefield? Beirut's innate divine ability, God Eater, was extremely famous, and it perfectly countered people like Lancelot. Against this technique, all would perish, save those who had soul-protecting sovereign artifacts in paragons. This was how dominating innate divine abilities were. Lancelot didn't understand. The legendary Beirut had a body which was even tougher than divine sparks, could use his bare hands to clash against sovereign weapons, and who had a soul-protecting sovereign artifact. He was that sort of completely flawless supreme expert with no weaknesses. Someone like him already stood at the very top of the universe. Why did he have to come to the planar battlefield? Lancelot didn't understand. But he wouldn't have a chance to understand in the future either. A unique rippling power spread across his soul, and in the face of this attack, his soul defense wasn't able to do a single thing. Lancelot stood there, stunned. That sinister look would never again flash past his green eyes. He seemed completely wooden, and then, with a bang sound, he collapsed against the ground. A divine spark drifted out, along with a golden badge which emerged from his body, along with a dark golden armor. A gold badge and a defensive sovereign artifact. Linley's eyes lit up. Linley and BB transformed into two blurs, immediately collecting the golden badge, the defensive sovereign artifact, and the interspatial rings. Let's hurry and leave. We can't tarry here. Linley and BB didn't stay to do a thorough investigation, instead immediately leaving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.